This is the cold, dark, sad abyss known as outer space. This is a UNSC research vessel that has just launched off of the planet, preparing to go out on some sort of, well, I take it, research mission. And this is us. We're space pirates, baby. Well, not yet. Technically, that's the ambition. First, we're going to need a ship. I suppose it's a good thing that we stowed away in the airlock of this research vessel. The only thing standing between us and our God-given destiny right now is the UNSC research crew and their filthy scout droid. Lucky for us, though, it just so happens that we might have a solution to this little problem. For you see, Pirate Captain Udo here is quite the charismatic lad. He and his boomstick, as it were. Not only that, but his compadre Zap Zap here and his combat knife will also do a little bit of talking. Oh, he'll stab you. He'll stab you real good. We exited the airlock and were immediately detected by the scout droid that was on board the research vessel. Zap Zap wasn't afraid of no Tin Man though, especially since he has his trusty plasma pistol. During this time, Captain Udo would try to flank the researchers and it went pretty good. That scout droid was still giving us a little bit of trouble though. Luckily, we would be able to team up on it, and eventually, after beating him senseless, we took him down. And just like that, we had commandeered this ship. Though, admittedly, we did take one hell of a beating during that little skirmish. We'll need to try and heal ourselves. Just as well, it would appear one of the crewmates didn't die from Zap Zap's barrage, so we'll begin healing him as well to take him prisoner. He might even make a good crew member for the pirates. Either way, we can't have a filthy vessel filled with the blood of our enemies. We're going to need to clean this place up a little bit. Part of that also means that we're going to be throwing corpses into the void of space. Luckily, Harper's EVA suit will come in handy here. Speaking of the crewmate named Harper, we would make a temporary brig here in their cryo sleep room and just kind of keep him there while we went to eat some delicious survival meals. After we finally filled up our tummies, we would actually go take a proper rest in the crew quarters. I can't tell you how long it's been since we've slept anywhere other than a cold, rainy street corner. After we were well rested, we had Zap Zap begin plotting out some new coordinates for us to travel to. As you could imagine, the planet below is absolutely crawling with the UNSC, so that's not exactly ideal. Something I noticed that also wasn't exactly ideal is there's only 2 cryosleep caskets, and if we were to make a slip space jump while Harper isn't in one, because, well, he's not going to be in one, he's going to end up dying most likely. So, of course, the only rational thing to do is to strip it from him so it's not tainted and we could wear it if we so choose after he dies. Just before getting into our cryopods and preparing for launch to a new planet, and now our journey truly begins. Well, that was much faster than we expected. It didn't seem like no time that we were in and out of those cryo sleep pods. And it would seem we have a brand new world beneath our feet. Just as expected, it would appear that Harper's cells and molecules and whatever else, DNA I suppose, were shoveled around like a jigsaw puzzle in a box, and yeah, it was probably a pretty violent death based on this. Whoopsie daisy. Our new planet appeared to be some type of Pangea with liquid water and green grass and trees and a breathable atmosphere, which was pretty great, but not only that, it also appears to be teeming with life, as you can see. So many factions. The ship's basic scanners were picking up signals from the Covenant, some Outlanders, the Shattered Empire, the UNSC, smorgasbords of pirates and insurrectionists. It was truly chaotic, which is exactly what we needed. Captain Udo was still a little bruised up from the previous battle with the crew of the ship, and on top of that, he also had some cryosleep sickness, but it was going away. As he was resting up, Zap Zap would begin planning out some coordinates to land on the planet. Now you might be saying to yourself, Rat Knight, a bunch of space pirates like yourselves, why would you dare land on such a chaotic and horrible planet? Well, my friends, where you see chaos and danger, we see a bunch of recruits just waiting to join us. And a place where the UNSC doesn't have total control. It might as well be the wild, wild west here on this gorgeous, beautiful, swampy jungle planet. There were, however, some Forerunner Sentinels that I noticed that were actually taking on flood spores, which would indicate to me that we had better watch where we step and also not mess with any Forerunner structures. Ah, finally some nice, fresh, natural air. It was also nice hearing and feeling the dirt crunch beneath our boots. You'd be surprised what little things like that you miss when you're stuck on a spaceship. We've got no time to waste though. This planet is very dangerous and we're going to need to build some defenses. We immediately began cutting down some of the local vegetation here so that we could use the wood to build some barricades. Nothing too extravagant, of course, just a little something we threw together to keep the rabble-rousers at bay. Since we don't plan on taking off anytime soon, to conserve power, I decided to go throughout the ship turning off our computer core, our life support systems, and anything else that, well, used up power. This means we could divert that power into the temporary town and or base that we plan on building. I also built a nice little wooden horseshoe pin to kind of help keep their minds at bay, and we would definitely end up needing it as we immediately had a high psychic drone. Zap Zap was already getting to work on retrieving steel that we may need for electronics or any buildings, and Captain Udo was experiencing a brief spell of insane ramblings. To go along with our defensive perimeter in front of the airlock on the ship though, I thought about building some wooden posts with lights all around to ensure that any predators that were coming out of the jungle or pirates wouldn't be able to sneak up on us. But the only people that we found creeping around in the dark appeared to be some Outlander civilians. However, they were ambushed by a flood carrier form. This monstrosity burst forth with many infection forms coming out of it, even infecting one of the Outlanders who would turn on their friends. They ended up having to put him down, I'm afraid. I will say though that things could have been much worse. I watched them for a good time to ensure that no more of them were infected, and it didn't seem as if they were, or if they were, they had transformed after they left our territory, so we don't care. The very next morning we decided to come out and begin collecting all their belongings for ourselves, so that was pretty cool. And since we're actually getting some items to our name, we thought it might also be a good idea to go ahead and build a small storage room, during which time we actually had the opportunity to name our settlement, and we ended up calling it Udo's Rock, as he is our captain. This also reminded me that we had yet to give our faction a name, so I decided to go with something that would strike fear into the heart of our enemies. We called ourselves the Torturous Marauders. I know, catchy huh? Our rations were also beginning to get quite low, so this made me think that we should definitely go ahead and plant a small field of rice. Even though we have plenty of berries and wildlife, we still need a sustainable food source. But now the fun begins. We had a raid from the Knuckle Duster lineup, a small faction of pirates on this planet with a very silly name, it would seem. Literally as soon as I went to check out the group that was attacking us, I noticed they were getting bombarded with massive bullets. Turns out I forgot to turn off the ship's defense systems and they were just destroying the shit out of these pirates. Now you might hear that and think, damn Rat Knight, that's going to make raids very easy, and that is true, but I'm going to turn them off because they have very limited ammunition and there are going to be much larger and more powerful threats than a couple of pirates. Plus, the cannon's range is limited to the outer portions of the map, so once they get closer anyways, we can't really stop them with the cannons. The Planetary Defense Force, the Sentinels, were doing a pretty good job at slowing them down though, as we were preparing for the assault. Thankfully, due to this would also mean that they would arrive in smaller groups of pirates instead of the entire group coming at us at once, making it much easier to pick them off one by one. However, that does not mean that this was extremely easy, as we were still very outnumbered and coming under heavy fire. At one point, I even had to turn the defensive guns back on from the ship, and this is when I realized that the range isn't all that great, unfortunately. But even without our guns, we managed to take down one of the last remaining pirates, and the others would attempt to flee, and we had won the day. Though I should say the Sentinels really deserve most of the credit, for sure. Either way though, one of the pirates was still alive. Her name was Sam, and she was one hell of a fighter, cook, and miner. So as one would imagine, we put her in the makeshift brig of the ship, began tending to her wounds so that we could actually recruit her into our crew. We also had plenty of weapons and even some drugs from that little skirmish with those pirates. Not that we're going to use them or anything like that really, but we could sell them. Zap Zap also thought it might finally be a good time to tear down these UNSC banners off this ship so we can finally start making it our own. We actually got a little bit of cloth from these, and I wanted to do this symbolic construction of a bedroll from the cloth that we got from them, but of course we didn't get near enough, so we just made a wooden bed for Sam. And now, as our heroes do whatever it is they feel like doing in the background, I thought it might be a good time for us to go ahead and talk about Udo and Zap Zap's stats and traits and stuff like that. that I should have brought up way earlier, but I kind of forgot to. First up, we do have Captain Udo, who was a child spy and grew into a pirate captain. He has a pretty good shooting skill, plant skill, and social skill. Everything else is pretty mediocre for the most part. And he is also an abrasive, steadfast, slow-learning fella. Then up next, of course, we have Zap Zap, who was an industrial orphan who grew to be a pirate doctor of a different crew. He's pretty good at crafting and mining, I guess. Not really much of anything. He's pretty mediocre all around, unfortunately. He is, however, quite optimistic, but also very greedy, as seen among many other pirates. Now, these are just the basics and backgrounds of these characters, but if you're new here, and if you're not new here, you probably already know, of course, but something I always like to do is to let you guys, the audience, come up with some backstories and lore for these characters. So, if that's something you'd like to do, be sure to comment that in the comments section, and I'll look through those and choose from them, and I will try to discuss them every other episode. Thank you for that, and now let's check back in on our protagonist, who appear to be building some type of kitchen and small dining room. A wonderful idea, since we plan on exponentially expanding our crew. The only problem is the highest construction skill is Udo's, which currently sits at a 4, meaning that we can't even build a cooler to freeze our food. Later on into the night, we had a tribute collector stop on by from the Broken Empire, which is a remnant of the Shattered Empire throughout the galaxy. I don't really care, but they did have some nice weapons. The only problem is most of them were bio-coded, and I didn't really want to go to war with any empire at this moment since we're already dealing with the UNSC, so I decided not to blow them up. But I couldn't speak for the Sentinel Force, which apparently absolutely hated them and seems to hate most other factions for whatever reason. I'm sure it's probably a mutual hatred though. Regardless of planetary politics though, we finally got our community kitchen up and going, which was perfect because Captain Udo was just dying to make us some sloppy rice sandwiches. Though it may not look like much, this place will soon become a booming little pirate town. And of course, temporary, as I had mentioned earlier, we're simply here to try and recruit for our crew before we take off back into the stars once again. Though I would also like to try and research into some ship technology ourselves so that we can add on to this one and truly make it ours, but of course make it much larger and much more dangerous. Speaking of which, we went ahead and began building the very first volley of our residential quarters here for our crew. This would actually just serve as a place for Zap Zap as well as Sam, who would have a new prison cell here. It's only fitting that Captain Udo would have his own quarters on the ship, and just as well we don't need any prisoners on there messing with the electronics or destroying anything. We would run into another destructive force though in the form of a large manhunting pack of rhinoceros affected by Scaria. And yes, as much as you've already heard me bitching and moaning about the ship's defensive systems and how I don't plan on using them and blah 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 blah, I do have them turned on trying to kill these rhinoceros, but it wasn't enough, alas. Luckily Zap Zap and Udo weren't afraid to make a last stand against these damn beasts if need be, though we were going to try to run away, and not let them impale us on those massive horns. We tried to run back through the airlocks and into the ship, and thankfully we had managed to close them just in time, keeping the rhinoceros outside. Phew, that was a close one. Thank God we're safe now. Well, kinda. The rhinoceros were attempting to destroy one of our large ship turrets. The problem being with that, we could replace it eventually, but it would probably explode, causing a big hole in the hull and causing them to come through and tear us apart. So we tried popping our heads out and shooting at them, but also that didn't work because they immediately came in the ship. This whole situation was absolutely no bueno. We tried to have the two of them retreat into the captain's quarters. Zap Zap was downed, and I thought for sure that it was all over. But the captain and his sawed-off 12 gauge made a liar out of me. Tending to Zap Zap, the captain had no idea what he would do. Turns out though, a solution would end up finding us in the form of a Covenant squad. At first I was unsure what they were doing here, though I do appreciate their help. But it seems that they were actually investigating our ship since we had only landed about a week or so ago. Either way, we were ecstatic to see them arrive here on the map, and they immediately just began decimating every single rhinoceros that they came into contact with. This is the type of threat that I was talking about earlier. The Covenant are extremely dangerous. We had no interest in engaging with them, so we decided to hide inside until they left, especially since Zap Zap here is injured and also wearing stolen grunt armor from the Covenant Empire. Though as you can see at the moment, the Covenant do not seem to be hostile towards us. They are very volatile, and anyone that gets in the way of their great journey isn't going to make it. And some pirates like us aren't exactly going to the great beyond. I gotta say, say though, I am very glad they showed up when they did because one of our cannons almost bit the dust. And you know, for one, these things aren't cheap, but even if they were, at the moment we don't have the research or even the skills to put one together. We also began repairing the other parts of our ship that was damaged during the little kerfuffle here. We don't want our airlock malfunctioning if we were to need to make maybe an emergency launch back into orbit. Some odd hours later, we ended up having a transport pod crash not too far from our ship. It was a nice young fella by the name of Tiny, and he had one heck of a construction skill, so we decided to capture him and begin recruiting him into our crew as well. Now, as you could see there though, Tiny is incapable of violence, but as long as he's building things for us, we don't really mind. However, if the shit hits the fan, we might just kick him to the curb. Interestingly enough, after we captured him, we also finally recruited Sam into our crew, which was pretty sweet. We had her go into the storage room with the captain and go ahead and equip the LMG rifle that we had, since she has a really good shooting stat and this is the only rifle we currently possess. Those of you with a keen memory probably remember as well that she is quite the little chef, so she's going to be the designated cook for the entire crew, instead of the captain who was giving everyone food poisoning for a moment there. After that, we started working on some more residential housing for crewmates. Even though we currently only have Tiny in our prison to be recruited, I'm sure in the very near future we'll end up having more prisoners who we would like to join us, so might as well get ready, I suppose. We then would have a combat supplier come to us looking to trade, and of course we were happy to do a little bit of bartering with them. We sold them all the drugs that we currently had in storage, as well as a handful of the weapons that we received from previous raids, but truthfully none of the weapons we really had were worth all that much, I'm afraid. We did end up getting a little bit of silver from them though, and about 5 or 6 things of medicine. So all in all, not too shabby. Sam and her really good animal skill would also go out and try to retrieve a pet for the captain. A monkey seemed like a fitting companion. Our first attempt completely failed, but our second attempt actually ended up working, and now we have a monkey promptly named, well, Monkey 1, of course. I think it'll be really fun to take this fella back into space with us when we go out and start boarding other vessels and robbing people blind and just, you know, all the good pirate stuff that we're going to do. But of course he needs a name, so please leave your suggestions in the comment section and I'll be sure to look through them. We would end up having a quest where a fella said that he was willing to join us here if we were to take on a raid from the Knuckle Duster lineup, as well as the rebels that are fighting the UNSC. No, we're not going to accept that. I really wanted an extra person, but I have a feeling taking on 2 of those raids would be way too much for us to handle, even if we used our ship's defense systems. Thankfully though, we did end up recruiting Tiny into our ranks not too long after that. As mentioned previously, he can't fight, but at least we have someone to pick up the slack when it comes to construction. Zap Zap was so tickled about this that he ended up throwing a party for everyone. They ended up having it in one of the random bedrooms that we had only recently built. There was not much to do and it was very cramped, but whatever, I guess, as long as they're happy. We then began working on a proper production room, somewhere we could cut up stone chunks into stone blocks, or maybe even sew up some new clothing like some uniforms for all of our pirates. But this would be ever so rudely interrupted when we received a very large raid from the Flood coming from 2 different angles. Large may not be a fitting word, maybe super powerful is even better. There were so many carrier forms, tank forms, and combat forms holding a lot of really strong weapons. We turned on our defense systems and immediately ran inside the ship to the safest place that we could try to get to, just in case they were to breach our hull. Being alerted to this gigantic outbreak of the Flood infection, the sentries were coming out in droves trying to take down as many of them as possible, and I am grateful for this, but the problem is the sentries really suck and immediately die whenever shot by the Flood combat forms or even some of the other types of forms that have ranged attacks. We were trying to pull as much slack as humanly possible with our ship's guns, but alas, this wasn't exactly working out, I'm afraid. Though the sentries have significantly weakened the Flood numbers, they were completely overwhelmed by this point and were even beginning to lose many of the factories that create and or spawn them out of the planet. Looks like it's going to be up to the old pirate crew and old Bessie. That's That's what we named the ship. Yeah. But old Bessie had quite the thorn in her side at the moment. Some of the flood infection forms were beginning to make their way to attack our mighty guns. We couldn't have that, of course, so we came out and we managed to kill it. Although the issue was the flood were going to continue doing this since our guns were presenting quite the threat to their armada. We tried shooting them down and destroying them, especially the carrier forms, before they made their way over to our defenses, but this didn't exactly work out. We had to bring our pirates back out to manage to kill some of these combat forms before they could take out our guns. After that, all that was really left was some of these carrier forms, and we were sure to try and kill them with the ship's guns and not get too close, because being too close to these infection forms on its own, just being touched, could be a literal death sentence. But with that, we could kind of let our guard down and just relax as the massive raid was finally over. We did end up getting some cargo pods, which funny enough contained uranium chunks. And I say that because uranium is exactly what we need to refuel the guns of the ship. And look, I know this is a space pirate series, but I didn't anticipate having to talk about the ship and these guns this often, so I would like to humbly apologize for that. Now that that's finally over with though, we can start focusing on some proper construction projects, and to do so, of course, we are going to be cutting up plenty of stone chunks. We're going to be using plenty of sandstone and granite to build some very large walls around our very minuscule town. Look, when we first landed here, I thought this ship's defense systems were going to be way too overpowered. I thought, damn, this series is probably going to be boring. I don't even know if I should do this because this ship is going to make it so easy to take down raids. Well, after being here for a while and experiencing many of these threats, I think the complete opposite. I think what this planet is throwing at us is actually going to overwhelm the defenses we currently have. And of course, that is why walls are going to be quite crucial. Our fun time construction time was interrupted though by a power surge, and basically the kitchen caught on fire, but luckily we managed to get that put out. We really need to invest in fuses at some point. We then would begin working on some dirt roads all along these walls to our defensive positions from our little town and the ship. These are actually extremely crucial, mostly because we're actually building this base here in a jungle biome, so there's a lot of thick vegetation making it very hard to get around. Some hours later though, we ended up receiving a distress signal from a falling vessel. We were completely unsure whether or not this was a starship or whatever type of space vessel it was, but one thing was for sure, it appears that pirates had taken this down and caused it to crash. But those poor bastards had no idea. They had been attacked by and were trying to escape one singular hornet. Little did they know they had fallen right into the entire nest. We wasted absolutely no time setting out to try and retrieve anything we could from this falling ship, as every looter and pirate on this planet has no doubt received the exact same signal. And eventually, after a few days of traveling on foot, we arrived. Well, that wasn't exactly what we were expecting. Something tells me that there are probably no survivors, but who knows, maybe we'll find someone laying in all this shitty wreckage. This place is an absolute mess. We gathered up near the wreckage and began looking through all of it together as a team. We did find a few of the crew of the ship, I suppose, and we also found some of their very interesting looking weapons, which we would have Sam pick up and keep on her back until we were ready to leave. I'm sure we'll end up finding more interesting items, such as this uranium here that the captain began putting in his pockets, but we ended up having a raid from a mech hive. Truth be told, I was just surprised it wasn't any of our fellow looters and pirates. We've yet to encounter any of these tin cans in this series thus far. This shouldn't be too bad, as this looks to just be a small recon group. Either way though, Sam was just eager to try out the new railgun weapon that she got from the corpses of the ship's crew. The weapon was okay, I guess, although the problem was we were pretty severely outnumbered by the mechanoids, so we just kind of started popping our heads out and taking pot shots at them, but eventually they decided to come into the wreckage and start attacking us. Zap Zap would fall, and then it was up to Sam and the captain to take on the remaining mechs. As one might imagine, not being out in the open and being able to take cover behind all this wreckage actually made it much easier to take them down, and eventually we had finished off the last remaining one. Now that things were all safe and sound though, we could finally start deconstructing some of the stuff that was in the wreckage, like these cryo sleep pods, which ended up giving us some advanced components. Or perhaps even the hull of the ship itself, which actually ended up giving us plasteel and some normal steel. I began to think though, there is just so much here and this ship is absolutely huge. We're not going to be able to carry all this in one trip by any means, and there's just so many resources that we'd like to have from it. So I decided to claim this crashed ship site for ourselves as a second colony. That way we'll be able to go back and forth as we please, making several different trips carrying the resources back and forth. We may end up building some ships through the SRTS expanded mod, or perhaps some land vehicles through the vanilla vehicles mod. I'm not sure yet. What I am sure about though is traveling on foot there takes a very long time and really isn't worth it, but eventually we did finally make it back home, went straight to our storage room and began dropping off all the goodies that we got, which wasn't really much. Once we had finally gotten settled back in though, after arriving home, we started working on some defensive measures, and by that I mean yet another segment of our wall. This part of the wall was a bit smaller, so it didn't take near as long. But as you can see, with that small part of the wall finally finished, we have an entire half of the entire wall finally completed. Good things take time. While still on the topic of defenses, I wanted to mention that I have Zap doing some research, and we're basically just trying to make a beeline straight for gun turrets. Even though we have a very complex and advanced spacecraft, we are pirates, so we know very little about technology, I'm afraid. It was also due to our lack of technological prowess that we didn't know how to build a machining table, so for the moment we're going to have to deal with smashing these sentinels up and trying to get the Forerunner metal from them. Of course, we would fare much better with a machining table, but all in due time. The metal is actually the strongest in the game and also sells really well for a high price. I did, however, want to build Zap a proper research area, so I ended up building him what could best be described as a very small shed with a beautiful floor and beautiful walls, as these are actually fine wooden walls. They cost a little bit more, but they'll keep his mood much higher. Then I noticed that people were beginning to have heat strokes. It was very hot all around the colony, so I wanted to build something to keep everyone nice and cool. Of course, we could do passive coolers, but my god, we're in the space age. Why wouldn't we just build something like this little air conditioner here? Much better. It seems it was a very good decision on my part as well, because shortly thereafter we actually ended up having a heat wave, so things were going to be much hotter. And you know what, sure, that kinda sucks, but you know, for the most part, everything is going quite well. Could things really get any worse? Yes. Yes, they could. Well, it would seem the UNSC has finally become alert of our ship landing here on the planet, and have most likely realized that we're not the research team that was supposed to be embarking on it. As if things couldn't get any worse, they actually had a Spartan among their ranks in the squad as well. We turned on the ship's defense systems to try and kill them, but they were pretty nimble for the most part. That and the fact that they used a bubble shield to protect themselves from any damage. We were severely outgunned, so we immediately started trying to run to make it inside the ship where we could hide from them, killing a few in the process as we were making our way there. There was a little issue that had arose that I hadn't anticipated. The enemies were taking cover behind our buildings just like I expected, but our ship's guns began firing upon them and destroying said buildings because of this. But to be honest with you, at this point I didn't care as long as we managed to kill them. They were about to take our gun out on the right side of the ship. It was under very heavy fire. We would have to act fast if we had any hope of preventing its destruction. With Zap and the captain beginning to bleed out inside the ship, Sam would be about the only one who could actually stand a chance to maybe take a pot shot at some of these enemies, so naturally we sent her out with her new weapon that she found. And funny enough, to my surprise, she was actually really holding her own with it, and it done really well against the Spartan, who eventually would die just as well as the ODST and the Marine. She did succumb to her wounds though and hit the ground. Zap came in to try and take her away as the captain provided cover fire. We may be pirates, but by God, we know how to work as a team. By this point, what few enemies actually remained began running away while firing at our ship in the meantime. I am afraid to say though, we did end up losing one of our main guns on the right side, the one that I was yapping about earlier. Turns out we didn't save it. Now though, with the able-bodied enemies running away, we had two of them here on the ground who were unfortunately unwaveringly loyal to the UNSC. However, we would be able to strip them of their armor, and that way we can equip it for ourselves. It wasn't exactly Mjolnir power armor, any cataphractic armor, anything like that, but a good pirate knows how to make do. Also, I wanted to take a moment just mention that during the battle, or immediately after the battle, we also had another monkey self-tamed, so we have 2 of them now, which is pretty cool. We also need a name for this second one though, if you guys want to leave that in the comments. But after many trials and tribulations, we still stand. The crew still stands, and as a matter of fact, it is continuing to grow. Though our structures may be destroyed and or damaged, we can always rebuild. We will survive just like a cockroach after an atomic bomb. We will survive and we will inherit this place, thriving in it until we have a large enough crew and ship to live out our wildest dreams in outer space. But my friends, I just want to say, as this episode winds down to an end, I do truly hope that you have enjoyed. I've had a lot of fun starting this series, especially in the first episode here, of course. I have already kind of started on episode 2, of course, as well, but I'm not going to go too awful far in because I'm sure you guys will have some wonderful suggestions for me as well as some advice, and of course I always really appreciate that. Also, real quick, I want to mention that there is a mod list in the video description, as there is for every video that I do that will include mods. People still always ask, so I just want to throw that out there, that if you check the video description you will find a link to that. So enjoy if you want to play along or if you want to use the mods. But thank you guys ever so much for watching. I love you ever so much, and I shall see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirates series, where, my beautiful compadres, we are still currently recovering from the epic battle with the UNSC at the end of last episode. As I'm sure you remember, they did quite the number on our little town, so we're having to try to rebuild part of our research building as well as our residential area. One of the first things we're doing today, though, other than that, is doing a little bit of trading with a combat supplier that had came by. We were running a little tight on cash, so we didn't buy anything, but we had managed to sell just enough stuff to make 254 silver. After that was completed, we started focusing on our defenses pretty heavily again by building another portion of our wall, during which time poor Sam went berserk and somehow got burnt, and then started attacking a cassowary for whatever reason, which, truth be told, we really didn't mind because it managed to take Sam down. We killed it really easy, and then we would take Sam all the way back home to safety. And now we can finally start working on our wall once again without any interruptions. I'm going to try to put a very heavy focus on defenses this episode. In the meantime, while we're working on that, we do have someone who fell from a transport pod named Henry, who was actually part of the UNSC and had a decent skill set. I assume that he is most likely a civilian contractor, as he doesn't actually have a uniform on. We would end up capturing him and beginning the recruitment process. As you know, we're in dire need of crewmates, so unless they're just completely dog shit, we don't really mind, and we'll try to recruit them. Speaking of our growing crew, we also have a problem with power as our base continues to grow, so we're actually going to try to put in some wood-fired generators to maybe help us out. At first I only tried one, that didn't really work out, so I built another. Eventually we'll end up having to build several more, and maybe some other types of power generation like windmills or solar panels. We would then end up building a fueled smithy because of course we're low on power, and really once we get a machining table it's going to be pretty useless for us. Now the reason I want this is because of all these Forerunner Sentinels that we are smashing up, and we're getting this Forerunner metal, we can actually use the smithy to build something like this beautiful helmet, as you can see. Not only does it look good though, it is extremely durable with 10,000 hit points and is worth a lot of money. So we're going to sell this one of course, but this does leave open the possibility in the future to maybe make some gear for our colonist. While still on the topic of our colonist, our pirates can be a little rough around the edges, if you know what I mean, so I decided to build them a rec room. That way they don't get into any mischief or start fights with one another. Our construction of this building though would be rudely interrupted by a mech cluster with a toxic spewer. At first the captain and the crew thought, well, maybe we'll just deal with it and not worry about it for a while, but then the air started turning a very bright green, and it looks like we're gonna have to send somebody out to deal with this. With this being such a pressing and immediate issue, the captain himself would actually go out to deal with it. Now of course though, he would end up taking Sam along with him. It would seem that the mechanoids themselves are actually asleep, and as long as we don't get too close, we shouldn't have any issues. We would find the structure that was housing this toxic spewer, and immediately we just stepped back out and started firing at the machine. Took a little while, but eventually it did explode, and we were basically all done. and the mechanoids never woke up, and turns out this wasn't really a big issue for us. We would have the chance to sneak up on them while they're hibernating or turned off or whatever this is to try and kill them and take them back to deconstruct them for their precious metals, but it wasn't in our best interest, so we decided to go home. Sometime after returning home, we had yet another combat supplier who we would end up purchasing a few things off of. You might be shocked to see how many of these Outlander factions don't mind doing business with pirates, especially when they're selling us stolen UNSC tech like a rocket launcher and a Spartan helmet. Although, I suppose that does kind of make sense. They're essentially pirates themselves. We would end up giving the Recon Power Armor helmet to the captain himself, although I am also keeping his hat in his inventory, that way we can put it on anytime we feel like. The cowboy hat, of course, being for pleasure, and the Recon helmet being for business. The business of protecting his face from any bullets. I then caught our two monkeys making sweet succulent love right in the middle of town, and turns out monkey number 2 here is actually pregnant, which is pretty cool, and that also means that we're going to have 3 monkeys that need names. We then started working on a new field to grow crops. This time around though, we're not actually going to be growing any food. No, we're going to be planting and growing some dye plants. This will not only give us the ability to paint our ship, but also the ability to dye the apparel of our pirates, truly making them our own, right? And also getting rid of that disgusting green UNSC paint job from the ship. Also, something you guys noticed and pointed out last episode is that Zap Zap here is actually a female. I have no idea how I didn't catch that, but I'm going to chalk it up to the fact that, you know, we're not really all that familiar with Ungoy biology and anatomy. I mean, for God's sake, I haven't seen her lay any eggs or anything, cut me some slack. Well, regardless of her anatomy though, Zap Zap would finish research into machining, giving us the ability to build a machining table, which is going to make chopping up those sentinels from the Forerunners so much easier and making that metal much more obtainable. As some of the pirates were working on our Forerunner metal operations, the others were working on the last remaining portion of our wall, which was also the most difficult because it goes right through this little swampy bit of land. However, things would get a little bit easier after we recruited Henry here. Once he was done equipping a toque and some weapons and whatever else he could find in the storage room, he would come out and help us finish up the last remaining bits and pieces of this wall, finally completing the entire thing. Now, the best part about this wall is it should keep us safe from some pretty basic threats, but unfortunately that's about all it's really going to be good for, is just normal raids and stuff like that, until we actually get some turrets and traps set up to try and prevent any larger threats, such as a massive UNSC raid that actually comes in on foot. And that is assuming that those raids come in on foot and they don't just drop right in on top of us. I know, the more I talk about the wall, the less useful it seems. It would provide us with some sense of security though, enough that we could actually take a little leisure hour here and there, enjoy some poker and some horseshoes, and just kind of take a little time to ourselves. Tiny here was so grateful to the captain for his new machining table in the workshop, he even decided to make him a Forerunner Metal Gladius as something of a thank you, if you will. As mentioned before, this weapon would be extremely durable, but also very sharp, giving it quite the amount of damage. The captain was so excited about his new weapon, he decided to celebrate by taking everyone out on a conquest. It was a pirate band of pigs or something like that. I would tell you their name, but we didn't really care. We didn't even come here for the food. We just came here to cause a little bit of havoc and maybe sell their guns. So, shall we begin? Also the perfect opportunity for the captain to try out his rocket launcher that we bought from the Outlanders. I gotta say, it really came in clutch here because we were really outnumbered by the pig pirates. We just had some massive firepower on our side. Our superior weapons truly gave us the upper hand, killing many of the pirates until what few remained actually decided to try and flee the area. However, we did have 2 of them with some okay looking stats, so we decided to try and tend to them so they don't bleed out on the ground, and that way we can take them back home with us. Before we go back home though, we're going to be making a little pit stop at a nearby Outlander town to sell some of the things that we had collected. However, back home, there was a little bit of an issue. We had a pretty large group of Flood that were going to try and raid our base. Unfortunately, nobody was home except for our monkeys, so I would try to put them in their own little area in the ship to keep them safe. All 3 of the monkeys began rushing into the ship to safety, but unfortunately, Monkey 1 was caught. Suffering from several different plasma burns, our poor little monkey was dead. There was hardly any time to focus on that though, because the onslaught of flood was incredible, and not in a good way, I'm afraid. Though that being said, the Forerunner Sentinel factory seemed to be working in overtime, and they actually managed to get the outbreak under control. But there was one little problem. When the Sentinels die, they tend to catch things on fire. Luckily, being in the jungle, we're always getting a lot of rain, so thankfully this wouldn't become a much larger issue for us. Now that we know for sure our home won't be destroyed while we're out and about, we can finally trade with the Outlanders. We would mostly just sell to them some of the shitty weapons that the pig pirates had before we finally returned back home, where I'm afraid we would have to bury our poor monkey, the first casualty of our pirate crew. I felt awful that he had died, but I felt even more awful that we had yet to name him before it happened. To ensure that the other monkeys don't suffer the same sad fate, I would end up naming them. We would name them Jangles and Abu. First up, the name Jangles is provided by our good friend Mango4586, who was saying that this is in reference to Jangles the moon monkey from the Fallout franchise. And then the name Abu was actually provided by our good friend Scrim, I believe, SC Rim. Anyhow, Abu of course is in reference to the monkey from Aladdin, so thank you both for those wonderful names, and thank you to everyone who left a suggestion. Now that that's taken care of, it feels like a good time to go over the stats of our pig people that we've captured. So first up here we have Burk, I guess, and they are good at plants and animals and okay at melee. We then have Lumpy, who is a good shot and a good melee fighter for the most part, and will also be helping Zap Zap with plenty of research. Well, once we finally get her recruited, that is, along with Burk, which we're gonna have to change that damn name at some point because that's just strange as shit if you ask me. Although their recruitment will take a very long time, as mentioned, it is also a good time to maybe show off something we purchased from the Outlanders. This, my friends, is a holodeck, kind of like a VR, except it's all around you and you don't strap anything onto your head. Now this, I believe, is primarily used for recreation, but our pirate crew will also be using it for specific scenarios like battles and things of that sort. I also noticed that our people had been chopping up the flood corpses, which gave us rotten meat and flood spores. I disabled the flood corpse butchering in the butcher table because obviously I would assume I don't have to tell you how dangerous this is. Our people could end up eating some of this and themselves becoming the flood. It could be a big issue. Well, other than the flood, we also had another little problem. We had another Imperial tribute collector, and they all had some pretty good weapons that were not bio-coded, and I really wanted them. Just add them to the already extremely long list of enemies that we're currently taking things from. It did feel like a bit of a waste though, because most of the soldiers, if not all of the soldiers, have death acidifiers, which means that as soon as we hit them with the massive cannon that is on our ship, they died and we lost all the equipment for the most part. The captain did manage to down this soldier though. We were going to recruit him, but he was a wimp and there are no room for cowards in our pirate crew. So instead we opted for stripping him so that his apparel doesn't become tainted once we put a few bullets in his head. Or stab him to death, because bullets are too good for these sickos coming and begging for tribute, claiming to be a once great empire, but they come begging like orphaned puppies. Disgusting. We take what we want. And now with that, we have plenty of equipment to give to any of our new recruits once they join us, if we decide not to sell that equipment, of course, that is. Something we do need though is some more residential housing, which is what we're completing now. It was also during this time that Zap Zap had finished her extensive research into gun turrets, allowing us to now build some pretty simple ones. As we were preparing to build some of those, I realized that having 4 total entrances for enemies to come through is not a great idea, and I would rather limit that to 1 entrance per side of the wall, so that's exactly what we began doing first. Late into the night though, we had a group of children who approached us begging for 185 silver to buy back one of their friends who were recently kidnapped. And to possibly everyone's surprise, Captain Udo would happily oblige by providing the silver to the children. We may be honorless thieves and pirates who go on murderous rampages, but we're not monsters. You know, or maybe it has something to do with the fact that the captain himself was a child spy. His young life of espionage was filled with horrible events no child should ever have to endure. The same goes for our first mate Zap Zap here, who as a child also was an industrial orphan, who also endured horrible things as a child in the mines and workhouses of her industrial homeworld. But it was finally time for us to begin building some gun turrets, 2 at each entrance, so 4 in total. These are mini turrets that are already built inside their own bunkers, giving them some ample protection. Eventually though, we finally recruited Boo-Orc into our ranks, and they would immediately go out and start chopping down some rice, just basically getting to work, which was very nice that they were contributing, of course. They also decided to help contribute by helping us repaint the entire ship. Instead of the aforementioned disgusting UNSC green that just shows some type of authoritarianism or even fascism, dare I say it, we're going to be going with a nice black and red, which is much friendlier, perhaps? Late one evening, yet another Outlander combat supplier would stop in, and they wanted to purchase our flood spores, and they were willing to pay us a pretty penny for them. What they wanted them for, I have no idea. I hope some type of science experiments, but either way, we sold them. In that case, I think we'll continue butchering the flood. We got a little bit of money from it. We also got a sniper rifle and yet another UNSC Spartan helmet. I would equip the 2 items on Sam and Captain Udo, as Sam is our best shot, and the captain, well, he's just pretty damn good at everything, isn't he? I would even dye the 2 helmets of both of them, giving them a more blended look into the armor that they currently wear. With Sam's shooting skill, her new gun link that she's been wearing, and this sniper rifle, she will make for one deadly opponent. Sometime later, and we had finally recruited Lumpy into our ranks, which was very exciting. We wasted no time in expanding our little research shack here. That way Lumpy could help out Zap Zap with all of the research projects. But things would take a turn for the worst in the form of yet another raid from the UNSC. I've been wondering where they've been this episode. Turns out they're dropping in right on top of us. Some very skilled and elite warriors, ODSTs. Their squad was scattered all around town, but they immediately took cover behind our residential buildings and started having a shootout with our pirates. Tiny had caught a stray bullet, and then so did Lumpy, and she died. These ODSTs were none like we had experienced before. They were oozing with experience. The captain realized they were dug in deep in the town, and hiding behind our barricades wouldn't save us. We would have to run throughout our buildings and try to have some type of guerrilla warfare with them. Eventually, they did begin to flee. 2 of them remained and were trying to escape. Sam would try to track them down with her sniper and shoot them from afar. One of them was killed, and the other burst down through our door and got away. The armor of these ODSTs must be incredibly durable, as 3 of them, the only other 3 there were still alive after all that. We would end up capturing 2 of them and then finishing off the last, as we weren't too impressed with his traits and skills. Once the dust had settled though, the realization had really set in on us that Lumpy had died. Not only Lumpy, but also our poor baby monkey, Abu, as well. The second and third casualties of our pirate crew. We would end up giving them both a proper pirate's burial, even though Lumpy hadn't been with us for very long at all, maybe a day or 2 before the ODSTs dropped and she died. She still needed a proper burial because she had joined us nonetheless. In the meantime, we're going to be setting up a radio terminal as well as a large antenna so that we can communicate with any trade ships that get into orbit around this planet. Or we may also be able to contact the Orbital Traders Hub, which is exactly what we decided to do. Probably the best part about being a pirate clan, even a small one, means that we have certain connections, such as to the Kigyar pirates. These jackal pirates are vicious monsters, even more so than us by leaps and bounds. I can't wait to see what they have for sale. We built some orbital trade beacons in our storage rooms to link up with our radio terminals, and then finally the Kigyar ship was in orbit, so we decided to do a little bit of trading with them. They actually had some slaves that would join us as colonists, so we ended up purchasing 2 people, both of which were immediately instructed by Captain Udo himself to go into the storage room and equip any weapons and armor that their little hearts desire. I'm not going to lie, the equipment we had for them wasn't exactly up to par, but it'll do for now. Welcome aboard. First up, we have the jealous and kind ex-spaceship chef named Ryan, who is obviously very good at cooking and is pretty good at medical and social as well. Based on what I can tell, it looks like the starship that he was aboard and employed on was attacked by Kigyar pirates, and that's how he became their slave. Next up, we have Manticore here, who actually happens to be an ascetic cannibal pyromaniac who just so happened to be a jailbird as an adult with a very good melee skill and and that's about it, but that was what interested us about her. I doubt she'll do too well with those hand cannons that she's holding, but that is why she has 2 of them. A few days later, we built Zap Zap a brand new high-tech research table. This should make researching new technologies much faster. As you can see, we still have quite a few to go before we get to Starflight Basics, which is what we need before we can start building hull for the ship. Don't forget, we are technically space pirates, so we do need to get back into outer space with a much better ship. A few days later though, and we would finally recruit one of the ODSTs known as Bad Luck after several weeks of trying to break their spirit and convince them to be a pirate. I started working on a secondary high-tech research bench as I am really trying to speed run these technologies into Starflight Basics, that way we can get back into space, as I was yapping about earlier of course. Then I began to think, you know, we are pirates. It would only make sense if our base had the aesthetic of a pirate base. So I removed the skulls from some of our previous enemies and we would actually start sticking them on spikes and putting them out by our walls. I realize this might seem trivial and meaningless, but hey, first impressions are everything. We then would have a request from the Covenant of all people, and they were actually asking if they could drop some toxic waste on us, and in exchange they would give us a few different things, so we actually accepted for a Cataphract helmet as well as an Archotech spine. Now we accepted this for a few different reasons. 1, because we wanted these items, but 2, because we wanted to improve relations with the Covenant so that we could actually begin trading with them. Some Covenant weapons would really be amazing for us, to be honest. And you know what? Funny enough, several days later, a very large caravan with a lot of grunts ended up arriving and they were looking to do some trading with us. As one might expect, they were extremely interested in our Forerunner metal, something about their gods or something, I don't know, but we did end up buying a plasma rifle off of them as well as a plasma pistol. These 2 weapons alone were very, very expensive, but they are well worth it, as we've seen several times simply with Zap Zap's plasma pistol alone. While the Covenant forces were here though, we had a formidable foe in the form of the Empire. It would seem they're quite pissed off about us attacking their tribute collector earlier on in the episode. Can't say I blame them. They took out our turrets pretty quickly and hit a few of our spike traps, but they wouldn't really encounter any defenses on our side. We were hiding inside our ship hoping that the Covenant would take care of them for us. And I was not disappointed, I must say. The endless droves of grunts that the Covenant had brought along with them were basically one gigantic plasma shotgun killing Imperial soldiers left and right. They would decide to flee, which was a really good move on their part, and I also think hiding inside was a good move on our part. Not only would we have probably gotten injured by the Covenant forces, but also we may have damaged them and caused them to be pissed off at us. One of the greatest things about this though, there were plenty of soldiers left behind that we could strip of their gear and keep for ourselves. Most of them, though, were unwaveringly loyal to the Empire, so we couldn't take them as soldiers. As briefly touched on before, though, all of their gear was now ours, and there was a lot of gear. Of course, we had plenty of Cataphract armor and helmets and recon armor and helmets from the Empire, but more importantly, we had a smorgasbord of plasma pistols from all of the Ungoi that had died under the Covenant. Which, as you could imagine, as someone who just bought those weapons off the Covenant, paying full price, I felt a little bit silly, but I do think we got our silver back, as you can see. Since the majority of the Imperial forces were unwaveringly loyal to their home faction, we had only managed to capture this one fella here with a really good melee stat, and he also had a burning passion in intellectual. He was also a very neurotic masochist who was super immune, which will come in handy because we're constantly getting infections and whatnot here in the jungle. I just don't always show those. Now back to our newly found large stockpile of arms, which is composed of mostly plasma pistols as discussed earlier. I am going to try to sell these, and I know I won't get the full sale price, but it's better than keeping them all there as we really don't need that many of them, and for the most part, most of them are awful or poor quality, so they're not that wonderful. We're going to attempt to try and offload them to some pirate combat suppliers. There are always eager to get their hands on some Covenant tech. It'll probably take a few volleys of trade ships though, so we'll do that in the background. Days later, the ODST known as Gaines would finally join us, and of course she immediately went into the storage room to begin equipping some decent weapons and armor so that she can efficiently protect our pirate crew. We would also begin working on some new forms of power generation just to add a little bit of variety, so we ended up building 2 brand new wind turbines, and we also started clearing out the vegetation around them to ensure that we get plenty of power from them. Now, the reason that we're doing this and building these batteries and trying to store as much power as possible is because we are exponentially expanding our research building. Like I said earlier, I am trying to speed run the Starflight basics as well as any other ship technologies that need to be researched, and to do so we're going to need plenty of high-tech research benches as well as people to begin researching at those benches, so yeah, that's what we're doing here right now. And it's going pretty well, and very fast, I must say. At one point we had yet another combat supplier, and of course we were selling them all of our new arms and everything that we have in storage, but we actually bought some interesting items off of them. We would end up purchasing an advanced shield. Of course we made plenty of silver off the trade, but we also bought a ship blueprint. I decided to buy it in case it would come in handy. I wanted to put it down to see how it works, and I would end up doing so. Of course, it's not really going to be a viable option to actually build this blueprint until we research the technologies that are required to even start on the hull and stuff like that, but I tried it, nothing really happened, so I decided to uninstall it and take it all the way back home, but who knows, maybe it'll come in handy in the future. Speaking of the future, if we don't manage to get off this rock sometime soon and get back to our pirating ways above and in the stars, looks like we're going to be dealing with some pretty big insect hives. I expected that this could be an issue with taking on those waste packs, but it's worth it for some decent relations with the Covenant. Later on, we would finally recruit the Imperial soldier that we have captured from the large raid where they fought with the Covenant, send him into the storage room, yada yada, you know the drill. He equipped weapons and armor, and we're happy to have him. His main duties will be as a researcher along with Ryan, Sam, and Zap Zap. I know I keep harping on research, but it's very important to me because as a space pirate series, what we're trying to create here, I feel like there's a lot of pirates on the ground in this series thus far, so I really just want to focus this episode so much on research. That way next episode we should be able to launch off the planet with the appropriately sized ship that we're wanting and the huge crew that we currently have, as you can see. As it stands, we have a pretty good sized crew of 11 people. I think I might be willing to grow it just a little bit more so we have some more people who are actually able to fight, as someone like Tiny there is only able to construct. So it'd be nice to have some other people who can actually shoot and try to fight any invaders that are boarding our ship, but having too many mouths to feed would be a big problem. But my friends, as the episode winds down to an end here, I do want to talk about some lore, as you guys have already been providing some amazing lore for our characters and the story. First up, we have some backstory for Zap Zap from our friend Wood Goldfish 9124, who says that Zap Zap's parents actually worked on an industrial mining ship at one point. Something went haywire and the ship actually crashed on Captain Udo's planet. This would explain why she and Udo know each other, as well as how she knows how to pilot a ship. Next up, we have some backstory for the captain and Zap Zap from our good friend Yuya Plays 9311, who says, the two of them had been captured by the UNSC and just so happened to be sharing a prison cell. Udo had told Zap Zap that he overheard one of the guards talking about a science ship that had been docked at the base. They had heard many details about the ship, especially the small crew with only 2 members and 1 mech, thinking of course they'd be able to take them out quite easily. They had been planning their escape from the prison for quite a while and thought this was the perfect opportunity. Managing to break out of their prison cell, getting their personal belongings back like their weapons, and stowing away in the research vessel. And that is the perfect explanation and story of the events leading up to, well, right before we started the series when the 2 of them were on board the ship. Now, before we go today as well, we are going to be renaming our ship that I had previously called Old Bessie into the Star Reaper, a much more foreboding and cool name. And this badass ship name was of course provided by one of you guys, our good friend Moro Zapasum, I believe is how you pronounce it, so thank you ever so much for that. But my friends, I do truly hope that you have enjoyed today's episode. I'm sorry that it's a little bit less than 30 minutes. I tend to try to shoot for that, if not around 35 or yada yada. You guys know how it is. There's just so much research that I tried to cram into this episode, and I was becoming a little bit bored with it is all, and occasionally dealing with threats and stuff like that. Not that this episode wasn't fun, don't get me wrong. I really enjoyed it, and I'm really enjoying this series, and I'm glad you guys are too. But I love you guys ever so much, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series, where today, my friends, hopefully we are going to be taking our happy little pirate bums all the way back into outer space on a brand new and improved ship. But first, I'm afraid that our primate companion Jangles is currently battling the flu. We are currently tending to it, but we'll have to make sure that we keep a close eye. It's going to be a little hard to keep an eye on anything though, because our lights keep going out. Yes indeed, we are once again having power issues, and it is once again my fault, of course, but we're running 4 high-tech research benches. Cut me a little slack here. We're also running them 24/7, and these new windmills should help out with that. But don't look now, because something's falling from the sky. Ah yes, the mighty mech cluster. Something funny about this mech cluster is some way, shape, or form they managed to have sentinels among their ranks. I'm not sure how they managed to override their programming and have them as part of the mech hive, but either way, this ended up causing something of a sentinel civil war, which was very interesting. But this ended up causing the mechs to try and attack the base preemptively, which we weren't exactly ready for. For example, the captain himself was currently experiencing a food binge, meaning that he and his rocket launcher wouldn't be available for this fight, putting us at a pretty big disadvantage, I'll say. Regardless though, the mechanoids were coming right for us, whether we were ready for them or not. We tried to utilize our disruptor pistol as well as the plasma pistols that we had to try and hopefully stun them as much as possible. One of the biggest issues we faced during this battle was the fact that their sentinels could shoot us from a very far distance away, and we only had someone like Sam who could snipe them from a distance. Not to worry though, because it didn't take very long at all for their centipedes to break our lines, causing us to squirm around and just try to kill them as best we could. Thankfully though, I will say that their attention was mostly focused on the gun that was attached to our ship, giving us the advantage here to try and kill them while they tried to destroy them. At the end of the day, we came out victorious with nothing more than a pile of mechanoid corpses and a couple of fires here and there to put out. Our people were pretty injured though, so while they were healing up, we used the ship's defense systems to finish off the remaining bits and bobs of the mech cluster. Now look, I'd be lying to you if I said that that mech cluster didn't really suck ass, but nobody died, and also now we have all of these mechanoids and even these sentinels that we can take apart for their precious metals, so, classic space pirate W. As bad luck was tearing apart the sentinels, we actually ended up getting a sentinel beam off of one of them. I'm not sure what the chances are of being able to take that off one of the corpses, but this is the first one that we've seen. We decided to test it out on some of the local wildlife, and I gotta say it's pretty cool because it's basically a never-ending fire rate, but it seems to do some pretty low damage for the most part. Could come in handy for the future though. I also thought maybe I should mention that Jangles the moon monkey here has finally recovered from her flu, and she is feeling right as rain. After that, I also noticed that there was a very large wildfire that had broken out around the starship that crashed in episode 1, the same one that we plan on taking all of the parts and resources from once we have an adequate way of transporting them back here. I mostly just wanted to mention that to remind you that we still have that. Something else that we have is our researchers working literally around the clock at all times on Starflight Basics, which they would inevitably end up completing sometime later. Probably our biggest milestone yet. It is a prerequisite for many other technologies that we need, but also this will now allow us to build ship hull, expanding our ship. With that completed, I'm actually going to put a little bit of focus into researching basic vehicles. It shouldn't take very long at all, but this will allow us to build some things like trucks or something to that effect so that we can actually go deconstruct the fallen starship and haul all of those resources back here. Previously, the vanilla vehicles expanded mods were not part of the mod list, but I have added them if you guys were interested. In preparation for the completion of our research into vehicles, we would end up building a garage. Nothing too fancy, just a little standard wooden shack. In the meantime, the captain would also do a little bit of bartering with some more combat suppliers. That way we could purchase some more stolen UNSC weapons, as well as some of their glistening, powerful armor. This also feels like as good a time as any to mention mention that these power armors actually also function as EVA suits. We would also begin researching cryosleep caskets, as it is a prerequisite for the ones that we need for the ship. We would then begin working on our garage, finally finishing it, but before we could work on any car parts, we would actually have to start scavenging for some steel, as we were basically bone dry. Thankfully, there were still plenty of steel structures on the map that we could deconstruct, but there was only one last remaining steel vein for us to mine, meaning that from here on out we're going to have to either get it from the crashed starship or maybe even purchase it. That is of course a problem for the future. Right now we are focused on finishing up plenty of car parts, as well as the extensive research it's going to take before we can actually begin building anything on the ship. And besides, we're not even going to make it to the crashed starship to get any resources if we're murdered by the Knuckle Duster lineup. Our fellow pirates have once again come to try and kill us and steal all our things, and one of them just so happens to be Braden, the lover of gains. Well, I'm afraid that Braden and his pansy-ass compadre pirates are going to be faced with the massive guns of our ship, as well as the smaller guns of all of our pirates very quickly. We rushed out to our defenses to meet these bastards on the battlefield. As you can imagine, our weapons were far superior to the weapons of these scroungy fools, meaning that we had killed the western group quite easily, but we were still heavily outnumbered by the other two remaining groups. If they were smart, all three groups of them would have attacked us all at once, overwhelming our defenses as well as our fellow pirates. But you don't call yourselves the Knuckle Duster lineup if you have any brains. There were a handful of survivors, but of course we wouldn't meet them with mercy, stripping them of their gear before killing them. However, one fella by the name of Howled we would actually tend to before capturing him and taking him prisoner. We wanted him to join us for his planting skill, but we didn't know how useful that would end up being in space, and he doesn't have a good shooting or melee skill or really any other skills, so we enslaved him. That way we could sell him if we wanted to. Quite literally not a second to spare. After the raid ended, we had an infestation in our generator room, which was a little bit of a problem, I'll say. However, thus far Captain Udo has yet to meet a problem that he couldn't solve with his new rocket launcher, so that's exactly what we used to solve this little problem. We did end up destroying our generators in the process, but to be honest with you, the bugs didn't even get close enough to harm us, so I thought it was a win for sure. I think these rocket launchers might be our greatest purchase yet, as they always level the playing field against any enemy. But now with that little incident behind us, it's time for us to start working on our very first vehicles. We would end up creating 4 separate jet bikes, similar in shape and style to a normal bike, only they're much, much faster. Not only did these bikes look good, but they would also be able to help us out of any pinch if we were to maybe get bogged down with enemies and needed a quick escape route. They would also play a crucial role in purchasing and hauling all of the resources that we need for our ship. Now, they don't really have a very high cargo capacity, so we're going to have to build some other vehicles, but this is a start. We would then actually have official ceremonies that would crown Captain Udo as the pirate captain. That way he could take advantage of the leader abilities, and just as well we would also give Zap Zap the first mate role, which would actually end up giving her the abilities of the moral guide. No reason not to take advantage of these official roles and their abilities if we have the choice. But now we truly begin preparations of resources for our ship, so we're going to begin requesting plenty of bulk goods traders from the Orbital Traders Hub. I also want to briefly mention that because this episode is so focused on us getting the research completed as well as the ship completed, there will be a severe lack of things going on the ground, such as raids and things like that. Not necessarily that they're not going on, just I'm not going to be showing every little bit and bob that happens, unfortunately. I'm sure you all don't mind though. Something I will be showing you, however, is the construction and little mini road of our garage. It's a dog-eat-dog world here on this planet, so we need somewhere at least semi-safe that we can keep our vehicles. But then something miraculous happened. Tiny tried to flirt with Gaines by saying good things about her attitude, and Gaines became quite aroused, and anyhow, the two of them are now deeply in love. Now, Tiny is a high mate, so instinctively this was to be expected, of course, but the miraculous part was Gaines is now pregnant, literally within days. Looks like our pirate crew is going to be growing by one tiny little extra number. I suppose we're going to have to try and get a crib on board. Exciting nonetheless. But cribs cost resources just like everything else that we need need on our ship. Luckily, the bulk goods trader is there for us, and we would end up purchasing plenty of resources several times over, but this wasn't exactly working out, you know? I don't want to have to buy these resources every single time, especially not when we have that starship. So if we're going to need to spend our money to get a leg up in this world, quite literally, and get off of this world, we're going to need to do it correctly. So we would actually send out our 4 jet bikes to do a bit of trading with some of the nearby Outlanders. We would end up purchasing resources from them, such as steel and components, and the reason that we're doing this is so that we can build a much better vehicle that can actually carry more cargo from the crash site. Don't get me wrong, I do love our jet bikes, and they are extremely fast and really badass looking, to be fair, but we're still on a pirate planet. It is still extremely dangerous here with the UNSC crawling around, and now the Empire of course hates us, so it would be much better if we had a vehicle that could fly. Allow me to introduce to you the Cabriolet. This bad mamma jamma is reminiscent of cars from the past, and also has the same technology as the jet bikes, just instead of being one attached to the back, there are actually 4 that are pointed at the ground, allowing it to take off in flight. Now that we have this badass vehicle in our arsenal, it's time that we actually go to the crash site and begin collecting resources. You'll notice a huge difference in the amount of time it takes for our Cabriolet to actually get there compared to our jet bikes. It unfortunately can't hold a massive amount of cargo, but it is very fast and thus is going to make this process much quicker. But now comes the tedious part of deconstructing this entire, or at least the vast majority of this crash ship for all that it is worth. The process of which is going to take a very long time, no doubt, so we ended up building a very small camp where we could rest our heads at night and even enjoy some meals together by the fire. Later on into the night, Henry and Ryan would finally arrive on the jet bikes, and this is a true testament to just how fast our aerial vehicle is compared to our land vehicles. They were tired from their long journey, and the captain and Zap Zap were very tired from all the deconstructing all day, so they would rest before waking up in the morning to get up and do it all over again. Now I know what you might be saying though, Rat Knight, how are you going to fuel all of this traveling with all these resources? Well, my friends, the best part about being on a jungle planet, there is plenty of wood that can be converted into chemfuel to fuel our destiny among the stars. And this is part of why I didn't want to show every little thing that ends up happening this episode with Manhunter packs, or even these quests that we end up getting that we're not really taking, because most of this is just boring, tedious work of me loading up these resources into our vehicles and deconstructing the starship and yada yada. I think you get the point. Truly, I think our pirates were just sick of this planet and its inhabitants, and they were more than eager to get off of it and begin doing what they do best: pirating. However, there was one little hiccup in the plan I thought might be worth mentioning. We had a raid from the UNSC. They were dropping all over the starship area, and they were preparing to try and take us down. It would appear that they've become privy to our plans of getting off of this rock, and they intend to stop us. Well, I hate to break it to you, but we don't intend on letting you stop us. You'll never take us alive. The UNSC squad that came to attack us was a bit bigger than we initially thought, as I didn't see all the drop pods that were scattered everywhere. Mostly consisting of Marines and ODSTs, but they once again had a Spartan among their ranks with a big old skewer. We wanted to take the Spartan out first, but unfortunately our rockets weren't super accurate from this range, and even when they were, the shields of the Spartan would stop them from killing them. Our best move here is going to be to try to lure the attackers into the wreckage where we could hide and fight them that way. Think of it something like guerrilla warfare. We've been in this wreckage for a very long time, and we know it like the back of our hands, having to take it apart and whatnot, so we kinda had a home field advantage. The attackers began to flee, even the Spartan, who knew that they would be overwhelmed by a 4-on-1 situation. They got away, but the Marines wouldn't be so lucky. I did, however, notice that during the battle there was a little bit of an oopsie daisy. As you can see with Henry, some of these injuries are from our own rocket launcher. It would seem the sun of this planet was interfering with the targeting system of the rocket launcher. Either that or the captain had his eyes closed, one or the other. A bit of time later, we had finally collected enough resources and brought back home that I felt comfortable deconstructing the front portion of our ship so we could finally get started on extending it. The process process of which, yes, you guessed it, is going to take a very long time, but we'll get there, no worries. And I want to say thank you to you guys, because I'm not completely familiar with Save Our Ship 2, and a lot of you guys were telling me that I should save up resources ahead of time, which is actually something I didn't do, and at least not do all that well, and so this wouldn't have taken near as long or been as tedious if I would have done that. So thank you, but sorry. Luckily it wasn't too big of a deal either, since our little speed racer here could actually make several trips back and forth per day. Probably the longest part was just loading it up each time, I'd say. Naturally though, it would help that we had a pretty big stash of silver saved up so that we could try and buy things from the bulk goods traders. The biggest issue that we were having was trying to get the steel here from the wreckage, as it was actually much heavier than plasteel. So we mostly relied on traders for that and our components, and we also purchased a spare EVA helmet just for the hell of it, in case we need it. Finally, we would begin working on the interior of the ship. I had hoped that it would be much bigger than this, but I guess I had sorely underestimated the cost of building onto it like this. Nonetheless, when it's all said and done, we'll have enough quarters for our crew, as well as a storage area, a kitchen, and also a cryo sleep bay for all of our pirates. However, construction would have to be halted for a brief moment as Gaines went into labor finally. Hours upon hours of excruciating pain, but it was worth it. A beautiful baby girl. However, the poor little baby was born sick, but she would be fine. She's a fighter. She is a pirate after all. I mean, her mother was an elite ODST who is one of the most badass fighters of the UNSC, so this baby's probably stronger than most people after being a few hours old. Besides, the ship doctor, Ryan, will take good care of all her medical needs, and I'm sure Auntie Zap Zap wouldn't mind chipping in here and there. The captain would ensure that there were specific blueprints for a cryo sleep crib for our newest member, as well as a critter sleep casket for Jangles the moon monkey. We always take care of our own around here. But finally though, the first expansion of our ship is completed. We do need to still paint it and get it in line with this black and red theme that we have going on, but first we're going to try to expand it a little bit more by digging through the mountain and adding on to the tip of it there. First things first though, we're gonna have to head back to the starship wreckage and gather up on more resources. First, we need to try and get a bigger storage room. I would also like to have a bigger freezer for our food, and possibly even, hear me out on this, a hydroponics basin so we don't starve to death in space. So much to do and so little steel to do it with, but first, looks like we have a raid from the UNSC once more. These bastards are really hammering home on us this episode. It looks like they're falling in transport pods all around our territory. Initially, it didn't seem like there were actually all that many of them, especially on our western side, but on the eastern side, they were crawling all over the place, and there were plenty more to come. Our defenses wouldn't stand even a fraction of a chance with this much firepower. This was no longer an attempt to hinder our process. This was scorched earth. They were trying to totally shut us down. We were completely outgunned, outnumbered, and outmatched. We had all fled to the ship for safety, but as we were doing so, Jangles would get scared by all the gunfire and begin running away towards the enemy. We had came under extreme fire, and there was no way for anyone to go out and try to rescue Jangles. We were completely pinned down by the enemy. They continued to advance on the ship, inching closer and closer every moment. Our defenses had completely failed, and even the guns of our ship were taking a lot of damage. We wouldn't be able to hold out like this for much longer. We had to figure out something, anything. We had an idea, but it was a last-ditch effort, and it would unfortunately mean that we would have to sacrifice our good friend Jangles the moon monkey. I'm afraid at this point though, it's Jangles' life or ours though. With a heavy heart, we would have to launch the ship, and with that we would leave this wretched rock. Well, it looks like we made it. We actually did it. and we're all completely safe. That wasn't exactly the launch we were looking for at all, but I suppose at the very least, none of our humanoid crew members were injured or dead. Jangle's memory will always live on through every single member of our crew, and our merciless crusades throughout the cosmos. The name Jangles the Moon Monkey shall echo on for an eternity. We fought so hard to get into space, but now the question remains, what do we do now? We do what we do best. Murder, rob, and plunder. First though, we're going to need some time to kind of relax and cool off a little bit. We almost died in a huge UNSC attack against us, so I mean, you know, our nerves are still a little bit shot at the moment. Some rec time in the old holodeck would make us feel better though. Shame it's the only recreation item we could get on board before we had to leave though. After getting our bearings back about us though, a quick scan of the ship actually showed that our defenses were offline. Perplexed by this, we were beginning to wonder what had happened. It would appear that the UNSC completely destroyed both of our gun turrets, leaving us very vulnerable to attacks. Though we had managed to bring quite a few of our resources with us, so it shouldn't take long before we can build new gun turrets. I didn't have a chance to mention earlier either though, we had actually brought our jet car along with us. Now we did have to seal up the garage door as it doesn't function as an airlock, so if we ever want to get it out, we'll have to deconstruct some of the hull. Speaking of construction though, we would end up building a radio terminal on the ship. That way we can actually communicate with other factions, and the captain could also call the orbital traders hub once that's possible again. It's going to be a little while, looks like. Which is actually quite a shame, because as the captain went outside to begin clearing up the resources like plasteel and normal steel that were around the old gun turrets, I realized that we needed more advanced components before we could replace them, and we're going to have to trade for those, as we can't exactly just make them, due to our limited resources, of course. Now, something that we did have plenty of loaded up into the ship before we left was dye, so we would actually begin painting the exterior and the interior of the ship, minus the flooring, at least for now. I will say I was pretty happy with how the ship was looking though after we painted it, though I am still pretty disappointed that we didn't have an opportunity to expand it further. That is something that we can actually do from space, assuming everyone has the proper attire on, so that their organs aren't sucked out through their spacesuit or just froze, you know, to death. Before today's episode ends though, I am going to be renaming Bulwark. I asked for names last episode, and I actually received the wonderful name of Porkins from our good friend Rex705 Gaming, who says that this would be a good pig pun. Not only that, but I believe it's also a Star Wars reference, if I'm not mistaken. And before we go today, we do have a bit of lore from our good friend Ball5093. Sorry if I butchered your name, but you suggested the lore that Udo got his nickname from eating a plant for a bet called an Udo fruit that tends to cause rapid hemorrhages. Luckily, the fruit was rotten, giving him only a mild tummy ache. Zap Zap got her nickname from, well, she does the Zap Zap. I absolutely love this. I especially love that the captain's is very specific and, a very detailed lore, while Zap Zap's just, it just kind of makes sense. Remember, if you guys have any lore or ideas or anything really that you would like to see added to the series, be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Don't be shy, especially with the lore. If you want to provide that and kind of try to make these characters your own, as well as our own, I suppose, feel free to. I apologize for a little bit of a shorter episode today, and a little bit of a time crunch, to be honest with you, but also we've done a lot this episode, and we finally made it back into space, so I'm pretty content with that. But I love you guys ever so much. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, my good friends, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series in Save Our Ship 2, baby, where at the moment we are still currently orbiting around the planet after our daring and narrow escape from the UNSC last episode. The first order of business today was to build a chess table, that way our pirates aren't too bored when they only have the holodeck. Of course, we can't have them throwing horseshoes around on the ship, so this is a good alternative. However, our little project would be interrupted when the ship entered an asteroid field. To evade the asteroids, we would need to engage the ship's engine. Zap Zap and the others rushed into the control room. The ship was already getting pelted left and right from the asteroids. Zap Zap quickly hit the engines as fast as she could so that we could get the hell out of here. And with that, it would seem that we have finally gotten ourselves to safety, with some fairly minor damage to the hull to boot. Thankfully, our captain and a few of our other crew would have no trouble repairing it. Since we're currently eating off of our limited food storage, I decided we should probably stop making some fine meals and stick with these simple ones to try and conserve as much as possible. To try and help us out with this little problem, I also built some steel planter box in our battery/salvage bay room and built some sun lamps on the walls. That way we could try to grow some rice, although things are very cramped because of this. The idea being, of course, that we could keep our chest-loving pirates out of those cryo-sleep caskets for as long as possible, but because of the limited food, I really don't know how feasible that's going to be. I suppose we'll have to see. What was that? Trash? We have toxic waste that fell in through our salvage bay. At first, we were a bit perplexed by this, but then we had received a transmission from the Secessionist Union, the rebels fighting the UNSC. They must have taken over our old base on the ground very quickly and shot our trash back into space at us, as if to add insult to injury, the assholes. However, I am quite glad that we got all this trash, the reason being, if they know that we're hovering above the planet in orbit, that would also mean that surely the UNSC knows we're here as well. Because of this, we would actually begin making preparations for a slip space jump by putting most of our crew into cryosleep for the time being, leaving us with our current crew of the captain, Zap Zap, Sam, Henry, Tiny, Gaines, and their little baby, of course. These four have been chosen to stay out of cryosleep for the time being because their construction and planting skills are still needed before a slip space jump. I wanted to add on some additional planting boxes to our already extremely cramped room so we can begin planting more rice. Even if the crew is in cryosleep, we're still going to have to grow food for when they wake up so they can eat. We also attempted to give the food some time to grow, as well as many other opportunities, maybe to trade with some other people or possibly even rob them for their food. As you never know, we could come out of slip space and end up crashing on a planet, and it may be survival of the fittest. It was during this time that Tiny and Gaines decided to finally tie the knot as well. It was quite beautiful, except for the fact I think they were really only doing it because they were afraid that they may never wake up from cryosleep again. Nonetheless, we all had a beautiful banquet to celebrate the beautiful occasion. After that, though, it was time for their icy cold hibernation. Tiny would carefully put their beautiful baby girl in her very own pod as he and Gaines stepped into theirs. Reluctantly, it would then be time for Henry and Sam to get into their pods as well. And now the only crew that we currently have left out of hibernation is Captain Udo and First Mate Zap Zap. They would attempt to plan out coordinates to set sail towards a planet with no UNSC presence. However, there was a fear that once they entered their pods, anything could go awry, so they decided to use an AI for the ship. Not only would they activate the AI for the ship, but they would also allow it to take form, giving it a humanoid form, allowing it to interact with the world around it. Currently, it is unnamed AI, but by the end of the episode, we will be naming it with some names that were provided from you guys from a post that I actually made last night. The AI was pretty mediocre at most things, but that's okay as it should learn as time goes on. With the AI prepared to pilot our ship, it was time for us to get into our cryo-sleep caskets. What's funny here is that Zap Zap actually fit into the critter sleep casket that was meant for Jangles the Moon Monkey because I had accidentally not put enough in here. But it doesn't really matter as long as she fits into it, I suppose. Then the captain would be the last to join in on the hibernation. But now with that, all of our crew is hibernating, awaiting the order from the AI to release them from their cold slumber. It's time for us to make a slip space jump, my friends. Well, thankfully it would seem that we did make it out the other side fully intact, not ripped apart by the gravity of a gigantic world or any space worms, and for that, we're grateful. According to the ship's AI, it took us 73 years to find another habitable world without any UNSC presence, or at least a very minor presence. Now that the journey is finally complete, the AI can go around and begin releasing the captain and the first mate from their cryosleep caskets. That way we can get things back on track around here. The AI would begin time briefing the captain and the first mate about the planet that they've arrived at. Because of the specific filters given to it, it has actually brought us to a world without any primary government. Apparently this planet is a failed colony from a once great pigskin government and empire that existed in this solar system. What was left of that government was eradicated by the Covenant when they arrived here digging for one of their ancient artifacts from their gods, of course. You know how they are. What remains of the pigskin government is now shambles of pirates and droves of raiders. Sounds like our kind of people. We were going to load up our jet car and take it down to the surface to maybe do a little bit of trading with these pigskin pirates. Luckily, our jet car actually functions just like a shuttle. You may notice that it is now missing its paint job, and eventually we'll repaint it again. I suppose all those years of sitting in there, maybe it rusted away, I'm not sure. We went down to the surface, and as mentioned, all we did was trade with the pigskins, and then we would come right back, as I didn't want to use up all the fuel that we had in the shuttle car. Oddly enough, they didn't really want to purchase much from us, but we did end up purchasing an advanced component from them. This will now allow us to build yet another weapon to replace the two that we lost. We would wake Tiny up from his little nap, as he is our best at construction, and he went ahead and built us yet another cannon. Thanks, Tiny. We had also built an additional garage door onto the ship. I believe last episode I was talking about how this wouldn't actually be the equivalent of an airlock, and I didn't think that it would be, but after reloading into this save, it looks like it actually is, as we can breathe in here, so that's good. Next up though, we're actually going to be waking up Henry as well as Sam from their little naps, and we're going to be sending them down to the surface. Though cryo sleep sickness appears to be taking quite the toll on young Henry here. The reason that we're sending them down is because we're actually going to have them begin collecting some resources. Henry is really good at construction, and Sam, of course, is really good at plants. Even an icy frozen planet such as this one has plenty of trees that we can cut down and convert and refine into chem fuel for our ship as well as our shuttles. Henry would waste no time getting to work on cutting down all these trees so we could actually build a temporary shelter and start on that refining as discussed. Sam would begin mining. I forgot to mention she is actually quite the miner, so we're also going to have her mine some steel to bring back home. And by home, of course, I mean our mothership in the sky. But the work ahead is going to be very tedious and difficult, so for now, we will let them rest. Back aboard the Star Reaper, though, we received transmission from a combat supplying trade ship that was in orbit around the planet. Instead of trading with them, we decided to demand that they hand over their cargo. This is an act of piracy. I suppose they would just rather hand over all of their cargo instead of having our cannons blast them or our pirates board them and take it all. Can't say I blamed them. We actually had quite a few torpedoes and some weapons and some armor, and most importantly, we had quite a bit of silver, so we were really stocked for the future. And with that, our first true act of space piracy is complete. Back on the surface, Henry and Sam were hunting some of the local wildlife to keep their tummies satiated before beginning to mine out plenty of steel. Now, before we can actually begin bringing resources like steel and fuel back to the Reaper, we're going to have to build ourselves some residential housing here in this little camp, as well as a solar panel to power the camp and a biofuel refinery to actually begin refining said chem fuel. Realistically, fuel is the least of our concerns in terms of actually bringing it back to the ship. The fuel is mostly going to be used to power our shuttle to get back and forth. But because our shuttles can't carry all that much weight, we're actually going to need a second one at the very least. It would be preferable if we had an entire fleet of them, but we'll have to make do with what we have. Back in orbit though, the ship had entered a debris field, something to be expected with a shitty little pirate planet like this. We engaged our engines to attempt to avoid them, but we did manage to get the ship hit by debris a few times. It wasn't too big of a deal. It did destroy some of the hull, but whatever, the AI can repair it pretty easily for the most part. But after that, it was finally time for us to start bringing some resources back up to the Star Reaper. We would have Henry drop these off, and it was basically just some chem fuel, wood, and some steel. The best part about these shuttles, though, is we can actually make several trips per day, which kind of helps negate the fact that it can only carry 145 steel into orbit. Our resource base, though, would then be attacked by the Flood. Unlike the previous planet we were on, there were no Forerunner Sentinels to protect us. Thankfully, it appears that there is only a very minor Flood presence on this planet, meaning that it's most likely not been here for a very long time, but these infection forms were still very dangerous. Even more dangerous, though, were the carrier forms, containing many of these infection forms that would burst out of them when damaged. But as you know, damaging them was the only way to kill them, so I'm sure you can see the conundrum here. After a while though, we had managed to kill all of those pesky infection forms without them getting too close. Hopefully there are no more crawling around in the shadows. We attempted to begin building yet another jet shuttle car, but this was interrupted by our very first ship battle. It would appear that an extremely fast and agile fighter vessel is approaching the Star Reaper with malicious intent. This vessel was much faster than us, and its turrets had much more range on ours, so we couldn't even shoot it from the distance we were at. You might think that maybe we should retreat, and that's what I thought at first as well. But retreating would give this fighter a good shot at our engines, meaning that they would almost definitely be destroyed, so we decided to advance on it, allowing our hull to take the brunt of the damage. As we began getting within range to fire at them, the cowards decided to flee. We lost signal of their position, and thus we knew that we were safe. The AI on board the ship would actually begin repairing the hull and replacing any of the missing components that were required. It definitely helped out quite a bit that we continued getting shipments of steel and components from the ground. Mainly just steel though, which is fine because it is the main resource that we're currently lacking to expand our ship hull even further. That and plasteel, but plasteel isn't exactly all that hard to obtain. We then had a quest from a sanguiphage named Tetsuya who wanted to meet up with two others in our resource camp and discuss some private business, if you will, and of course we don't give a shit, so we accepted for some advanced components. We allowed them to have their little meeting in one of our sheds, away from the prying eyes of any pirates that might be hiding in the bushes, or maybe the Covenant, I don't really know. But by the time the meeting had adjourned, Tetsuya actually requested to stay here with us. I have no idea as to why. This place is very shabby and awful, but we accepted, as we could always use more pirates on board the ship. We could also always arrest him at some point and sell him as a slave. Just don't tell him that though. I don't know that we're going to do that. One, he's a sanguiphage, and also he's pretty good at crafting, cooking, mining, and melee, so, you know, maybe we keep him. Either way though, we would take him back up to the Star Reaper. I forgot that he doesn't have a spacesuit on, so he got a little injured from the decompression, but as a sanguiphage, he'll heal very quickly. We allowed him to equip some armor and then jump right into a cryosleep casket to take a little snooze. Now that he's safe and sound back on board, we can actually begin mining plenty more steel from our resource base. The Orbital Traders Hub would actually contacting us asking if we wanted them to send us a trade ship. We requested a bulk goods trader and they would arrive sometime later. We attempted to threaten them and rob them on several occasions, but to no avail. They didn't even respond to our request, so embarrassingly we would have to trade with them as normal. Once we get more weapons upon the Star Reaper and some weapons that actually have a longer distance than our current cannons, we won't be doing that anymore. We're going to start attacking those bastards if they won't listen. But for now, we were just happy to have the additional resources, as this would finally allow us to begin making expansions onto the front of our ship. But as we were doing so, we received a transmission from another pirate ship that was attempting to hail us. To our surprise, we were not met with hospitality from our fellow pirates. No, they were actually demanding 941 silver, threatening to attack us if we didn't comply. Captain Udo was enraged by this and demanded a parley through the ancient pirate code. He explained that we too were pirates and that we weren't looking for a fight, but damn it, if they wanted one, we would use all our resources to destroy them. And somehow, this parley succeeded. We had persuaded them into not attacking us, but not only did we do that, the captain was also very persuasive in getting them to trade with us as well. They were a slave ship, and we weren't exactly interested in buying any people for our crew, unfortunately, but we did end up purchasing some smoke leaf blunts as well as components and beer, just as a sign of good faith. A very much needed stress reliever after some extremely tense negotiations with our fellow ne'er-do-wells, I'll say. Once again though, we would begin working on our expansion of the ship, leaving our salvage bay in here, but also increasing the size of our planter boxes for our food production, just as well as making this our primary room for storage and research. We woke up Zap Zap to help us out with a little bit of research. Now, my first idea here of what we should research would be transport pods, because I was thinking transport pods have a pretty high cargo weight, and if we could get those launched from the ground with all the resources we're bringing up in our jet cars, that would be so much easier and so much faster. Speaking of the surface resource base though, we were beginning to work on some turrets to help us defend this base if something were to to happen, or if we were taking some resources up to the mothership and then we're not around to protect it, of course. Well, coincidentally, we ended up getting raided right in the middle of doing this. Someone called the Psych Army, apparently some other pirates that are on the planet. We don't really care, as we're not all that interested in their politics. All that we knew about these dumb bastards is that they just signed their very own death warrants. Their transport pods had went haywire, making them crash all over these mountains. Makes me wonder, did they even mean to attack us? I don't care. It sickens us to think that these bastards even dare call themselves pirates. Well, we'll be stripping that title from them as well as their souls. After watching a couple of their friends get turned into stains in the dirt, the others decided to run away. Can't say I blame them. Hopefully they'll wisen up and not try to mess with us anymore. We're the real pirates, bitch. Sometime later, and good old Zap Zap had finally finished her extensive research into transport pods, allowing us now to shoot them up into the sky or basically anywhere we pleased. After that, we began looking into researching some basic mech tech. I thought it could be fun if we really wanted to maybe build some androids and mechs to keep on board, but I don't know yet. Back on the surface, we started working on transport pods and a transport pod launcher just so we could go ahead and start sending some steel up, but unfortunately, I realized that the transport pod's reach is just below space, which I'm pretty sure I knew about ahead of time and just completely forgot, so we're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and just continue bringing them up by our shuttles. Which is fine, I suppose, though I don't think the captain's going to enjoy this news that that little plan failed. Maybe some of the skulls of our enemies, some exotic beef from the planet, and a Forerunner axe will make him happy. And so it did. Kind of. He was definitely pretty happy with decorating our ship with the skulls of those foolish enough to try and attack us. And you know, really, I think that these will put a smile on everyone's faces. We would then actually go over to the Covenant to do a little bit of trading with them. We were looking for some gold as we would need it for our multi-analyzer on the ship. We did have some previously, but we had used it up for the car wiring that we used to make our shuttles, unfortunately. Quite alright though, as we ended up bringing up 20 gold along with the other resources that we had packed from the surface, and we had our AI bring it inside for us. We would then wake Tiny up once more from his cryo sleep to help us out with building it, and then boom, we once again had a multi-analyzer allowing us to research advanced research once more. This time around, the research would be plasma turrets, as we wanted to build them onto our Star Reaper. The reason being they actually have a medium range compared to the short range of our current cannons that are attached. The Star Reaper is a very big and slow ship, so we can't exactly catch up with fighters. We need to be able to shoot them from a distance. We would actually start working on a new vehicle that could travel to space and also carry a good bit more cargo than we currently could with our shuttles, but we ended up having a ship battle. It would seem that it is once again yet another fighter coming to attack us and try to torment us. But this time the fighter was pretty close to the surface of the planet, and thus we concocted a plan. We would send our shuttles up to attack it for us. Though this little operation wouldn't come without its problems. One of the crew members came out with a UNSC rocket launcher and attacked Henry head-on. Thankfully though, Sam managed to snipe him in the head and kill him, splattering his blood into the void. Because of the engines firing with the AI inside the ship, we couldn't go around the back where the airlock was, where it was almost definitely much easier to blow a hole in the ship. No, instead we would have to do it directly from the side right through the hole. We would, however, make a little bit of an oopsie-daisy. After entering the ship, we still decided to try and blast through the airlock, but as you can see, it ended up destroying the chem fuel generators, which not only damaged us a little bit, but it would also cause the ship to lose all power, which also means that the ship is beginning to lose its orbit around the planet and starting to crash towards the surface. Sam would have to quickly try to hack into the console, and thankfully this ended up working, giving us a little bit more time, 1.3 days to be more specific. But because there's no power, neither Sam or Henry would be able to move the fighter to our location. Luckily, this is where our salvage bay will come in handy, and we can use the Star Reaper to move it itself. Which of course we would end up doing, and now we have the entire fighter vessel that we could try to salvage for parts. Or maybe something else, but that'll be in a moment. As for right now, we do have more pressing issues, like the fact that our Star Reaper was damn near cut in half towards the back end where our engines are by this fighter. It took a very long time, but eventually we did replace all of the missing hull, and I began to wonder why we even bother painting it until we get a massive shield around the ship, because we just have to keep replacing it and then we'll have to repaint it. You get the point. But using the salvage bay of the Star Reaper, I decided that I wanted to add this fighter onto the front of our ship, and basically the exact same size and design as what we already planned out, so it worked out perfectly. Not only that, but we're still currently right slap dab in the middle of researching plasma turrets, and this little fighter already has 2 of them equipped. The only issue, of course, being that we would have to deconstruct those engines. I wish that we could reinstall them somewhere else, but it does make sense that we can't, and of course we would have to add in our hull plating at the bottom and just kind of shape it how we want it to look. Well worth all the trouble. And after it was all said and done, by the end of it, I was pretty happy with how the Reaper turned out. Of course, like I mentioned, I would like to try and keep the paint job as black and red, but we keep getting attacked so often and our hull is getting destroyed so often that I just don't really feel like it's a feasible thing to do right now to continue painting it, but we'll try to get some shields pretty quickly. But for now, we have some naming to do. First up, we have our little baby that is named Baby, who we're actually going to be nicknaming Jingles. Now, with that being said, though, this is simply the baby's nickname. The first name of the baby is still currently Baby. I could change that, but to be honest with you, I kinda like it being the child's first name. We could call them Baby Jingles. It seems like the quirky type of names that pirates might give to a child, but of course this didn't come from me. This comes from our good friend FoK3678, who just said that we should name the baby Jingles. I like to think that this is something of an homage to Jangles, the moon monkey, though. Next up, we'll also be giving a name to the ship's AI. We're going to be naming him Adam, A-D-A-M. Now this abbreviated name comes from our compadre Boom Gaming 144 and actually stands for Absolute Destruction, Annihilation, and Mayhem. A very badass and fitting name for a ship AI of the Torturous Marauders. We also have a little bit of lore to go over. First up, from Evige Enclave Soldier, who says that the crashed starship from a few episodes that we were deconstructing to build our ship could possibly be a UNSC warship, and that's why they came to try and reclaim the wreckage while we were there. Now, I don't know how accurate that is because the starship wasn't green with the typical UNSC style. However, I do believe it's very possible that it may have been some type of civilian contractor ship, which would make sense. So I do believe you're correct, my friend. I just think that we may have misidentified who was flying the craft, but it is under the UNSC. And finally, we have some lore from our friend Vocal Fox 94, who was saying that our pirates, Bad Luck and Gaines, who were previously ODSTs, were actually nearly ready to desert the UNSC by the time that they had dropped on our town. Bad Luck especially had sworn to themselves that this was going to be their last drop. As their call sign suggests, none of their operations had went smoothly. When the rest of their squad left them for dead, that sealed the deal for the 2 of them, that if the UNSC didn't care about them, they wouldn't be heading home. The only reason they took any time at all to recruit was because they were inclined to just try their luck with the outsiders. I really like this lore in particular because I feel like it perfectly explains why these elite ODSTs would even be conceiving of the possibility of joining us. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I really love all the lore, of course, don't get me wrong, and I want to thank all of you for providing it. It's really useful, and I think it really helps just expand everything further, and it's a hell of a lot of fun, so thank you everyone who provided any. And remember, of course, if you guys want to provide some lore or names or any suggestions at all, feel free to do so in the comments section down below. And even if I don't get to it in the next episode, I'll try to get around to it if I'm going to add it at some point, and I'll of course, be sure to mention you guys. And once again, I want to thank you guys ever so much for watching, though. I love you guys. I hope to see you in the next episode. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series, my friends, in Save Our Ship 2, of course, where our torturous and marauding pirates are going through their day-to-day operations aboard the mighty Star Reaper, as well as the resource base upon the surface of this planet, where, at the moment, we are finally finishing up the last remaining car parts that are required for the new vehicle that we would like to build. This is the Toad, a heavy-duty super pod gas guzzling space shuttle, baby. Don't believe me? Take a look at this. This big old boy can carry 400 kilograms of cargo into space, and that does not include the passenger and the operator of the vehicle, which it can also carry. Which means it would make for a good escape pod, but also for our new steel hauling mule back into orbit. But without further ado, let's see just how well it does. Well, I would call that a successful mission, and the best part is we brought a lot more steel than usual. The only downside to this vehicle is it makes a lot of fire and a lot of smoke, causing one big light show around our base, and possibly attracting some unwanted attention. If the other horrific groups of pirates on this planet didn't know that we were here yet, they will definitely know now. But that shouldn't matter too much, as we're almost done completely stripping this land of its resources. These are actually the last remaining components that we found sticking out of the side of any mountain, and then of course we have a few remaining veins of steel. The only issue for us thus far is trying to haul it back into orbit, as we've discussed time and time again, but now with our brand new shuttle, that should be much easier, and we should be able to finish up with this base pretty quickly. Back aboard the Star Reaper, we had a combat supplier that was in orbit, and we would continuously demand that they hand over their cargo as an act of piracy, but they wouldn't even respond to this. So unfortunately, in the end, we would end up having to trade with them. The only problem is, if we demand that they hand over their stuff and they say, no, we can't actually do anything about it, I've come to realize, as when I go to the world map, there is no trade ship in orbit, so they must still be at a distance from us. Trade ships are mighty constructions, and many of them are most likely large enough to stay just on the outskirts of the solar system and ship any goods into whoever they're selling them to. Back at the resource camp though, I spotted a poor, starving rat sneaking a few nibbles of our beef. Sam felt so pitiful for this little creature, and also decided that maybe the captain is ready for a new pet after the loss of Jangles the moon monkey, and decided to try and tame him, and to my surprise, this ended up working. On the first try, no less. I probably shouldn't be surprised, as Sam has a really good animal skill. For the moment though, we're actually going to be whipping up more fuel for us to use, but also for us to trade with the other pirates of this planet, specifically the pigskin pirates. The reason being, of course, as they have good relations with us, and they are the largest pirate faction on the planet, being the remnants of the old government and whatnot. We ended up buying some plasteel off of them, and we would actually bring this back to the Star Reaper for a special little project that we had in mind. These resources would end up being used in a large array of ship capacitors, like batteries basically, but you know, more ship oriented and very, very much larger. We would also end up building a chem fuel generator, generating additional power on the ship that will actually allow us to fill up this ship capacitor and turn back on our high-tech research bench, which I've had to turn off for quite a while because we're just simply not getting enough power. And if the ship loses power, Adam will go offline and things will get very dark and very cold. But if we get some type of large ship coming to try and destroy us, it'll be a lot worse than cold and dark, because there won't be any damn ship left, so we're actually going to begin researching shields, which is a prerequisite to ship shields, as one could imagine, which is basically what we're gunning for in this episode. Another resource drop was coming in from the surface, but not only did they bring resources, they also brought our brand new pet, Rat 1, who was dying because he was suffocating, because he's a rat in outer space. Sam scooped him up and clamped his little orifices shut so he didn't die out there, and then brought him inside, put him in the captain's quarters where he could heal up from those injuries. Whoopsie daisy. Now that we have the Toad on the surface hauling all our resources back up, we decided to bring one of the jet shuttle cars into the Star Reaper and leave it here in case the captain or someone maybe wants to take it for a little spin. But I felt that it would be a good time to finally name this vehicle and also maybe even paint it. The name of the vehicle will be the Bloody Baron. A very fitting name given the paint job, and this comes from our good friend Zaba4321, who was saying that we should name it that because it's red like blood and is a car for nobles. Well, no Noble Pirates, maybe, but I do really like this name, and of course, if you guys have any other names for our other vehicles or anything that you'd like to name, be sure to let me know. Now that we have a shuttle back aboard the Star Reaper, I decided to wake up Gaines and Bad Luck and let them do a little bit of training and maybe even equip some heavy weaponry, as I want them to be our boarding group for the time being if we were to get attacked. Kind of like a heavy-duty strike team that kills all the crew aboard and steals the ship. I felt that they would work good together, seeing how they were on the same squad as ODSTs. A few days later, after a little bit more trading with other pirates, we would end up having enough resources to build ourselves yet another cannon on the side of the ship. And I'm very glad that we did, as just in time for a few days later after that, we ended up having a simple scow ship approaching that was looking to attack us, it would seem. With 3 large laser turrets and 4 gigantic engines, it was coming right for us. There was absolutely no time to waste. We were scrambling to try to wake up Gaines and Bad Luck and send them into the shuttle bay where they could jump into the jet shuttle and get the hell out there and try to save our asses. As quick as lightning, they were scuttling out the shuttle bay doors as the ship was taking heavy damage. They were off and on their way over there. However, the only little hiccup in this plan is that there is a good distance between the Star Reaper and this SOW ship that is attacking us, so it's going to take a hot moment. In the meantime, the enemy ship would continue bombarding us with massive laser blast. Sure be a good time to have that shield right about now for the ship. Oh well, we'll just have to make do with what we have, I suppose. Even if that entails taking one hell of a beating for a while. Finally though, Bad Luck and Gaines arrived at the enemy ship, and immediately after stepping out of the shuttle, they were met with the crew of said ship. They were completely out in the openness of space with zero cover, taking every bullet that was being fired at them. Because of this, Bad Luck would end up dying, leaving Gaines to fend for herself, which ultimately ended up in her falling. Now floating in the void of space, held only by the artificial gravity of the enemy ship, it seemed that all hope had been lost. With Bad Luck dead and Gaines rapidly bleeding out, our window for any type of victory was quickly closing. But finally, reinforcements from the planet's surface had arrived. Sam and Henry were finally here, delayed by the distance from the planet's surface to the ship, of course. Using grenades and rockets, we would beat the enemy ship like a drum, forcing them to come outside and face us. Things were getting quite messy, as we were having to take cover behind our shuttle, and they were taking cover behind our other shuttle, and we would end up destroying it, unfortunately. We noticed in the corner of our eyes that Gaines had already bled to death, but with the enemies rapidly approaching, we had no time to focus on that, only surviving and taking them down. We had killed most of their crew by this point, we suspected, but there could be many more on the inside, so instead of trying to hack these airlocks, we decided to just continue blowing our way through, and you know, of course this ended up working out for us. After entering what remained of the bridge here, we decided to destroy the laser turrets next to prevent any further damage to the Star Reaper. Once the enemy's offensive capabilities were taken offline, it would then begin to try and retreat, so we would have to begin breaching the airlocks to try and ensure that that does not happen. Eventually, we had managed to break into the control room. There were 2 dapper lads sitting in there, so we chucked a grenade in between them, killing the green one, and then a rocket finished off the last remaining one. And with that, Sam could finally finish hacking into the ship, granting us access to all of its systems, making this ship truly ours now. Yet another milestone in our pirating escapades, our largest ship yet that we've managed to take. Though, our hearts were heavy with the losses of our friends. We may have managed to take this sow for our own, but the price that we paid was more than we would have been willing to otherwise. Our comrades' lives were invaluable, as was all the damage that was actually done to the Star Reaper. As you can see, as I mentioned earlier, it took one hell of a beating, looking like a tortilla chip that was dropped on the ground and busted several times. It's also worth mentioning that we lost our Critter Sleep casket as well as a few of our Cryo Sleep caskets, but luckily no one was in them, except for Fold or Fouled or whatever the slave's name was that we brought into space. I wasn't really all that worried about him though. He literally meant nothing to us. In the meantime though, we had quite a bit of work to do. We needed to refuel our shuttle so that we could get it mobile once more, and then we would need to begin actually bringing all of the items inside our new SOW ship. That way when we move it over to the Star Reaper, all these things will come with us. Otherwise we would have to make several trips back and forth bringing the items from here to there. It took a hot moment, but we managed to get it done, and we now have the SOW added to our collection. It was also around this time that I realized our slip space engine had been destroyed in the scuffle, and so it looks like we're going to be sticking around this planet for quite a while. As long as the UNSC doesn't end up rearing their ugly heads at some point, we should be quite alright staying here, I think. But either way, for the time being, we're going to put all of our effort into repairing the hull of the Star Reaper because it has been torn to absolute shreds. As you could imagine, though, we were sure to give Tiny as much leave as he needed and as many breaks as he desired to visit and pay his respects to his wife. Our hearts broke for him, but they both knew the consequences and possibilities of the life of a pirate. We began deconstructing and salvaging as many resources as we could from the front section of the SOW. As you can imagine, we plan on using it as a new portion of the Star Reaper. The idea here is going to be for us to attach it to the back of the Star Reaper, since the SOW already has engines, more than what we currently had on the Reaper anyhow. It also already has its own RCS thrusters, so we really didn't need ours anymore, and it extends the ship even further. But this is merely a drop in the bucket as to how large these ships can get. It would now be time for us to begin focusing on repairing this section of the ship, since we've done so much damage to it after infiltrating it, of course. I'm not really sure, though, as to what I want to do with the interior portion of this ship. I know there's a lot of room for crew quarters and stuff here already. Maybe we end up using it as a brig, but I'm not positive. You guys let me know if you have any suggestions or ideas for that. Now that the majority of our repairs and construction has been finished, we are going to be sending Tiny and Porkins out on a mission of their own back to the surface of the planet. The two of them have been tasked with breaking open the frozen ground and digging a hole to bury bad luck, as well as poor gains. A bittersweet moment. Who better to do this than Tiny himself? Very sad, but also a great honor. Back aboard the Reaper, Ryan was working hard at researching those ship shields that we were going to add to the front section of the ship. Just as well, Sam was working hard at cooking some meals with the abundance of beef we've received from the surface. Truly a fine-tuned machine. We had also been doing some trading here and there with other pirates for some resources like plastic, steel, and advanced components. I also want to mention that we actually have a hull foam distributor, and this was originally built with the Reaper when we first made the ship, but I had never bought any canisters or made any canisters to fill it up, so that's something we'll end up needing to do. This machine will actually automatically patch holes that come up in our hull when it's being damaged and or destroyed during battles. Something else we decided to do, since the ship is so large now and we have an abundance of resources, is build a large nuclear engine onto the back. This new engine will give us much more thrust and thus is much more fitting for a ship of this size. Sometime later, we finally finished our extensive research into ship shields. Now with that completed, we'll need a new project, and we're going to begin working on plasma turrets. Once that's completed, we'll be able to replace the one that we lost during the battle. For now though, our current construction project is going to be a new shield generator in the front half of the Reaper. Now that we have two of these shield generators, we'll need some way to distribute the extra heat, maybe with a coolant pump or perhaps some more heat sinks, but we'll deal with that later. As you can see though, our two new shields completely encompass the entire starship, and they even overlap a little bit there in the middle for some added protection. Now I could just use one of these and put directly in the middle of the ship and just expand its reach to encompass the entire thing, but I like this better. Now that we can ensure that we have ample protection, I decided that I would like to maybe invade one of these other pirate factions' bases. First up, we have the Pigskin here, and we're going to observe their area, not necessarily attack it, but just kind of take a look and see maybe with what we're dealing with. The captain and Zap Zap began discussing their options. It would be the perfect surprise attack, as the Pigskins here believe that we're compadres with them, if you will, that we wouldn't even dare attack them, but we most definitely would if we really wanted to. However, the decision was made that it may be more beneficial to attack an enemy faction of pirates like the Waster pirates on this planet. Besides, this area here for the Pigskins is very mountainous, and there's probably extremely limited space for us to actually put the ship down. Unlike, on the other hand, at a nearby Waster base not too far from the Pigskin one, there was a completely flat land near the base where we could actually park the ship and begin firing upon them with our large cannons, as well as a ground assault. And it is because of these factors that we have decided that we will indeed invade. First though, we will need a little bit of preparation preparation time by getting our pirates out of their cryo sleep pods and giving them some time to recover from the sickness that follows. Some of them have been in their pods since the beginning of this planet, so we'll have to catch them up. Once everyone was up to speed and not puking all over the place anymore, we would then allow them to go through and equip any weapons that they would like, and or that they may need for the battle. Ever since we arrived at this backwater planet, we've been silent, in the shadows, mining our resources from its surface, with only the occasional handful of scuffles from its inhabitants. But no more. Today, we make ourselves known. The torturous marauders are here on this shit show of a planet, and we intend on running things, by God. We will make an example of these waster pirates, and nobody will get in our way. Let's get this party started. The captain, Zap Zap, Adam, Ryan, and Tiny would all begin setting coordinates to land on the surface near the base. Sounds easy enough, but this type of thing takes a little bit of finesse. If done incorrectly, we could end up dropping the ship right on top of the city, causing some immense damage to the hull. Sure, we would end up killing a lot of our enemies, but I don't think it'd be worth it. As we began plummeting through the atmosphere, our marauders would go into the airlock and begin preparing for their assault. Those of you with a keen eye, though, are probably wondering where Sam and Henry are. Well, my friends, they would have actually taken the Toad by this point down to the surface to begin getting acquainted with our new friends. The idea here was to try and draw out the enemy from around these small hills and entice them into coming out into the open area where the Reaper would be landing. And this ended up working out perfectly. We almost landed on top of most of their forces. They were sitting ducks. Our marauders rushed out like wild tigers, hunting their prey, killing everyone they came into contact with. And with the mighty Captain Udo leading them, along with first mate Zap Zap, nobody would stand in our way. Even Tiny would get in on the fun. Sure, he's incapable of violence, but what if he were to maybe accidentally run over several of these waster pirates? Surely that wouldn't go against his rules. As these filthy cowards who dare call themselves pirates tried to run away, Tiny would run several of them over, killing one of them. Originally, we were a little bit worried about Tiny chipping in. Sure, he's good at construction, but did he have the guts to kill someone? And now we find out he does. Funny enough, he really likes it. With the wasters fleeing what remains of their home, this would be an ample opportunity for us to take a few prisoners. One of which, funny enough, was a jackal, which is UNSC and human slang for a Kigyar. If everything goes to plan and this works out in our favor, we very well may have our own jackal sniper as part of the crew. But that'll be in the future. As for the present, we are currently bombarding the city with our cannons, destroying mortars and any other remaining defenses that they may have at their disposal. Just as well, later into the night, we would enter the city on foot to begin clearing out every single building of these wasters. Many of the pigskin slaves would come floundering to us begging for help, but we weren't here to emancipate them. We're not the breakers of chains. We're here on our own volition. However, not all of the slaves belong to the pigskin. Some belong to the wasters. Can't have them getting in the way of our looting and pillaging, now can we? We would continue this process, rinse and repeat all throughout the night, going into several of these buildings, basically all of these buildings, occasionally discovering some useful items that we could take back aboard the ship, as well as some more slave quarters, but we never found any more slaves belonging to the wasters, so we just left them alone. However, at one point during the night, we found what seems to be some type of sacred burial site for their loved ones or ancestors. Well, by morning, we were launching rockets at it and blowing it all to hell to smithereens and just leaving the carcasses if they ended up surviving the blast. Did we need to do that? No. Was it extremely disgraceful desecrating these graves? Yes, but we are trying to send a message. Something tells me they might get the point. Now that we know the city is safe and no enemies are going to pop out from behind a door and just ambush us, we could start collecting all of these goodies, mostly clothing and food such as chocolate. We also had plenty of weapons on shelves, such as these mortar shells that are going to come in handy. Truth be told though, if I could be completely honest, we have a lot of weapons, we have a lot of food, we have a lot of stuff in general that we need to carry back, not to mention all the things that we're going to have to deconstruct and then carry back the steel and components and yada yada yada. The part I'm going to be honest about is, I think raiding this place is the easy part just as well as it will be anytime we attack any other settlements. The hard part is going to be trying to get all this stuff back onto the ship. Perhaps though, as as we continue to expand our ship, we can also continue growing our crew in numbers, and that will make the process much easier, I'm sure. We could always build an army of lifter mechs who could do all the heavy lifting after we're done raiding. Who knows, there's so much potential. Finally though, after a day or two of deconstructing and doing a bunch of hauling, this town was finally barren. It was time for us to leave, but before we do so, we would wait on the Waster reinforcements to arrive. We wanted to ensure that they saw what happened here and who was responsible for it. We would even give them a quick little taste of our cannon barrage, and then off into the stars we would go, flying into the atmosphere, leaving behind nothing more than a barren spot of dead plants where the ship sat for several days. Some of the Wasters were going around building to building looking for survivors. Others were enraged and began punching the walls. Actually, the majority of them seemed enraged, punching the walls. Oh well. I wish I could say that I was surprised, but when you're foolish enough to underestimate the torturous marauders, you'll do just about anything, I suppose. Back on board the Reaper, we were doing pretty well for ourselves, but we did notice that we had some stowaways. Turns out many of those slaves that were friendly with us had stowed away on board the ship and were trying to get away from the Wasters. We may or may not have tricked them into walking out the airlock and beginning to suffocate in the void of space. Or maybe, just maybe, hear me out on this, maybe they slipped and fell on their way out of the airlock and hit their heads. Oh, those poor silly people. Looks like this one can hold their breath a little bit longer than the others. After we took out the trash though, it was time for us to celebrate our big victory with a party in the control room. Probably not the best spot for it, to be honest with you. Somebody tips over a beer on the console and then all of a sudden we're crashing back through the atmosphere. We do indeed have a lot to celebrate though. One of our first big victories, taking down an entire settlement of a rival faction, as well as capturing our very own Jackal sniper. Oh, the future is bright, baby. But we have many more settlements to raid and to take down, and many more places to pillage and loot, making for many more incredible stories to tell our next generation of marauders. Ah, little one, if your mother could see us now, she would be so proud. Quite the beast that we've built here for ourselves, our ship, our faction, our crew, and our family. We're proud of ourselves. During this time, Zap Zap is toiling away in her laboratory to try and get those plasma turrets finished, but while she's working on her research, we are going to be working on some RCS thrusters on the front side of the ship. This was actually recommended to me by our good compadre Sedelta Command 7169, who said that doing this would actually make us much less vulnerable to long-ranged attacks. I sure hope you're right, though I'm fairly certain that you are, because it does make a lot of sense. Having RCS thrusters on the side would allow us to move in that direction, and we already very much struggle with long-ranged attacks. Something that we haven't struggled with just yet, but I do worry about in the future, is enemies actually coming into our ship and boarding us. And that is exactly why we planned ahead when we attacked the Waster settlement and we stole many of their turrets that were still intact. That way we could put them on board the ship in our important rooms. Speaking of turrets, Zap Zap has blessed us with some more mighty research into plasma turrets, meaning that we can finally complete our secondary plasma turret that was lost, making us an even more fierce and mighty vessel once more. We would also contact a combat supplier and sell off many of the weapons that we had gotten from attacking the Wasters. I'm sure they'll go to a good cause or home somewhere among the stars, perhaps even fueling some type of rebellion on a foreign planet, who knows. Now that we've sold all those off though, I thought it might be a good time for us to build a proper recreation room for our captain and our crew. Unfortunately, our holodeck was destroyed at some point, but luckily we do have a tube television as well as a chess table for now. We would also end up building a machining table. The first order of business with the machining table is to actually begin creating some biohull canisters. That way we can fill up our biohull machine, and basically what this is, as I mentioned earlier, if we ever have a puncture in our hull, it should automatically fill that hole for us, which should keep anyone in the room without a spacesuit on from getting their eyeballs sucked out of their urethra. Now we delve into the realm of self-sufficiency though, because we're actually also going to be creating our own uranium fuel pods. These fuel pods are what we use for our fission reactors on the ship. Basically, this is what keeps our lights on, and it only requires a little bit of steel and uranium to create the fuel, thankfully. Continuing with our theme of expansion and building though, we would end up building a mech gestator, and just as well we would also also end up building an encoding bench. That way we can make the components to actually create the mechs. The first mech that we're going to be creating is a sweeper bot, a clean sweeper as it were. I know, you were probably expecting something a bit more epic with some weapons, like at least a scout droid or something like that, but I'm afraid the ship gets very dirty and somebody's gotta sweep it. All of a sudden though, the Star Reaper's sensors went off. It would seem that we've detected another ship, though it doesn't seem to be attacking us. It had just exited slip space and is now orbiting the planet not too far from the Star Reaper. Initial scans showed it as wreckage, but upon further inspection, it would appear that we are actually detecting several life forms aboard. There does still appear to be power on the ship. It is possible the crew may still be alive. Maybe we should send somebody out to investigate. Before we end the episode today, my friends, we actually have a little bit of lore from our friend Neon1775-LJ9VF, who was saying that for Zap Zap, during a mining trip with her parents, their ship had been boarded by Covenant grunts. The parents of Zap Zap tried to fight off the attackers, but their attempts were futile. Both lost their lives, but during the battle, Zap Zap found a plasma pistol that had slid in front of her, and that was the first time that she did the Zap Zap. A very sad yet fitting background story for poor Zap Zap. I think that would also explain as to why she was an orphan and also how she got her Covenant armor. Next up, we also have some lore from our friend Mr. Zero, I suppose is how you pronounce that, saying that they believe that the lore reason why these small fighters and other ships are attacking a much larger ship, which is the Star Reaper of course in this case, is because the UNSC has put a bounty out on our ship, which is valued to be somewhere in the millions of silver. We have killed Spartans before, not only one, but several, and I think that that makes a lot of sense. Next up, we have a comment from our compadre, Epic Assassin 8502, who was correcting a mistake that I made last episode. They say that UNSC warships aren't black. I believe they mean green because the warships are black, as they further stated later, and the smaller aircrafts are green. And I did make that mistake last episode when discussing some lore where I was saying that the starship that had crashed on the original planet we were at couldn't be a UNSC warship because it wasn't green. But as discussed, I could very well be wrong, and I think that I actually am wrong because we did find many of the crew members who were carrying UNSC weapons. I think I'll chalk it up to the fact that most of our pirates have never seen a UNSC warship, minus bad luck and Gaines, who very well may not have had the chance to tell them that the warships are different colors. But I'd like to thank you guys for watching this episode today. I love you guys ever so much, and I hope to see you in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to our RimWorld Space Pirates series among our torturous marauders aboard the mighty Star Reaper, where at the moment, my friends, we are currently working on recruiting our two prisoners from last episode, one of which being a Kigyar and or Jackal sniper who will be joining us, or at least that's the idea. Either that or we'll be tossing them out the airlock. We do also have the wreckage of a strange foreign-looking ship from the end of last episode that emerged from slip space. In my personal opinion, this ship appears to be Arco technology or Forerunner tech, or perhaps they're one and the same. Either way though, we are detecting several life forms aboard, so we're going to need some backup before exploring, just in case the crew of that ship isn't exactly friendly with us. I mean, yeah, okay, to be fair, we're not exactly the most trustworthy looking people ourselves. I wouldn't exactly blame them for being hostile right from the get-go. Nevertheless, the captain has assembled a team of 4, including the 3 pirates you see among him. Now, initially the captain had planned on having the 4 of them travel to the wreckage, but Mantigree actually had the idea to use our salvage bay to bring the wreckage to us. Not only would this take a lot less effort, but this would also be much safer. If things were to hit the fan while we're out there, we could always call for reinforcements and they wouldn't be very far. For safety reasons, we would also set it down at the very edge of our territory here in space, and we would have to travel quite a ways to get there. Eventually, though, we did finally arrive. Strange noises were coming from within. Tetsuya would crack open the airlock. and within were horrors beyond our comprehension once more. The Flood were here, and apparently they are absolutely infesting this ship, crawling all over it. The captain began to wonder how they even managed to get inside here, although we have much more pressing matters at hand, like the very large group of them that we need to get past before we can continue our exploration. Thankfully, two things that are great for taking out the Flood are fire and explosions, and we had plenty of rockets. We then began unleashing a fury of said rockets upon the ship, killing the majority of the Flood. This did end up damaging the ship quite significantly, but we couldn't risk an infection, so we found that it was best to keep our distance and fire our rockets from afar. However, during this time we also received notification that some pirates had arrived not too far from our ship in orbit around the planet. They were trying to hail us, but we would have to finish off exploring this ship first, as well as finishing off its unholy amalgamations of flesh. Although, with that being said, with how many life forms we're still detecting that are on the ship in this one last remaining room, we've decided that we might rather deal with our fellow pirates for the time being, so we began heading back to the Star Reaper so we could try to parley with them. I'm sure they won't have any issue cooperating with the ancient pirate code. I mean, there's still some honor among our fellow pirates in the cosmos, is there not? Well, apparently not. The parley failed, and they are now beginning to attack us. We weren't exactly super concerned. Sure, they had a ship similar in size to the Reaper with several turrets and even a torpedo launcher, but they had no shields at all. Unlike our glorious ship, sporting two shields that could easily tank torpedoes when our turrets weren't shooting them down, of course. Easy money, baby. We'll just take this shuttle and go over there and kick some ass and steal their ship and add it to ours. Or so I thought, but we were completely unable to launch our shuttle. Now, I believe this may have something to do with the artificial gravity of the wrecked Flood ship, though I can't be for sure. Because of this, we were basically a sitting duck, taking heavy fire after our shields had overheated and only one of our engines having enough fuel to keep us going towards our adversaries. Although one of them would come to us in a small personal shuttle attempting to board us, notably without any type of EVA or other type of spacesuit on, causing them to begin suffocating and freezing to death. Not if the captain has anything to say about it though, you bastards. Foolish move from a foolish foe. While the pirates were beating the hull of our pirate ship like a drum, we had been beating the shit out of their weapons, destroying quite a few of them, causing them to try and retreat from the battle. Unfortunately, they were faster than us and they managed to get away. Ah, truly a shame. We had hoped to have another ship to add on to ours and to our collection, but instead we got hull damage as well as a missing engine. Though I suppose we did end up getting something of a ship in the form of this very small shuttle, which we can't claim, so it's really only going to be good for some resources. Nonetheless though, that battle will serve as a lesson for many things, such as the fact that we need some more coolant for our shields so they don't give out so quickly, as well as not having wreckage on the map when we need to launch our shuttles. But after that, sometime later, we would introduce yet another member to our wonderful crew in the form of our street-sweeping mechanoid. Sweeping the mean streets of our ship for the time being. If you guys have any names for him though, be sure to leave them in the comment section. But if I remember correctly, we still have a whole entire room on this wreckage to explore, so without further ado, here we go. Once again, the idea will be for us to EVA from a distance and fire our rockets, letting them do the talking for us. This room, just like the others before it, was completely filled to the brim with the Flood, but these were combat forms and tank forms, much tougher than the ones that we had previously faced. The entire swarm was coming right at us, forcing us to switch back to our rocket launchers and even call in some reinforcements from the ship. The risk of a potential infection and a potential Flood outbreak was just too high. We needed as much help as we could get and manpower without feeding any of our pirates to the Flood, essentially. After a while though, eventually we did finally take them down. And in the end, nobody died, and probably best of all, nobody was infected. Though we were somewhat worried about Manticree after keeping an eye on her for several hours after she didn't turn into a Flood combat form, we assumed she was fine. Now that we're finally able to investigate the last remaining area of this wrecked ship, we noticed that there was a good bit of Covenant technology such as their shields. we would also end up discovering the bodies of 2 elite rangers. But of course, this is obviously not a Covenant ship itself. Perhaps this wreckage was abandoned somewhere and the Covenant had begun setting up maybe some type of research mission or something of that sort, just before they had awoken the flood spores that were hibernating aboard the ship. Perhaps. Either way, there were plenty of things on board this ship that we could use for resources like plasteel and some type of advanced components. We actually would end up using these to build 2 brand new coolant tanks on the Star Reaper. This way we can ensure that our shields last the entire duration of any battle that we may end up having. Though even after obtaining all those resources from that wreckage, we would still end up having to buy a few key resources from some pirate traders to finish off our coolant tanks. One of these bad boys alone was essentially double our previous heat capacity before we ended up building them. I want to say previously I think we could handle 2,000 to 2,500 in heat capacity, and now we've added in an additional 8,000 to that, so that's pretty great. A little bit of time later and we had also managed to recruit our new Jackal sniper that goes by the name of Lyle. Thankfully she seemed pretty distinguished with human weaponry as well, which will go perfect with her shooting skill and this brand new sniper rifle that we've decided to give her. For the moment though, we're not in need of her services and we don't feel like feeding an extra mouth, so we're going to stuff her in the deep freezer just for now. In the meantime, we also have a wonderful name for our pet rat. We're going to be naming this little fella Squire. And this splendid name comes from our splendid friend the Ether Knight 5614, who is saying that we should name the rat Squire for obvious reasons, because I'm the Rat Knight. We had also gotten a really good name for our Toad Shuttle. We're going to be naming it the Battle Toad, but unfortunately for whatever reason the Toad Shuttle doesn't have an area where I can actually name it. I haven't the foggiest idea as to why, but that doesn't make it any less official. This wonderful name comes from our friend user-QV3HM4SC7D. A simplistic yet functional name. I love it. Unfortunately, we have yet to research shuttle bays for the ship, so I just manually built one for the Battletoad. It doesn't look too bad, but occasionally it does glitch out and it thinks that there is a roof in this room and I can't launch, and it's a little bit of a problem. But a good pirate can make do with what they have. We're also going to be naming our jet shuttle car the Bloody Baron Mark II, sticking with the theme of the original Bloody Baron that was destroyed last episode. I also noticed on this foreign ship wreckage that had all the flood in it, it had a psychic flare, which is apparently a weapon that would incapacitate the crew of an entire ship. Now this foreign weapon is a bit unknown to us. We're not all that familiar with something like this, and I believe that we very well may need a spinal capacitor for us to be able to use it, though we could be wrong about that. Either way, such a technology like that is pretty far out of our reach for the time being, so we decided to leave it on the wreckage as it is. A bit of time later though, and we would finally end up recruiting the waster pirate that we had captured by the name of Andre, who we sent into the storage room to go ahead and equip some weapons. But he too would be stuffed in our little deep freezer for safekeeping. After that, Zap Zap would finally finish up her extensive research into the world of ship torpedoes, giving us the ability now to build a torpedo launcher, which we would promptly do in our shuttle bay because, well, it was about the only area with enough room for one for the time being. These in particular are great for overwhelming enemy shields, and since we have this new weapon aboard, I decided that we might try to pirate a new trade ship, an exotic goods trader. To be fair though, at first we would demand that they hand over their cargo, but once they denied, our hands were tied. There was nothing more that we could do except attack them directly. With our newfound torpedo launcher, this bulk goods trader that I misidentified a moment ago as an exotic goods trader stood no chance against us. Or so I thought. The trade ship was absolutely massive, sporting several laser turrets, though I knew that we could handle it. The only problem was they weren't coming to fight. They were actually running away. We would chase them and chase them for several hours, but eventually the trade ship would get away. This would open our eyes to a glaring problem with our tactics. We're not very fast and we don't have near enough engines to catch up to trade ships or literally any other ship that we get into combat with. And at the moment we don't have near enough resources to actually build any more engines. Luckily though, we know just the place that has the resources that we need. I'm sure our waster pirate compadres would be more than ecstatic to share some of their riches with some old space pirates. Or, you know, die to try to defend them or something along those lines. Either way, here we come. Coming down as fast as possible on their little base, going to land just outside of it, I believe. The captain would join the men in the airlock, prepping them for battle, although I did notice something about Manticore. Apparently, she lost one of her arms during our last raid against the waster pirates, and her other one was bitten off when we were trying to clear the wreckage of the flood. So she's basically useless. Specifically during battles, of course, we will be getting her a new set of arms and a new leg. She's in pretty bad shape at the moment. But my friends, it would seem that we're about to land. Quite literally touching down just on the outskirts of their little city, we began prepping our crew as the onslaught of enemies was coming. We would even utilize a Covenant turret that we had accommodated from the ancient ship wreckage. This would end up being a fairly hard-fought battle. To our surprise, the wasters were actually very well equipped, or at least more so than we had expected them to be. We wouldn't lose our nerve though, and we would continue firing several rockets at any of them that dare cross our path. It did help quite a bit that our ship shields were protecting us from any long distance attacks, such as mortar fire. And Tiny was doing a pretty good job at running them over as well. That a boy, Tiny. That a boy. And with that, the majority of their forces that were still alive actually began to flee the area. Some were lucky and got away. Others, not so much. Surprisingly, even the defenses of this base were pretty half-decent for the most part. Perhaps after our last little escapade against one of their towns, they were getting more prepared, I'm not really sure. And then as we explored some buildings, I began to realize as to why. It would seem that this town's primary focus is producing weapons for their pirates, which would explain why the soldiers were all so heavily armed, as well as the heavy amount of defenses trying to protect this place. Truly a shame though, all that spilled blood for us to just take all these weapons. Now don't get me wrong, the guns were nice or whatever, I suppose we could sell them for some money, so that was cool, but the primary reason we even came here was for resources. So we were deconstructing several different things: power generators, comms consoles, orbital trade beacons, turrets, basically anything and everything that had steel and components, which was the main components that we actually needed for our engines on the ship. Speaking of which, that is exactly what we would begin attempting to work on. We would try to get these done as fast as we could because reinforcements from the wasters were sure to be on the way. And sure enough, there they are. It was a fair-sized attack group of these wasters that had landed in drop pods and were quickly met with the cannons of our ship. As one might imagine, we were none too impressed by them, and many of them were just easily decimated by the cannons. Those who were not were met with the rockets from the captain, as well as a few others, and a few other plasma and shotgun blast. You know how it goes. Those few cowards that were still left ran away. Nothing more than an inconvenience. One that will continue happening though if we don't manage to get these engines up and running like we need to. We were pretty close to getting them done, but unfortunately by morning more of the wasters were here to fight. Given their proximity to our crew, I decided to not use the ship cannons, and instead we would simply let our pirates do the talking for us. And though they may have outnumbered us severely, these blue bloods lack the nerve and the experience to take on the captain and our crew. So as expected, we easily gave them an ass kicking with our superior tactics and skills. Though once again I'm afraid we did have a few stragglers that got away. Oh well, on the bright side at least, we did finally finish up our last remaining engine on the ship, and we began refining some fuel from the wood here. Once we had refined quite a bit of it, we finally fueled up this last remaining engine just in time, it would seem, as we have yet another raid from the wasters, which were indeed becoming much more frequent by this point. But either way, we got all of our people on board the ship and made our daring daring escape into the stars. Though I must say it was actually less of an escape and more like we got tired of pounding them into the dirt and didn't feel like expending time and or resources on it anymore before we left. It hardly matters though. The important thing to remember is that we are now back home in our bed among the gorgeous stars. However, I'm afraid that our escapades did bring a bit of bad news. Unfortunately, going down to the planet like that to attack a settlement does mean that we ended up losing our wreckage. We didn't realize that it would deorbit so quickly after we went down to the surface, but unfortunately it is now gone. Not too big of a deal. I only wish that we would have deconstructed it for resources first. In the meantime though, I noticed in our floating corpse pile that is orbiting our ship, our slave Howd was still causing all of our people to have a negative mood debuff. Since there's no soil up here to bury him in, and we don't want to take him back down to the surface because we don't care, we would have to improvise. There we go, now everyone should feel right as rain. We would also then begin loading up the Battletoad with all the guns that we collected from the Waster settlement. That way we could take them back down to the surface and trade them to the Pigskins, who also hate the Wasters. But more importantly, will pay us a pretty penny for all of those guns. While we were doing our trading, I noticed that Tetsuya was dangerously low on Hemogen. We'll need to purchase some for him, or perhaps even capture one of our enemies and use them as a farm for it. But either way, as for now, we're going to have to put him in cold storage, because if it hits 0 and he goes crazy and berserk and starts beating the shit out of everyone, that's no bueno. By this point, our shuttle had returned back home with very little silver, surprisingly, as they ended up trading for uranium, plasteel, components, and any other resources that we would find useful. The reason being is because we're going to work on more engines, only further trying to dramatically increase our speed. That way the next time we get one of those pesky trade ships, we can ensure that it doesn't get away from us. Now, with an ample amount of engines, all we really have to do is sit and wait for a trade ship to come into orbit around the planet, which shouldn't take very long as they are very common, especially since we can actually call the Traders Hub and request one, which we did. And I also wanted to mention, in the meantime, while we're waiting on that ship to arrive, we would be gestating plenty of lifter mechs to help us out with our next conquest. Speaking of conquering though, the Lasoid Transport Company has sent a bulk goods trader ship to us. Poor dumb bastards. I'm afraid there is no silver here, my friends. Only fury and fire. It's time we begin our assault. The enemy ship would power up its massive array of engines, attempting to escape us before the battle could really even begin. But this time around, they weren't escaping. We also just so happen to have the same amount of large engines, except we also had a very large nuclear engine strapped to the back, and we were much lighter. Because of this, the trade ship would be forced to engage in combat with us, trying to beat our shields like a drum with their laser turrets. While we were engaging in combat with the ship, we also had a shuttle carrying Henry and Sam en route, and they were almost there. Back at the Star Reaper though, our Clean Sweeper mech was destroyed. I believe this was caused by it stepping behind one of our engines. It wasn't the lasers, as they hadn't even breached our shields as of yet. Not a big deal though, as we can always make more. At least it wasn't a crew member. By this point though, the trade ship had began launching shuttles full of their own personal guard towards the Reaper, landing just outside of it in EVA, some of them going the way of our Clean Sweeper. Others were a bit more lucky and would have their deaths delayed when they were met by the captain just outside. They still ended up dying though. It would seem about half of them were actually destroyed by our engines when they landed, completely disintegrated. Back over at the trade ship, Henry and Sam had already landed and were already also engaging the crew that was remaining on the ship, easily decimating anyone that decided to stand in their way. But it was time for us to try and board this bad boy. The idea here is for us to attempt to try and breach the ship and do minimal damage if we can help it, and that way we can try to take it for ourselves. But I must say that that was much easier said than done, because the crew weren't exactly making it a walk in the park, causing significant damage when we had to fire our rockets at them several times over. We couldn't take any chances though, so this was the only way. We were kind of running out of time because they were attempting to flee once more. This time around, they may actually have a chance to get away, so instead of trying to breach through these doors, we just kind of started blowing everything all to hell. So long to that minimal damage, I guess. We continued blowing our way through every single wall and door looking for a control room, but we never found one through the right side of the ship, so we began going back towards the left. Eventually, we ended up finding it. It appears that there's only one pilot flying this handsome ship, so we swiftly took him down, and then we would begin attempting to hack the terminal. But the encryption on this terminal was very significant and quite complex, so much in fact that we ended up failing our first attempt, as well as our second attempt, and even our third. And by this point, the ship was beginning to lose power and began to fall from orbit. It was now or never. Henry would begin clearing out a path back to the shuttle in case we had to make an emergency exit, but the fourth time was the charm, and we did indeed end up taking the ship. Somehow, my friends, we managed to do it. We finally pirated our very first trade ship. Not only all the loot aboard, but the entire ship itself, a massive milestone for the torturous marauders. This trade ship was absolutely huge as well. We've essentially doubled our ship in terms of resources and size. Well, not quite yet. We still need to rip it apart and see what we can salvage and add on to the Reaper. But first, before we do that, we're going to need to look through every single room, see what's useful, and also make sure that we don't have any stowaways from the trading company that may still be aboard. Luckily, after doing so, we didn't find anyone. Or perhaps unluckily, because we did need some more people to add to our crew. All in due time though. As for now, we have a bit of deconstruction to do. We're going to actually be ripping these laser turrets out of the trade ship and installing them onto the Reaper. This will save us the time and the energy of having to research these types of turrets, as well as the resources and energy of having to build them, of course. It was around about this time that I realized our salvage bay could actually be used for smaller objects like this after tearing them out of much larger objects like the ship. A pretty great little technique if you ask me, one that we would also use to rip out this science console from the trade ship as well. Funny enough, this console actually has its own built-in sensors that will allow you to scan for sites in orbit around a planet or just in outer space in general, scan for ships, and observe areas like we already do with our ship sensors. I do believe that might just come in handy. We would also go ahead and cut the trade ship into 3 separate pieces, that way we could use those pieces to graft onto the Star Reaper. We would essentially just begin cutting the 2 small joint sections here, the skinnier bits where the 3 parts meet. We would begin deconstructing the front portion of the Reaper to make it a bit more flat, that way we could add the front arrow-shaped portion of the trade ship onto it. Currently this portion is stuffed full of crew quarters. Eventually we may end up changing that. Not sure I would want anyone sleeping right where it's going to be taking damage. We would also start deconstructing the back portion of the Reaper, that way we could remove our nuclear engine as well as our 2 larger engines, and we could add another portion of the trade ship back there as well. But also, because we had deconstructed the back portion and used our salvage bay to move the engines instead of deconstructing them themselves, we'll also be able to set them to the side as you can see here, and then add them onto the back of the ship after deconstructing a few of those engines as well. Oh sweet lord, how I love that salvage bay. It just makes everything so much easier, and we don't have to worry about wasting so many resources after deconstructing something and reconstructing it in a different spot. It's truly a godsend. And now, because of our hard work, we have the combined total of a shit ton of engines from all the trade ship engines along with all the Star Reaper engines. Now granted, it is much longer, larger, and heavier. Though with a bit of rough math and some guesswork, I would say since it was about the size of the Reaper with the same amount of engines almost, it should equal out pretty good. But because of the excessive, albeit unintentional damage that we had done to the trade ship, we're going to have to do quite a bit of repairs to it. More specifically in the middle portion here that we'll be using as a storage room for all of our resources, weapons, items, apparel, yada yada yada. This is just the start of the extensive repairs that we'll need to do, so in the meantime, while we're doing that, we're also going to be trading with some of these Kigyar pirates. Since they kindly approached us, we have no reason to attack our brethren, and thus we are going to be trading some weapons to them, some gold, basically anything they want to purchase, and in exchange we would get some silver, components, and even a new pirate. A handsome, strapping lad by the name of Boyd, who was ecstatic to be freed from his bondage of the Kigyar. I'm afraid we didn't have much to offer him in terms of armor, so for now this EVA suit will have to suffice. As you can see though, he should fit right in, being quite the fighter and a pretty decent constructor. The perfect type of fella to have around when you, I don't know, say maybe just took over an entire ship and are trying to weld it onto the back of yours. Sounds pretty familiar. Well, the captain introduced himself and the two of them began to work together. Hey, what's this? Well, some other poor dumb fools want to get their asses handed to them, do they? Well, we'd be more than happy to oblige. It's not every day you get the opportunity to add a Corvette to your collection. Though, admittedly, this is the most powerful ship that we've ever faced. So, understandably, it was a little bit unnerving for us all to see. Wait, is that crew wearing green armor? Oh shit, this is bad. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series in Save Our Ship 2, where, my good friends, if you remember from the end of last episode, we are under attack. The UNSC has found us once more and sent one of their corvettes, no doubt absolutely filled to the brim with Marines, ODSTs, and maybe even a few Spartans. As it stands, we are currently still under heavy fire, but our shields are managing to hold out, at least those areas that are still covered by shields, that is. Hopefully the shields can hold out long enough for our shuttle to reach the enemy corvette so we can try to infiltrate it. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like the shield generator in the front of our ship has already gave out, which I'm sure, as you could imagine, is not ideal. We are attempting to shoot down as many torpedoes as we can, as well as launching our own at the corvette. Given the overwhelming odds and military power of the UNSC, we decided to send some backup reinforcements to Henry and Sam in the Battletoad. Speaking of which, the two of them had recently landed themselves in the shuttle car and began firing upon the airlocks of the corvette to try and bust a hole in so that we could infiltrate. Understandably, this would attract the attention of our adversaries, luring them outside where we could fire at them with rockets. However, more of them began coming out than we had anticipated, Spartans included. They would take cover behind our own shuttle, giving us the only option that we had, to run out into the open with our rockets and try to run all around, hopefully causing them to miss us in the process. Our reinforcements did, however, arrive though in the form of Ryan and Porkins. Unfortunately, our enemies were too close for us to use the mortar on top of the Battletoad, so Ryan and Porkins would also be forced to fight on foot, trying to take cover in the crevices of the corvette itself. This battle was quite chaotic. We tried to focus on the Spartan for a while, and then the Spartan threw down a shield pack, so we tried to stay away from them, and then they began chasing us with their huge UNSC kookery, which ended up working out in our favor though, drawing them into our gunfire where we could take them down. Back home, things were just as shitty though. A bunch of ODSTs had dropped in right in the ship and were attacking Tiny. The captain would come into the storage room to try and take care of this, but there were still plenty outside as well. The new parts of the trade ship wreckage we added to the Reaper is basically crawling with him. Things weren't exactly hunky-dory back at the corvette either. We were under heavy fire and were trying to tend to Henry before he bled to death behind the Battletoad. Ryan would stay with him while Porkins and Sam tried to infiltrate the corvette itself. Normally, I would go straight for a control room instead of the weapons, but because of the damage being done to the Reaper, I was afraid what would happen if I didn't. Luckily though, this ended up leading us to the control room. It appeared that the pilot Marine planned on putting up a good fight against us, but he didn't have a space helmet on, and he couldn't breathe, and thus we took him down pretty easily. After that, Sam went in to attempt to hack the terminal, while Porkins finished off the Marine. The first attempt at hacking though was a complete failure, and thus we would try again. During which time the corvette was still attacking the Reaper, so I would have Porkins go in towards the laser turrets and begin trying to EMP them. Thankfully though, he could stop as we had successfully taken over the corvette finally, and let me be the first to say that that was a very difficult fight. We may have taken the corvette, but we paid a hefty toll. Not only had the Star Reaper been torn apart basically, but unfortunately, Tiny had lost his life as well. We had tended to his previous wounds, but he was ambushed by yet another ODST as the captain was fighting more of them off. We had managed to capture one of the ODSTs, not the same one that killed Tiny of course, as we would have definitely executed them, but hopefully she will join our ranks. In the meantime, Henry Barry was severely injured, even losing his left foot, though thankfully he was alive, we would begin exploring each room of the Corvette to see what was in it and to ensure that we didn't have any Marines stowing away looking to shoot us in the back of the head. During this time, we just so happened to come across a very large stockpile of Forerunner metal in the cargo bay. Many of you guys have said that I should use it for building on the ships, but I don't know, I think it might also be more useful for trading. I suppose we'll have to see. Either way though, regardless, we need to move the Corvette over to the Reaper, which we ended up doing. We didn't even have to use the salvage bay, as it has its own engines and power still. Now this does bring me to a comment by our compadre Vlad Skullcrusher, who actually left a comment a few episodes back talking about how we should do a separate ship that's kind of like a big escape pod, or even an invasion pod that we could basically use to attack settlements and things like that. Personally, I think that's a really kick-ass idea, and Vlad has also asked me to name it the Dart. So I believe this Corvette will be that ship, and we will indeed be naming it the Dart. So thank you once again, Vlad, for your wonderful suggestion. However, before we go and dock the Corvette onto the Reaper, we are going to be rebuilding the front portion here, not only because of the damage that was done to it from the torpedoes, but also because basically it was wreckage at this point, since it is from the trade ship from the previous episode that we captured. The process of doing this will take several days, so I won't bore you with the details and we'll move on to something else for the time being. Such as the fact that Adam, our ship AI, is completely missing from our roster here. It would appear that the Reaper must have lost power during the battle at some point, and thus his physical form was also lost, but we brought him back out, thankfully. I then decided to do something that I've been wanting to do for a little while, mostly just for aesthetic purposes, but I feel like our AI doesn't really look like a pirate AI, so I changed that. Well, sort of. He just has a duster and some armor on now. I would have gave him a cowboy hat, but I felt like it would be a little bit too similar to the captain's. Speaking of the captain, he had requested a trade ship not too long ago, and thus we would decide to end up selling them many of our weapons that we've received from our previous battles. In exchange, they provided us with some torpedoes, some components which would be crucial to our upgrades of the ship, as well as some power armor and a power armor helmet. We ended up giving the Locust power armor to the captain and the new power armor EVA helmet to Boyd, as well as Captain Udo's old ODST armor that he's been wearing this entire time. I'm glad we got him an upgrade because he's had that on since before we even named the ship, I believe, let alone took off back into space. As we were repairing the front portion of the ship during this time, I would also have a small squad of people come out and begin destroying all these enemy shuttles that we have piled up around it. Once again, truly, I do wish there was a way for us to claim these. It would really help us out, but unfortunately we'll just have to settle for the resources. Now that things are at least somewhat sorted out on the ship, we could also go back down to the planet's surface and bury our good friend Tiny. By this point though, we had already long since abandoned our resource outpost, so we will be burying Tiny here next to this beautiful tree nestled in between these gorgeous, huge mountains. As the glistening snow begins to fall upon our armor and our heads, we lay to rest yet another friend, not only a crewmate or pirate, but a friend. We began to wonder what would become of poor baby Jingles, as she is now what Zap Zap was as a child as well. An orphan. But is she truly an orphan? As long as she is surrounded by our crew and under the captain's watch, she is always with family. It's hard to say if she'll remember her parents after she's older, but one thing is for sure, she is in good hands. Now that the hull of the ship has been repaired and completely fixed, it is time for us to begin working on the internal parts of this section of the ship, which will include 4 laser turrets that came off of the Corvette, as well as 2 very large coolant tanks and also a shuttle bay. And even after all that, we still have plenty of room left for some more internal infrastructure if we would like. We would also go ahead and spend the resources to build ourselves a proper shuttle, which will be much faster faster than our jet car or even our Battletoad. This will make boarding enemy ships so much simpler, but unfortunately it can only hold one crewman. We then would have Captain Udo begin working on some docking clamps at the back side of the Reaper. That way we can attach the dart via those docking clamps. Essentially, this should make the dart exactly what we want, a ship that is actually part of the Star Reaper, but only temporarily when we want it to be. That way we can detach it anytime we like and send it down to the planet to destroy our enemies and even collect some sweet succulent resources and items. Resources and items that will be very crucial to expanding out our ship ever further, even though it's pretty darn long. Our ODST prisoner Lagua had lost her marbles and decided to go berserk and try to break out, but we put a stop to that pretty quick. She probably had some courage since I forgot to strip her armor from her. After I done that, I noticed that she actually had a jump pack. This would explain how those ODSTs were moving so well through the void of space in EVA. I gave it to Porkins for now. It could be worth investing in many of these for our crewmates, especially those that we send to board other ships. But first we need to organize. I feel like our storage is all over the place, and quite frankly that's because it actually is. So we began moving all of our shelves to this back portion of the ship, and this way we have all of our items and resources in one area, making it that much easier for construction projects. I had also planned on building a new shield generator back here to protect our engines. But before we even had the chance to begin working on a new shield generator, we had yet another ship battle. It would appear to be the torpedo destroyer of a bunch of bounty hunters, looking to collect those sweet bags of silver on our heads. This destroyer, though, is an absolute Goliath. I fear that we may have met our match, my friends. It may be best for us to try to run away from this battle, and that's exactly what we decided to do. We were going to retreat and try to regroup. We couldn't take on a destroyer at this time, let alone one that could bombard our shields with torpedoes, immediately taking them down. Truth be told, this was going quite well at first. Our shields were holding off the torpedoes, and we had enough engines to escape. And then our shields gave out. We then started losing many of our engines, making it impossible to escape or even advance against the enemy. We of course began returning fire as well as sending our Battletoad and our boarding shuttle, but by this time we were getting completely decimated. I'm afraid that the Reaper's fate was sealed. Most of our crew would try to escape to the back portion of the Reaper since the hull was much thicker back there, with only a small structural walkway holding together the two sections of the ship. Nonetheless, as things became more and more bleak, the crew would still try to stay together, protecting each other, especially those that are most vulnerable, such as young Jingles, who would have to stay in a room where she can breathe, of course. But I'm afraid with another blast of plasma, the back portion of the ship would be completely separated from the rest of the Reaper and thrown into the void of space. This did not kill them, however, as they were simply separated from the rest of the ship and the crew. They were completely safe. Well, as safe as they could be given the circumstances. There was still the issue of the enemy bounty hunter crew that had boarded this portion of the ship as well as the other portion. They didn't have too much of an issue putting him down though. However, on the other half of the Reaper, Zap Zap and Tetsuya were having a little bit of trouble with the enemies there. Forced to engage in a gunfight in what was left of our kitchens and hallways. Sam, Henry, and the captain were also having some issues with the crew of the torpedo destroyer. But this was interrupted by an orbit failure notification. I went to look at it and it was saying that of course one portion of the ship is going to be falling through the atmosphere within a day because of course it's lost power. But this wasn't the worst of it. When I went to look at the half that was losing orbit, I noticed that Zap Zap and Tetsuya were completely surrounded by plasma blasts that were about to hit the ship. And there's nothing I could do to stop it. I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you. I'm afraid that there's no time for us to mourn our friends right now, though, as we have much more pressing matters at hand. Because if we don't manage to stop this destroyer and its crew, there won't be anyone or anything left for us to return to. The torturous marauders will be no more. And by God, that is not something that we're going to just sit idly by and let happen. We will die trying. The bounty hunting crew was putting up one hell of a fight. Their armor was extremely extremely durable as well, taking several hits from our rockets before it eventually gave out, and as did the crewmen. After finishing off what remained of those outside, we would then turn our attention to the airlocks, trying to destroy them with our rockets as well. However, the ship's hull foam distributor would constantly patch the holes that we were making in the ship, making it extremely difficult for us to even try to enter. We had somehow managed to get Sam past the hull foam, and thus Henry and Captain Udo were trying to break it down so that they could enter as well, while she breached the airlock. Now, normally in a situation like this, we could take our time and get the crew through the hull foam or figure out some other way inside. But since we only had 24 hours before our ship burned up in the atmosphere, time was of the essence. And because of that, Sam couldn't wait for the others. She would have to go in alone for the time being until the others somehow managed to find a way inside. She would encounter several ship defenses as well as more bounty hunters, giving us an ample opportunity when she blew them all to hell to enter. We would then try to sloppily and destructively move all throughout the ship looking for the control room, blowing everything all to hell. We didn't care who we hit or even if we hit ourselves by accident. The consequences of an untimely solution were so much worse than anything that a rocket could do to us. We would finally find the control room, and as their crew began to flee the area, we noticed that Captain Udo had collapsed due to blood loss. It would seem that we are all almost out of time. Henry would stay behind and begin tending to Captain Udo's wounds to ensure that he doesn't die. Naturally, this means that Sam will have to enter the control room on her own and begin trying to hack the pilot console. Damn, another failure. As always, it would seem it's going to take quite a few attempts before Sam can really work her magic on this ship. Though it doesn't seem that we'll be having any issues out of the crew, as they were all suffocated to death in the hallway and/or kitchen. The cowards would have rather died than face this. Can't say I blame them, really. After several hours and one final attempt, the ship was ours, and after a very well-deserved sigh of relief, I believe that reality really started to set in for the crew. The destroyer was ours, yes, and we had totally won the battle. But look at what we've lost. So much. Damn near everything. With our solemn victory in hand, Captain Udo would begin manning the destroyer. It was time for us to retrieve our home and our friends. We would begin positioning the destroyer just outside the wreckage and remains of the Reaper. Truthfully, this portion of the ship was less of the original Star Reaper and more of the trade ship that had been added onto it. Regardless though, we would end up using our salvage bay to retrieve the other part, in something of a brief attempt to piece them back together, though truly I wasn't trying to connect them, just more of get the shape back to how the ship looked and also retrieve everyone that was on board, as well as all of our devices, components, and just the chunks in general. If I can be honest, we were all a bit overwhelmed. This was a lot. We had lost so much, and I know I keep saying that, but we had worked so hard on the Reaper. I suppose, though, at the very least, those that were alive, and that was something to be grateful for. Like Lyle and young baby Jingles here. It then began to dawn on us that we are pirates, scavengers, thieves even. But better than that, we are survivors. We are resourceful. And yes, this episode we have lost a few crew members as well as our first mate, Zap Zap, our friends. But they know, just as we know now, that this is the life of a pirate. And by God, dying at the hands of enemy steel or gigantic plasma explosions in the vastness of space is a much more honorable death than on our knees or in some prison cell. We will not be giving up anytime soon. First things first, we need to ensure that this destroyer is 100% operational and safe for us. So we're actually going to be using our salvage bay to collect chunks from the Reaper and add on to the destroyer by welding them in place. We would then begin expending new resources for new hull plating as well as hull on the internal and external portions of the destroyer. Then finally, once those new portions are completed, we will then begin repairing the old portions that are already in place, as well as any electronics that have been damaged in our little explosive escapades when taking it over. However, these efforts would end up being paused for a brief moment as the captain called everyone into the control room. It may not be the most beautiful of sights for the occasion, but the captain decided to give a riveting, exciting motivational speech. Given the circumstances, it felt quite fitting, and hopefully everyone gets a mood buff from it, making their work just a little bit more easier for them. Now that the destroyer's been patched up, we needed a proper name for it, so I decided to name it Zap Zap's Dart, obviously in honor of our first mate, as well as the previous dart that we had that has been blown to bits essentially. Speaking of which, that brings up the question, what do we do with all the wreckage that we have from the Reaper and the Dart? With enough engines, they could make for one hell of a ship, or we could even try to attach them to the destroyer, but since it's going to be our invasion ship when we land on planets like the Dart was, I don't really think that would be the best plan. Instead, perhaps, maybe, we could build them into something of a space station above the planet. I mean, we don't have a slip space drive anyway, so it's not like we're going anywhere anytime soon, and if we did get one, we could attach it to the station itself. But I think that we've learned our lesson from the battle earlier, that running from the UNSC and bounty hunters is not the solution. It's nothing more than a death sentence to run from them, but digging in our heels and planting our roots above this planet as a well-known pirate space station, that might be a solution. Of course though, don't get me wrong, with that being said, there is a plethora of repairs that need to be completed right now, which we're going to be working on, as well as many other construction projects and just things in general that we need to do before this space station is anything more than just some wreckage with some lasers and shields. But of course, we're not afraid to put in the work. We'll get this bad boy up and running in no time. Now, I wasn't all that happy with the shape that the station was taking at first, so I decided to cut the engine portion here on the western side off and use our salvage bay to flip it around to put it on the southern end and connect up all the power once more. I feel that this gives us a better shape for the station, but not only that, it also will mean that it'll be easier for us to protect all sides of the station with our shields. Speaking of which, we would also end up building a new large shield generator for the western side of the station as well, which will actually give us 3 in total on the station and also gives us something of an overlapping defense system for the entire thing. Realistically, I think another big thing that we need to try to work on is heat sinks and coolant, especially for this many shields and reactors, but that's something we'll have to do in the very near future. Because as for right now that we have the station operational and sustainable, we need to give it a proper name as well, and of course we are going to be going with Star Reaper Station. It felt quite fitting. We would then begin repairing the southern section that will actually go into the engine room, though we have already put in some hidden wires, that way we can ensure the entire station is getting power from it. Right now the entire station is basically, well, extremely unorganized. There's no other way to put it. We have engines to the south and to the east, maybe even some to the left. We have heat sinks and everything all over the place, but eventually we will kind of sort that out. It's just going to take quite a while, of course, because we have to deconstruct around those and move them with a salvage bay, or deconstruct them completely and rebuild them, which is not preferable. Now, those of you with a keen eye have probably noticed that our mechs around the station are not being controlled anymore, and the reason for that is because Adam, our ship AI, is offline, meaning that our mechs are just roaming around meaninglessly without any consciousness to actually guide them. So unfortunately, I don't believe I'll be naming them anytime soon. Now, we do have a drone core that is actually aboard Zap Zap's Dart, but unfortunately it's not the same as a computer core, which is what is required to have an AI. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably saying, Rat Knight, why don't you just build another one? Well, I would love to do that, but unfortunately we need a persona core, which we do not have, and it seems quite hard to find one to purchase. However, it is possible to obtain one through a quest, so perhaps some faction on the planet will make us an offer. Though it is worth noting that once we do get another persona core and we're able to build another advanced computer, the AI will not be Adam. It would seem that he is gone for good. Though there are mods that allow you to build persona cores, so if it would be alright with you guys and that's something you would like, I could add those. However, as for now, we are going to be bringing Zap Zap's Dart down towards the station and we are going to be docking them together. Luckily, the docking ports did survive on the old Star Reaper. This should allow for ease of access between the vessel and the station, but not only that, if I'm not mistaken, and I very well could be, I believe they should share a heat capacity and everything through the docking ports as well, making them one vessel whenever we have to engage in combat with enemy ships. But my friends, as we wind down to the end of the episode here, I do have some lore for you. First up, from our compadre Drone Attack, with some lore about Boyd, the crewman that we purchased from Kigyar Pirates at the end of last episode. So Boyd was actually captured during a battle between the UNSC and the Kigyar Pirates, as the UNSC was surrendering and he was the last of his crew. Though Captain Udo found this as a negative trait, the positives outweighed the negatives, like his amazing shooting skill. I really like this lore, and I think that it actually really fits with his skill set as well as his adulthood in-game backstory as an artifact hunter. Perhaps Boyd was actually part of some type of research vessel like the one that we captured and turned into the Star Reaper. Now, as for his childhood being a medieval lordling, I believe that this may have taken place on some type of backwater outer colony planet where technology was quite limited, and thus he joined the UNSC for a much better life. Though as a medieval lordling, I mean, he would probably have a pretty good life overall, but nothing like what they would have in the UNSC with modern technology. Next up for lore, we have some lore from our friend the Bob_Bob, who is actually coming to us with a great name and some lore about our clean sweeper. Now, unfortunately, I'm not able to name the clean sweeper right now, but I do plan on naming it Scourgebot when we have the chance, after we have a new AI. And also, you were saying that Captain Udo's crew was skilled in plundering and navigating the treacherous cosmic sea, but their swashbuckling lifestyle left the ship in a constant state of disarray. To keep the vessel in tip-top shape, Captain Udo thought of a solution that would ensure his crew remained focused on their tyrannical pursuits without being bogged down by mundane chores. Some really great lore that I think fits with the pirates, because why would they clean up after themselves, but it's also something that needs to be done. Last but not least, we have some lore from our friend SlyWimWick8071, who was saying that the reason that random pirates keep attacking us is because we are currently top of the pirate food chain at the moment, and even a legend per se. They don't see the cannons on the ship, but instead the idea of what potential loot a pirate clan as ourselves might have. I think that this also makes a lot of sense as well, since pirates are kind of opportunist, right? If they see an opportunity, they're definitely going to take it, especially one where they can get a lot of resources, items, or even a brand new ship, just as we would have done given the opportunity as well. So thank you guys ever so much for the lore. Remember, if you want to submit any lore, feel free to do so in the comment section down below for the possibility of having your lore added to this series. But I want to thank you guys ever so much for watching. Once again, I love you guys, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series, my friends, in Save Our Ship 2, as it were. Welcome back, I'm so glad to see you all back again here today. Today, my friends, I'm coming in hot right off the get-go here with plenty of work that we're going to be doing on our Star Reaper station. First and foremost, we're going to be doing plenty of hauling. Items, weapons, resources, you name it, we're going to be hauling it into our storage room. Not only for organizational purposes, but also so I can get a good idea of how many resources we have, as well as how much more storage we're going to need. This would be interrupted, unfortunately, by our Clean Sweeper 1 joining a mech hive. Damn it! Without Adam or any other ship AI, we've completely lost it. It would, however, leave the map, keeping us from having to put it out of its misery. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Lifter 1 was still aboard the station, though roaming around endlessly. It was possible it could go crazy at any moment and also join the mech hive, and even though it probably wouldn't do any damage to us realistically, we decided not to take any chances. Sorry, little buddy. It had to be done. Better now than in the middle of some ship battle. Now that we've put down our rabid mechs, though, it was time for us to focus on some really important stuff around the station, such as our heat capacity, which has been a problem that's been plaguing our ships ever since we first got into space. There have been a plethora of other issues as well, of which I will take credit for, but the biggest one, at least in my opinion, has been our heat capacity during battles. We would end up building several new coolant tanks and also a handful of heat sinks. Now, the coolant tanks are much better in terms of heat capacity and how much they can handle. The only issue is the coolant tanks will actually bleed heat into the rooms, which will eventually make them superheated if we're not careful. After that, we began work on something of a recreational room. Can you guess what it is yet? I don't want to spoil it. Okay, it's a bar. We're going to actually be building a proper bar in what would possibly be the heart of the old Star Reaper. Felt like a pretty fitting place for it, and it also should be pretty well protected by all three of our shields on the station. I feel that a bar is perfect for our crew, and I wish that I could say this wonderful idea was mine, but indeed it was not. It was our good friend Paul the Iron Warrior 5921's idea, so thank you ever so much for your suggestion. A proper drinking area for the crew has been long overdue. A bit of time later, and the bulk goods trader that we had requested from the Orbital Traders Hub arrived in orbit around the planet, and we would end up purchasing plenty of dyes from them, as well as 6 beers, and we sold them some stuff and made a bunch of silver as well. I'm sure you've probably already guessed, but we're going to be using the dye to paint the station itself in our black and red color scheme. Not to worry, my friends, I have seen your comments. I know many of you have been mentioning the fact that I said I was going to repaint the ship, well, the station now, and I never did, and now that we have sufficient shielding and heat capacity, I do feel that it would once again be worth it to give it a shot. Plus, are we really a clan of pirates if we don't look like a clan of pirates? No, I think not. However, our sensors would pick up yet another ship in orbit around the planet that was abnormally close. Upon further inspection, this appears to be a stealth destroyer. No wonder we hadn't detected it sooner. Either way, it has shown itself now, and based on the size of this behemoth and that giant railgun on the front of it, I would say that we're in for quite a fight. Lucky enough for us, though, it would appear that the enemy destroyer is lacking in the torpedo department, making it quite easy for us to laser down what few they actually had fired at us. Though it would seem the occasional few were getting through our defenses. We would, however, begin prepping the shuttle car to fly over to the stealth destroyer, that way we could take out the crew on the inside. Meanwhile, Captain Udo himself would actually board the shuttle, and we would send it out to intercept any incoming torpedoes. Based on the size of that railgun, we're going to need to try to reduce any incoming damage as much as possible. Unfortunately, we couldn't see from the captain's perspective, but based on our radar and sensors, he, as well as our laser turrets, seemed to be doing quite well. As the captain was shooting down torpedoes to try and protect our station and Zap Zap's dart, our boarding shuttle had finally arrived. Sam and Porkins hopped out like lightning and immediately started firing their rockets upon the railgun. Now, normally I would try to save a weapon like this, but this main gun here was doing a lot of damage to our shields. And after what happened last episode, I wasn't taking any chances. As you might imagine, losing their main weapon on the ship set the crew's alarm bells off, and they all came running outside into the void of space to try and attack us as we fled. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I thought that I had made a grave mistake here as we got backed into a corner. Luckily though, as the enemy approached, I realized that we were just behind the enemy ship's shields, completely protecting us from any projectiles. Now, was this just pure dumb luck? Yes, hell yes it was, and we were going to completely use it to our advantage. We are pirates after all, and this gave us the edge. We were basically indestructible for a very short period of time, until Sam ended up losing her armor mid-combat due to explosive damage. She would strip an enemy corpse of its EVA armor, but unfortunately she wouldn't manage to get it on in time. Now it would be up to Porkins to try to get her inside as fast as possible. Luckily, of course, Porkins does have his jump pack that we gave him. It would make the rescuing effort much faster, giving us quite the advantage in terms of time, getting us closer to the inside of the ship. He would still have to try to breach the airlock and deal with the crew as much as possible, but thanks to our god tier rocket launchers, that wasn't much of an issue. And with that, we had finally gotten Sam into a breathable atmosphere. But Porkins couldn't tend to her, I'm afraid, as he was incapable of medical. Because of this, he would simply try to continue his mission of taking out the remaining crew members aboard the destroyer. By this point, Captain Udo was quite injured, so Boyd, manning the shuttle, would crash land just inside the destroyer's shuttle bay. I'm afraid this did leave him somewhat injured, although it's not as if the destroyer's going anywhere anytime soon, not with Porkins breaking down every single wall and door that he came across, just as well as killing all the remaining crew members as we had mentioned. We were a little bit perplexed at first because without any crew we didn't know who was manning this thing, but then we spotted a drone core. To prevent any more internal damage to the vessel, Boyd would try to hack this drone core instead of destroying it, but that didn't exactly work out, so Porkins would try a different method. Works every time. And with that, we had managed to defeat and also capture the stealth destroyer with minimal to no damage to our own vessels, minus some very slight damage to the hull of Zap Zap's dart. We did come pretty close to losing Sam during the battle, and honestly, if Porkins hadn't had a jump pack on, she probably would have suffocated, let's be honest. Now all that was left was to get this bad boy back home, but unfortunately I couldn't bring it back to the station as the salvage bay wasn't big enough to move a vessel of this size, so we would actually have Boyd use some of the resources aboard the destroyer itself to build a console so that we could pilot it all the way back home. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now that I actually have it over here by the station though, I wanted it to be docked properly with the station as well as Zap Zap's dart, but that was easier said than done because these vessels are very large, so it took me a little while to get them sorted out. After a while though, these were the positions that I came up with. I couldn't turn either of them sideways because of their torpedo bays. They can't actually rotate, which is quite unfortunate, but this will do for now and we'll get them both docked up properly, allowing for ease of access between all three of the vessels. I would think it goes without saying, but we will need a name for our new ship if anyone wants to try and come up with one. This vessel did also come equipped with a cloaking device, a device that we've only recently actually completed our research on. I would eventually like to get one of these on Zap Zap's dart as well as Star Reaper Station to try and keep us hidden from any of our enemies, but especially the UNSC. I then noticed that in all the chaos in the aftermath of the ship battle, I have left our Bloody Baron shuttle back at the wreckage, so I would send some of our crew out in the shuttle to retrieve it. Speaking of our crew, by this point we are becoming dangerously low on crewmen, so I'm actually going to request a Kigyar pirate trade ship, who will almost definitely have some enslaved UNSC personnel or someone else who might be some great warriors. While we're waiting on them to arrive though, there is still plenty of work to do on the space station, such as finishing our paint job, or at least as much as we could before we ran out of paint again. Using the advanced sensors aboard the stealth destroyer, we were actually able to detect a mechanoid sphere. Something like this we couldn't detect previously with our basic sensors aboard the Reaper. We decided that we would investigate and use our salvage bay to bring it near the station. It seemed to be the wreckage of an ancient mechanoid vessel from many years ago. Oddly enough, there were many Scythers that came out from within whose basic AI hadn't went rampant yet. Even more odd, there appeared to be two humanoids within. No longer actually human themselves, they were shamblers. We quickly put their sorry asses out of their misery. It's quite strange to find two random shamblers who were once human on an ancient mechanoid wreckage. Ah, the stories this mysterious sphere could tell. But we'll never know because we are going to tear it to absolute shreds for all of its plasteel, normal steel, and even its components, except for that big mighty plasma turret there, as we're actually going to attach that to the Reaper station. As we were doing so though, we had a bulk goods trader in orbit around the planet. We actually began gearing up for a battle with them, but after demanding they hand over their cargo, funny enough, to our surprise, they accepted this little offer. It would seem they must have heard tell of the torturous marauders. Best that they lose all their cargo instead of all of their cargo and their ship. And their lives possibly. Well, almost definitely. Well, thanks to our mechanoid sphere as well as our trader friends there giving us a smorgasbord of resources, we could build a proper hangar bay for our jet shuttles, which includes two automatic garage doors that are made from Forerunner steel, making them incredibly durable, as well as a very safe place for our vehicles. We would also end up building a cloaking device aboard the Reaper station as well as Zap Zap's dart, making them both completely undetectable. Or so that's the idea, I suppose. Sometime later, our Kigyar comrades had finally arrived in orbit and we ended up trading them a few drugs for a couple of slaves. Now, I don't intend on keeping the two of them as slaves. Rasher and Tresh here are actually going to be recruited into the crew properly. But first, we'll have to give them both a little pep talk. Tresh didn't really put up much of a fight and went into her prison cell fairly easily without any issue. Rasher, on the other hand, would need a little bit of convincing via a slick beatdown before we tossed her into her bed. Truly, it will be nice to have some more hands on deck around the station, as well as our two brand new very large vessels. As you might imagine though, it will take more than just two new recruits. However, it does make me think. I wanted to ask you guys, who should our new first mate be? With Zap Zap's body being completely disintegrated in a plasma blast, that does open up a power void for the first mate's role. At some point as well, the captain will most likely be the the commander of an entire fleet, and we'll need to start choosing captains per vessel. But that part will be in the future. As for right now, we're going to be working on some defenses aboard the station. If for some reason we were to not have any destroyers docked here, which is primarily what we depend upon to take down torpedoes, we need to ensure that we can at least somewhat take care of ourselves. The captain also felt that it would be a good idea to build some proper sleeping quarters aboard the station. Sure, barracks are fine aboard our destroyers, but on the station itself, we want to have a comfortable living, or at least more so than we would aboard our destroyers, as the station itself shall be the crown jewel of the torturous marauders. As we were in the middle of constructing our new sleeping quarters, we had some more Kigyar pirates that were in orbit looking to do some trading. We ended up selling them some Forerunner metal, a little bit of drugs and things like that in exchange for some gravity hammers and 2 new slaves. Once again, as I'm sure you already know, we do not intend on keeping Harmony and Paulus as slaves though, as we will once again be recruiting them properly among our ranks. In the meantime, our pirates that do all the shipboarding would equip their gravity hammers. Not only do these hammers pack one hell of a punch, but the backside is razor sharp, making it quite easy to pierce through any spacesuits. Swinging these large weapons around in the vacuum of space might not seem very practical, but if we can land a blow or two, it'll be well worth it. Then I decided to give the captain his very own living quarters that were actually a bit better than everyone else's. Up until this point, he's just slept in his own room and actually occasionally had to deal with a roommate. So I felt some proper accommodations and better living, like this glorious royal bed, were much needed and well deserved. It was during this time though that, using the ship's sensors, we had actually detected a Crab-class cruiser that was not responding to our hails. This could be a sign of distress, or perhaps even our fellow pirates. Regardless though, checking this ship for any wonderful loot and or resources is going to be a must. Whether they're pirates or not, ignoring our hails is a fatal mistake. We wasted absolutely no time sending out our boarding parties among our shuttles, as our scans began to detect that the Crab-class cruiser had many engines and was also very well armed. This giant was far, far from gentle. We would not only send shuttles, but of course we would also begin attacking with our plasma cannons and launching many of our torpedoes. The only issue with the torpedoes was that the Crab cruiser also had many lasers to take them down. Henry was the first to arrive at the enemy vessel, and though we were using our shuttle's laser to assist him as much as humanly possible, he was quickly becoming overwhelmed, and then the shuttle would give out on him as well. An explosion shattered both of his legs, and then he too would collapse into the void of space adrift. Severely injured, we would need to try to get to him as quickly as possible. Thankfully, Sam and Porkins had landed their shuttle pretty far away from the enemy vessel, giving them enough distance to try and attack the enemies from afar. They would also try to utilize this distance to bring the enemies outside of their ship's shields, which somewhat worked, but unfortunately they were quickly being overwhelmed by the enemies still. It also didn't help that the hostile crew had rockets of their own, and unfortunately they were very efficient at using them, even managing to kill Sam in the process. It was all up to Porkins now. In the heat of battle, all he could really do was try to run away and seek some sort of cover to fight the enemy from. I tried having him use the enemy shields to his advantage, and this was half working. The problem was that our rockets were not firing out either because of the shields, giving some of our enemies the opportunity to begin melee attacking him. Luckily, his gravity hammer would come in handy. Realistically, because of the overwhelming odds and how outnumbered we are here, Porkins would need to try to run away. So I decided to try and have him go around to the front of the ship so that we could take out their main weapon and hopefully infiltrate the ship from the absence of said weapon, utilizing his jump pack to try and get a head start away from the enemies. This did put a good distance between us and them, giving us a little bit of time to try and attack the railgun on the front of the ship, but eventually they would catch up with us. Porkins began taking heavy damage, and I really thought that this might be the end, as he was fighting them off as best that he could, but it wasn't. However, The end was drawing near, it would seem, so I began trying to focus my attention on getting him inside this ship by destroying the railgun. If there was no way out, if we were completely surrounded and Porkins was going to die, we were going to take this cruiser out with us, by God. We focused our efforts on the control room so we could try to take this bastard out of action. Because the hull foam kept patching up every hole that we were making, breaching the airlock to the control room would be the only way. As Porkins rushed into the control room, as did the crew, and a rocket was fired, killing himself as well as one of the crew members. An honorable death, I'll say, even though he did end up killing himself with the rocket. I would like to think that Porkins knew his injuries were going to take him out either way, so he wanted to go out on his own terms, taking as many of these bastards into hell with him as he could. Even in death, he continued to kill the crew of the ship by having his body prevent the airlock from closing and thus causing them all to suffocate to death. Because of the great work and the great sacrifices made by our pirates, we had the opportunity to take down the engines of the cruiser, completely immobilizing it. During this time, Henry was still alive, though he was severely injured just in the artificial gravity of the ship as it made its very slow descent back into the atmosphere of the planet. We would quickly try to throw together a personal shuttle as fast as we could, as we had no other vehicles back at the station so that we could go and save Henry. Unfortunately, though, we would not complete the shuttle in time, and Henry would bleed out. He, too, making the ultimate sacrifice that was made by Sam and Porkins on this mission. We would continue firing at the cruiser up until the point that we actually destroyed the control room. The reason being is because we hadn't technically won the ship battle just yet. By the time we were finished, we had basically cut the cruiser completely in half. I would even send Captain Udo in, that way we could try to hack the computer core as well. Once the battle had technically been won and over with, the captain would then begin taking all the bodies of our fallen pirates back to the station. I wanted to ensure that they wouldn't be lost or destroyed when we began moving the wreckage around, because that's actually what happened to Tetsuya's body. The reason being is because I wanted to keep our comrades intact. There is a resurrector mech serum that we can use to bring them back to life. Now, originally we hadn't even considered this possibility because we were such a small clan of pirates, we would never get our hands on one, but now that we are quite the force to be reckoned with, if you will, I think it's a very possible possibility. The only issue is the ones from core RimWorld actually cannot be bought and or crafted, so we have to get them from Quest. We may end up adding modded versions that can be at least crafted, but let me know what you guys think about that. For right now, we do have a lot of work to do, such as retrieving both halves of the crab cruiser. That way we can try to deconstruct what we want, take the resources and any components and or electronics on board, such as this computer core. Captain Udo had already hacked it when it was still aboard the cruiser, meaning that it should be completely safe to hook up to our systems here on Reaper Station. Not only that, but this computer core did contain a persona core as well, meaning that there is an AI living within. We would allow the AI to take a physical form, and it appeared as a red female. She was unnamed though, and normally this is the part where I would ask you guys for one of your wonderful name suggestions, but I think I'll be naming her myself this time. I've decided to go with Eve. Just as with our previous AI, Eve's name actually stands for something. Eve stands for Expeditious Violent Elimination. Maybe a little bit cheesy, but I like it. We would then end up building some proper sarcophagi in our shield generator room, also doubles as our laboratory, I suppose, for our fallen pirates, just to try to keep them safe. There's no real significance to this room except that it's very well defended and protected by all the shields and hull. That way, you know, we don't lose their bodies like I mentioned earlier. With that finally completed though, we ended up having a combat supplier jump into orbit around the planet, and thus we began to do some trading with them. We could have robbed them technically, but I didn't feel like having to deal with yet another battle, so we actually ended up purchasing some armor, torpedoes, and we sold them a little bit of our weapons. Quite a few of you guys have been bringing it to my attention that the EVA suits aren't exactly rated for combat, and I completely get that, so we're going to try to start focusing more on getting them some proper armors, such as the armor that we gave to our friend Tress here, who we had finally recruited, who was a policewoman that was actually taken and enslaved by the Kig Yar. As you can see, she's got a pretty good medical skill as well as a shooting skill. Well, a good shooting skill in terms of her other skills, and she's also a quick sleeper, so that's good. Rasher, on the other hand, was an abandoned orphan who is actually still only 15 years of age, is a pigskin with not very great skills, but has a very high passion in several of them, also a iron-willed jealous jogger, as it were. Welcome aboard, friends. It should come in handy having 2 extra sets of hands, as we are actually going to be flipping the wreckage from the crab cruiser and adding on to the station here. Originally, I had considered trying to deconstruct a good portion of it, taking all the guns and anything else out of it that we wanted and trying to add on to the station after using the resources from the wreckage to kind of rebuild a new section, right? Or something along those lines, but I knew that would take absolutely forever, so instead I decided to just kind of deconstruct a good portion and keep what was left of it. That way we don't have to do so much damn work. It also still feels like something that space pirates would definitely do just by taking a large chunk and welding it on. Thanks to Eve, we now have yet another new clean sweeper mech that we are going to be naming ScourgeBot, as I had mentioned that we would be doing in the previous episode. We had also finally managed to convince Paulus and Harmony that a life of plundering and pillaging among the cosmos is better than no life at all, and we'll toss them out the airlock if they don't join us, so they did. Paulus here was a wreckage explorer as a child who grew into a bloodlusting human computer, more of a pigskin computer in this case, but as you can see, because of that, he has a good shooting skill as well as a really good intellectual skill as well, so we'll have him do some research. Harmony here was a cave world tunneling child who grew into an undergrounder, careful shooting, night owlish brawling pit brawler of an adult. As you can see, Harmony also has a pretty good shooting skill, melee skill, construction, mining, and that's about it. Now you may be asking yourself why it is that I even care about adding the portions of the crab cruiser onto the station. Well, it's as simple as this, my friends. Guns, plasma guns, big ones, and lots of them, I might add. Each section of the crab cruiser has a lot. And that is also why we flattened both ends of the wreckage, that way we can add them together, they look a bit symmetrical, and we have a lot of said plasma guns now. Adding an absolutely holy shit ton of firepower to the station itself, as well as a brand new west wing just off of our storage bay. Everything really seems to be coming together once more. We are growing our station even further, as well as our fleet of ships, and even our crew. As sad as it is that we've lost 3 members of our crew today, we do hope to bring them back in the near future, hopefully, as I mentioned, but we have added 4 new members for a net positive of 1 total. So, all in all, not too shabby, I suppose. But my friends, as this episode winds down to an end, of course, I do have some lore for all of you wonderful people, by you wonderful people. First up, we have some lore from our friend Dragon Turtle 2703, who is saying that perhaps the captain was a child spy for the insurrectionist, or some remnant faction of the insurrectionist, and that is why he was arrested by the UNSC, and part of why he's subjective to their authority and accustomed to violence. He just either grew a bit too cynical for those noble ideas, or has a unique way of pursuing them. Dragon Turtle also provided some lore about as to why the Sentinels were all over the random planets, of course, to try and stop the flood outbreak among these planets, which of course does make sense from a lore perspective in this universe, as well as just in Halo in general. Tying into that, we also have some lore from our friend Weirdo Christoffel 5285, who was saying that perhaps Zap Zap's death has Captain Udo no longer just wanting to fight the UNSC and loot their ships for, well, loot, but also just purely for revenge. Now, I do think that this would actually be for loot, as well as revenge, with Revenge Now taking the top priority, of course. But this may also tie into the fact that the captain already has a huge resentment towards the UNSC due to his upbringing as well as his adulthood. Now, you might be asking yourself as to why this would even strengthen the resentment that the captain has for the UNSC, since it wasn't the UNSC that killed Zap Zap. Well, as it is put by our friend Helicopter Bojoika-5234, that torpedo ship was actually owned by elite mercenaries who were in turn hired by the UNSC. The admiral of a fleet was afraid that the pirates would get their hands on UNSC technology as well as the UNSC ship designs. So essentially, to try and protect his reputation as well as UNSC tech and secrets, they had hired the mercenaries to try and take us out, which didn't exactly go to plan. Although I suppose they did manage to kill many of our people, so they kind of partially did the job. But my friends, that is all I have for you today in terms of lore, as well as just the episode in general, so I hope you guys have enjoyed. I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series in Save Our Ship 2. Today, my friends, I am once again coming in a little bit hot with some construction projects. First things first, we're going to be repairing the new section of the station, as well as some new additions to it. Not only that, we are going to be working on some proper heavy shuttles for boarding enemy ships, as well as investigating other types of orbital anomalies, we'll say. However, because of the complexity and size of these heavy shuttles, they will take a very long time to construct, so in the meantime we're also going to be working on some new growing zones. Now these new growing zones are also going to be built in the newly added western wing of the station, which isn't exactly preferable because it's very far from our kitchen, but it was much more convenient than building a new area for them. We also had a combat supplier who just left slip space and was in orbit around the planet, so as you can imagine we demanded that they hand over their cargo, and they actually ended up agreeing, which I can't say that I blame them, since we have a huge station that is armed to the teeth, as well as two very large and powerful destroyers. They sent over the cargo in question via transport pod, and we had plenty of weapons, torpedoes, and a little bit of armor here and there, as well as other items and resources. After that, we finally finished up both of our heavy shuttles. Now both of these are still aboard our stealth destroyer for the time being. I would waste no time trying to begin upgrading them, as I know that you guys have said these upgrades are basically crucial. And though they're each pretty expensive, I didn't really mind as we had plenty of resources. Our biggest issue was trying to get somebody to haul all the resources to it to upgrade it, so it's going to take a little while, I suppose. Now, one of the most important upgrades that we're doing on the shuttle is an upgrade to the crew capacity, allowing for 4 pawns to be in it at one time. And now that we're going to have a proper vehicle for boarding, I also want a proper boarding party, so we actually had some of our crew go equip some heavier armor as well as heavier weapons. Now I do want to get to the point where we have jump packs on all 4 of them, or any other new members we end up adding to the boarding party, as well as some bionics. That would be nice, but for now we have them with all of these weapons: rockets, shotguns, energy swords, gravity hammers, a little bit of everything here and there. And it wouldn't be very long before we even had their first mission planned out. We had a damaged satellite in orbit, and we wanted to go investigate it to see what was going on. There could be some type of useful components or devices. Once we have finally completed our upgrades on the heavy shuttle, most important of which I would say are the 2 plasma turrets on its wings, we would send our crew members out to the satellite, with them arriving shortly thereafter. There appeared to be no signs of hostile activity when they grouped up in front of it, so they decided to enter. First, we would actually have to repair the satellite core, and once we had completed that, we would actually be able to begin hacking it. And after attempting to do so a couple of times, we were finally successful. Now, after hacking into the core, we actually ended up receiving an orbital power beam targeter as well as a weather controlling device. I didn't exactly feel like those items made this trip worthwhile though, so we decided to begin deconstructing the satellite core as well as the hull of the satellite for any useful resources like plasteel and advanced components. Well, apparently the satellite had been communicating with a mech hive, and because of our little escapades, the mech hive would actually end up trying to attack the Reaper station, though they would require a brief period of time to begin analyzing our vessels before the battle, giving us ample opportunity to try and set up some proper defenses just outside the ship, which it would seem that we finished up just in time because here come the mechanoids. As the battle kicked off, I already noticed an issue with our shields on all of our ships as well as the station kind of getting in the way. Another little problem that we were facing is that all these robotic bastards were sparsely scattered all over the place, meaning of course that we would have to constantly hunt them down, and the only issue there is that they maneuver quite quickly throughout the void of space because of their built-in RCS packs. This was a real hunter hunting their prey scenario, but at times I couldn't tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. Eventually though, we finished them off. Some time later, our shuttle had finally arrived back home as well with some of the resources from the satellite, although we didn't really get to deconstruct the entire thing because we would have had to have made multiple trips going back and forth to collect everything, and I just don't feel it was worth it. Especially not when our advanced sensors picked up the wreckage of an old Corvette gunship not too far away. We would be able to use our salvage bay to bring this bad boy back home so that we could deconstruct it, as there doesn't appear to be too many useful things in there, maybe a gun turret or so for the station, but other than that, it would mostly just be resources. However, aboard the actual wreckage itself, there were a lot of weapons among the dead crew, as well as a few torpedoes here and there that might come in handy. So in the meantime, we're going to be deconstructing this wreckage, as well as trying to haul in a lot of the resources that we've left outside. Now, while the vast majority of our pirate clan was focusing on that, we would end up sending Tress out to do a little bit of trading with none other than the Covenant. Out of all the mods that we are playing with, the Covenant by far have the best weapons, and we need to get our hands on those without going to war with the Covenant, because that would be absolutely catastrophic for us. We may be pirates, and we may occasionally make pretty bad decisions here and there, but we do not have a death wish. Those plasma weapons would cut through us like butter, and more importantly, they would cut through our enemies like butter, and that's exactly why we wanted to get our hands on them. Now, of course, we did promise the Covenant leaders that we would use them in service of the Covenant and the Great Journey and yada yada against the UNSC. As you can see, we ended up giving Lyle the Kigyar shield as well as a brute shredder, which is basically just a really powerful needler. Now, the shield, of course, was literally made to fit Lyle's body, so I thought it was fitting, no pun intended. We would also end up giving Captain Udo the badass blood blade for a badass captain. I ended up having the captain get Jingles out of cryo sleep because babies tend not to grow when you keep them inside of ice boxes. Since we now have enough crew to help take care of and raise a baby, as well as enough food to feed everyone, there wasn't a better time. We also wanted to get her out of cryo sleep because she was aboard the Dart, and we're going to be taking it down to the planet's surface for an invasion against the Waster pirates. For this particular invasion, we're not exactly going down to attack for resources, we're mostly looking for other pirates who might be willing to join us after a little bit of a beatdown and or a few bullets flying through them. Of course, any weapons and items we end up looting are welcome though. As we would make our descent down to the unlucky settlement, of course we would bring everyone into the airlock and begin prepping them for battle, which also meant preparing our very large turret that we had built previously. Truthfully though, I don't know if we're going to need it because as soon as we landed, our lasers were killing absolutely everyone. And that was not an exaggeration. I would say around about a quarter, if not more, of their fighting force was decimated by nothing more than our ship's lasers before they even had a chance to get near us. Naturally though, that wouldn't stop them from at least attempting their pitiful little assault against us. But as you can imagine, they were met with some extraordinary fire and fury. And thus, just as soon as the battle had begun, if not sooner, it was over. With the Waster cowards fleeing the area as the snow fell and the Dart continued lasering them down as they ran. We did have a few stragglers on the ground bleeding out, not yet taken by the cold, icy hands of death, and one of which we actually decided to tend to and capture. We would then enter the city looking for any more of our foes that we could try to convert over to our pirate crew. We came upon what appeared to be a mortar squad and started firing rockets at them. Truth be told, they were exactly what we were looking for. So brave, unlike the others, they hadn't even fled the city yet. One of them in particular caught our eye. They appeared to be a Sangheili, most likely a Covenant defector, just what we needed. Because we had no intention on killing him, we would just simply beat him to the ground with our fists before capturing him, completely mitigating the risk of him dying, and just as well, we wouldn't have to use any actual medicine on him because there was no chance of getting an infection in any cracks in the bones or any bruises of the skin. Now that we've collected everyone that we want to try and get to join our crew, we would begin using the ship to laser the remaining residents as well as the buildings in the city before taking off back into our home in the stars. With our mission a complete success for the most part, it feels great to be back home. I won't lie, I would have liked to have captured a few other people, but there was no one that was alive that would have been that great, I'm afraid. Some time later, and our ship sensors would end up picking up a small object in orbit around the planet. We decided that we would use our salvage bay to bring it near the station. It would seem that this is some type of shipping container. Based on the markings from the container, it would seem to be from a civilian UNSC-controlled cargo transport ship. Oddly enough, after opening the doors of the container, though, it was filled to the brim with flood combat forms as well as a flood carrier form. We're not really sure how they got in there, though it doesn't really matter. We need to kill them before they even get close enough to touch us, which of course we would end up doing, thankfully. Killing them was quite literally as simple as that, but it's quite interesting that this container has a dead Covenant grunt front in it, as well as a dead UNSC Marine. Just as well, it was stocked up with a couple of needlers. Something tells me this storage container has a very interesting story. There was a slave ship in orbit around the planet, and I had planned on purchasing some off of them, but it would appear that they don't want to trade with us due to our notoriety as pirates. So because of that, we would demand they hand over their cargo. Since they want to play that game, we'll play that game. We took every last damn bit of their cargo, including, but not limited to, 3 slaves, some medicines, and mostly just blunts and beers. But still, that's cargo that we didn't have before. Oh, and we also have 2 cougars now as well, if you guys want to name those. We would end up arresting all 3 of the slaves to take into the prison quarter here. That way we could try to actually recruit them properly. However, Wolfgang had unwavering loyalty to his home faction, which was a little bit of a problem. Ah, much better. No, wait a minute. There we go. Look, it was either that, we sell him, or we throw his ass out the airlock without a EVA suit on. I think that this was maybe more of the, humane decision. Now, you know we torturous marauders are not ones to waste, so we would actually use that storage container from earlier and graft and weld it onto the station to use as a heat capacity room. But this was ever so rudely interrupted by a ship battle, which I was kind of surprised to see since we had cloaking devices. It would appear that this is a Megalodon class. Sounds scary. I did, however, realize that our cloaking devices had been disabled for a significant amount of time, which is why the ship was able to detect us, and the reason being is because when we had contacted the slave ship, we had to turn our cloaking devices off. The unfortunate but very understandable downside to using them. We had never encountered a Megalodon class ship before, and though it may not look like it from this view, this ship is absolutely ginormous, most likely the largest that we've ever encountered thus far. But its size is not just for looks, it can pack one hell of a punch with some very large railguns on the front as well as many torpedo bays. Even with our countless amounts of turrets being able to intercept the vast majority of these torpedoes, if we don't end a battle with this behemoth quickly, we very well may lose everything. We would waste absolutely no time sending out our shuttles containing the boarding party as well as the captain himself. Even with the ship's shields, we managed to land right in their shuttle bays, trying to take them by surprise. We would begin hacking the doors, but the crew of the ship would find us. The vast majority of enemies attempted to try and dogpile on our 4 boarding pirates, thankfully, because, well, the captain was all by himself, and I'm not sure how many of them he could have handled with his energy sword. Honestly, though, I'm pretty sure he could have killed the entire crew all by himself, and he just brought the others along so they didn't feel left out. He was slicing through bounty hunters left and right, like warm butter on a hot summer day. He would even come to the aid of his crewmen as they were completely surrounded by bounty hunters. It is important to note though, however, that many of the Megalodon's crew did not have any EVA helmets or armor on, causing them to die from asphyxiation, which is important because it made it much easier for us to take them down. Not that we were really having any trouble otherwise. After finishing off the remaining bounty hunters in the shuttle bay, we would leave Tress behind to tend to Harmony so he doesn't bleed to death as we would continue pushing forward through the hallways. Occasionally meeting some minimal resistance here and there, but it was nothing that we couldn't handle, of course. Like taking candy from a baby, but in space. We continued pushing on, and as we did so, I would have the captain begin using his energy sword to simply destroy the airlocks instead of trying to breach them or using any type of ranged weapons like rockets because of their destructive power, which surprisingly actually made breaching these areas much faster than normal. Finally though, we had managed to breach the control room where Andre would begin trying to take over the ship. But a ship of this magnitude will no doubt take quite a while, so as Andre was doing that, the captain would tend to his wounds and take point. Speaking of which, as would Paulus, who was severely injured from all the fighting, as well as Harmony, who was being healed by Tress, but he wouldn't die either. But just like that, my friends, we had done it. We had won the ship battle, and we had taken this behemoth as our own. Having a Megalodon-class cruiser as part of our fleet is something I wasn't expecting, but I happily welcome. We had even managed to take 2 of the bounty hunting crew as our prisoners, and we would begin attempting to recruit them. Those with unwavering loyalty would be killed. Interestingly enough, this ship too also had an advanced computer core with an AI within. With a bit of skepticism skepticism and caution, we would release a physical form of the AI. It would seem though that he was never truly utilized by the bounty hunters and thus is loyal to whoever controls the ship. Lucky for us. Speaking of the ship, by the way, it was so dang big that I couldn't fit it anywhere on the map as we currently had it placed, and I kept trying to move Zap Zap's dart down towards the corner, that way I could try to rearrange our vessels to maybe make it fit, but unfortunately this strange glitch kept happening where the floor would fall out from under it and I would have to reload. So, I don't know. Technically we don't have to have it dock near the station to actually keep it, but the problem is if we don't, we can't use it during combat when the station is under attack. But then again, with our cloaking devices, that shouldn't really be a problem. Either way though, after doing a few repairs to our shuttles, it was time for the captain and our boarding crew to come back home to Reaper Station, where they would all kick back in the bar and have a few lukewarm beverages to celebrate the occasion, as well as some meals. I've been thinking though, and something that I've mentioned before, now that we have another ship, we technically kind of have a fleet. I mean, we can't even fit all of our ships on the same map, so I would call that a fleet. And because of that, I feel that Udo needs a promotion. Instead of Captain, he is now Admiral Udo. Now previously, I had thought of calling him Commander Udo, but our friend Coates Steve 903 suggested Admiral, and I think that is a much more appropriate title, given the fact that space militaries normally go by naval ranks. We would also begin some extensive work into researching afterlife caskets. Now, the reason that we're going to be doing this is because apparently afterlife caskets can actually be utilized to bring our dead back to life. As far as I am aware, they come back as functional AI, just as Eve and our unnamed AI, but they would still be back as part of our crew. This is something a few of you guys have mentioned to me for the last few episodes, so I apologize for the delay. Now, back home, as we're doing all that research, our unnamed AI would actually be removing all of the rotting corpses from the Megalodon-class ship, as well as doing some mandatory repairs to the hull plating and the hull itself. Essentially, just preparing it for further use by our torturous marauders whenever we choose a proper captain for that ship, as well as our two others. Our boarding crew was becoming a bit restless though, so we're going to have to find them something to do, otherwise they're going to continue social fighting like this. One of the downsides to having a bunch of rough and tough psychopathic pirates on your hands. Sometime later, we ended up having yet another combat supplier in orbit around the planet, and you know the drill by this point. We demanded that they hand over their cargo, and of course they obliged us, and we took every last thing they had. Can't say I blame them now that our fleet is very, very large and that we could basically just destroy them. We got plenty of weapons and armor, most notably of which were 3 Prophet's Bane energy swords, which are the highest tier energy sword in the Colony's evolved mod. We would give it to the captain. We also gave him a Brute Mauler, which was basically a little handheld shotgun that could penetrate armor, as well as an advanced shield that he could use with his energy sword and the Mauler itself. Though I'm not exactly sure what to do with the other Prophet's Bane energy swords, I think I may disperse them among our captains once we choose who that's going to be for each ship. We would end up picking up some valuable asteroids on our sensors that were not too far away from our ship, so we decided to send our boarding crew out in the shuttle to go and investigate them. Luckily, our boarding crew had a few members that had a pretty high mining stat, so this shouldn't be any problem at all. After arriving, the shuttle's much smaller sensors could pick up several life forms near the asteroids. It would appear that there is some type of space insectoids, with the larger ones being appropriately named Cosmopillars, I believe. Anyhow though, we just started blasting, unleashing our plasma guns from the shuttle, as well as all of our rockets and bullets from our boarding team's weapons. They didn't even stand a fraction of a chance, and after that we began mining up all of the resources from the asteroids like silver and compacted machinery, as well as a little bit of jade as well, actually. Now, I will say we didn't care all that much about steel and plasteel, as we had plenty from all the wreckage that we had been collecting, so we just kind of came back home after that, and by the point that we actually returned, we had already recruited Duran as well as Jessen, and I can't tell you how delighted I was to finally have a Sangheili as part of our crew. Now, last episode, I asked you lovely people to provide me with some name suggestions for our stealth destroyer, and of course you guys never let me down. I ended up going with the name Shadow Piercer. Because of course it's a stealth vehicle, but also because it kind of sticks with our dark and brooding theme. And this kick-ass name comes from our compadre Mario Brazaz-R8U. Much obliged, friend, much obliged. Now something we're going to be doing in the meantime is actually expanding the sides of the Dart. We're actually going to be adding in 2 separate vehicle bays on each side of the vessel. As you've already guessed, this is going to be so that we can carry vehicles down to the surface when we do our attacks on settlements, and we can actually use them against our enemies. We would also be constructing many vehicle parts in the meantime as well, such as engines, suspensions, yada yada. But we ended up finishing our extensive research into the technology of afterlife caskets, which means that we can also finally build one, which we would begin doing shortly thereafter. Once constructed, the first of our crew that we would end up trying this out on would be Sam, and it did seem to work out. Though, I'm not going to lie to you, it was a little bit unnerving seeing Sam's brain in a jar, especially since I'm pretty sure her corpse was at the very least slightly decomposed by this point. The area we had her in was extremely cold, but I don't know, it's just a little weird. But after receiving her physical form, she was back in action, and this quite literally was Sam. I mean, down to the last molecule, except for the fact that she's now some type of AI form, but she does have a physical form with all of her traits, as well as her skills too. Now that we definitely know they work, we would quickly build another and actually insert Henry's brain in as well, giving him a physical form. Then last but not least, we would also do the same with Porkins, and now all 3 of them have a physical form once more and have been essentially brought back to life. Now I'm assuming there are some downsides to this, like I don't know for sure, but I am assuming they most likely can't leave the map where their consciousness is in the afterlife casket, but correct me if I'm wrong. Either way, regardless, we can still actually bring them back to life with a Resurrector Mech Serum, as I saw in the casket itself earlier. But until we're actually able to do that, this is the next best thing. Now, until we actually bring them back to life as well, I thought it might be cool if we had each of them as an AI over one of our ships, but let me know what you guys think about that. I really hate to separate Henry and Sam here because they've just been on so many missions together, and, you know, they might want to enjoy some more of those in their AI form. We also finally recruited Luaire as well as Smoke among our pirate crew. They should make excellent additions to the Torturous Marauders, and now that we have plenty more people in our crew, I think next episode I might start assigning people to ships as well as assigning captains and a new first mate for the Torturous Marauders overall. So if you guys have suggestions, make sure you let me know. But my friends, this is going to be a little bit of a shorter episode by a few minutes or so. Before we leave though, I do have a little bit of lore for us. The lore I have for you today is from our friend D_Damon, who was saying that the mechanoid ship that we had encountered last episode had actually landed on the planet below and stayed for a little while conducting some type of business. But the humans that were on there that were turned into shamblers had actually entered the ship undetected because they had snuck in, and they had even managed to hack the central mechanoid control unit and turn the mechs over to their side. But unfortunately, they were found by the massive ship that had the railguns, which I believe is in reference to the Crab-class cruiser that we encountered last episode. And essentially, the pirates from the Crab-class cruiser destroyed the mechanoid sphere, as one most likely would after encountering one in the void of space. But unfortunately, friends, that is all the lore I have for you today. As I mentioned, it's going to be a little bit of a shorter episode, but I'll try to do a little bit more in the next episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I love you guys, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirates series in Save Our Ship 2. It's been a hot minute since we had an episode in this series, but God, does it feel good to be back. For our very first project, in this episode we are going to be working on some increased storage capacity upon Zap's Dart. That way, when we take it back down to the surface to raid enemy bases, we'll have somewhere to put everything that we steal. In the meantime, we would also have our AI, Eve, begin making several different car parts that we would need. The reason being, we have another garage on Zap's Dart that we decided to put some jet bikes in. They would have very limited use during combat, but perhaps if need be and we're overwhelmed, they could offer 2 people a quick getaway. We then detected a trade ship in orbit around the planet. It turned out to be an exotic goods trader, and you know that we demanded they hand over all their cargo, otherwise they would be besieged by the torturous marauders. And as you might expect, they accepted. Most of what they had were simple resources like plasteel and components, but we actually had an Archotech spine as well as an Archotech arm. In particular, I thought it could be quite interesting if we gave some of these bionic parts to our good friend Mankatree, who has been in cryosleep for a very long time now. Of course, though, this was due to the fact that she is missing 2 arms and 1 leg, and she wasn't really useful for much. Well, until now, that is, but first we're going to need to build some sterile flooring in this very small hospital room. Once that was completed, surgery could commence. And to be honest, I'd be lying to you if I said that there was any drama or really anything interesting going on with these surgeries, as both of them went off without a hitch, thankfully. Of course, though, that doesn't mean that she is without issues. I mean, she's still missing 2 of the 3 original missing limbs. That Archotech spine should make her a little bit faster, but it definitely doesn't replace her leg. While we're waiting on her anesthesia to wear off, though, I'm going to be naming our cougars. First up, we have our first cougar that's going to be named Mittens, and we also have our second cougar who is going to be named Beans. We then threw together a nice comfortable little room for them to stay in, especially at night or possibly during attacks. That way, if everything's blown to bits, they should be able to survive in this airtight space. These name suggestions come from our good friend Dragon Turtle 2703, who actually specifically mentioned the name Mittens, and I chose Beans myself. You're welcome. And also, thank you. Some time later, Mankatree had finally had the anesthesia wear off. She was back awake, and as you can see, her moving is only at 62%. Manipulation was at 75%, so that wasn't too bad. She might be able to shoot straight if we're lucky. And of course, we'll be sure to keep our eye out for any more bionics that she may need. Now, there is a reason that I woke Mankatree from cryo sleep other than to just give her bionics, although that was a crucial part of it. I am actually going to be making her the captain over this crew that you see before you, as well as the stealth destroyer. Naturally, I would also give her the rank abbreviation to the front of her name, that way it is official, and I would also add a comma to the end of the name of each of her crew members that will be with her, with the only significance of the comma being so that I remember which crew member belongs to which crew of which ship. I also found her a cape that we had in storage and dyed it red just to make her look a bit unique and set her apart from the other crew members. But now that we've taken care of that, it's time for the captain to take her crew and her ship down to the surface to attack a specific base that we've had our eye on. Now, of course, we would use Zap Zap's dart for this ideally, but at the moment it's still glitched out just as it was last episode, unfortunately, so we'll have to use the Shadow Piercer, which is a much larger ship and is much harder to land next to these settlements, especially in between mountains and rivers, but somehow we'll manage. We had already began prepping 2 mini turrets for our little excursion down into the enemy territory, and just as well, we also began prepping all of our pirates for this. Specifically, Andre here, who was carrying around the orbital power beam targeter that we had gotten from the satellites, I think last episode or a little bit before that. Shortly thereafter, we had finally arrived at the targeted base that we had planned on attacking. Those of you with a keen eye probably notice these are not wasters. No, my friends, this is the Covenant, scrambling around their base, most likely just dying to know why an unannounced friendly pirate stealth destroyer just landed in their front yard. Well, I'm sure you just as well as I know exactly why we have landed here, but maybe we should help them figure it out. Well, that seemed to do the trick, severely wounding and weakening our former allies. For you see, my friends, we have come for their superior alien weaponry. Weaponry we knew they wouldn't give up so easily, and that's why we had to use our targeter orbital beam weapon against them to try and weaken them as much as possible. And they were severely weakened by it, so much in fact that after a few hours of fighting, they decided to try and flee and regroup to attack at a later time. Not all of them were so lucky though, as we had a handful of them that were actually injured and lying on the ground with some pretty decent stats, so we decided that we would tend to them and capture them. Now you might be asking yourself, Rat Knight, why wouldn't you just trade with the Covenant, as they were your allies, or at the very least they were tolerating your pirating escapades? Well, one, the Covenant really hate humans, which is the majority of our pirate forces, and two, that would cost an absolute fortune to try to do. Doing it this way, not only do we we end up getting plenty of their advanced weaponry, but we also get to take some of them hostage, like this young grunt here, who we will no doubt be able to recruit quite easily. We also get to strip the armor off of those that we are not going to be recruiting, and we get to sell it and or give it to any of them that we do end up recruiting. Just as well, we also end up getting plenty of Forerunner metal and silver and any other resources they have at this base. I was pretty pleased with the 3 candidates that we had for recruiting into pirates, although I ended up noticing that one here, Bitten or Bitten or whatever, actually was unwaveringly loyal, which is a little bit of an issue, as you know. Now, even so, theoretically, we could end up enslaving him instead, but he had an absolutely outrageous amount of will, so we're not doing that. Sorry about that, big fella, it had to be done. But now comes the more tedious part. We're going to have to try to haul all of these weapons back into the Shadow Piercer, but not only that, we're also going to be deconstructing some of the Covenant walls and Forerunner furniture, like these tables and chairs and things of that sort, of course, to get all the resources. But then we also have to haul all those, and you know the drill by this point, and it takes quite a while to do so. So in the meantime, as we're hauling many of those resources, we would also be expending some of those resources to build ourselves 2 large autocannons at the front of the ship. We would also begin cutting down plenty of trees so we can get plenty of wood that we can actually refine into chem fuel when we get back into space. But realistically, I was just trying to run out the clock until the Covenant reinforcements arrived. Now that might sound a little bit silly, but these soldiers no doubt have plenty of good weapons and armor. Weapons and armor that we can strip from their corpses, if you catch my drift. I'm sure you do. Utilizing the weapons that we had previously taken from their fallen comrades made this easy peasy lemon squeezy. Well, at least somewhat. Even trying to utilize plasma weapons to burn through the Covenant advanced armor systems was still quite difficult, but we did end up managing it, and those few survivors ended up running away. Our newly appointed captain was a little bit injured from the occasion, but she should be fine after we get her into the med bay where we can heal her. Those few remaining Sangheilies, not so much, I'm afraid. Thankfully, none of our pirates were severely injured during the battle, or at least nothing they couldn't recover from fairly quickly. Once she was filling up to it, the captain went into the control room, and it was time for us to return to our home in the stars. We would redock with Reaper Station and immediately begin bringing in all the new resources, weapons, armor, basically everything that we had looted down on the surface. We had also finally recruited the grunt that we took hostage by the name of Mur. It actually didn't take all that long, which is to be expected for an Ungoy, I would think. He's no Zap Zap, but I'm sure he'll make for a fine pirate, and if not, he'll most likely make for a fine meat shield at some point. Now that we're back in orbit around the planet, though, there's something that I've been wanting to do for quite a long time, ever since we actually formed the Star Reaper into Star Reaper Station, and that is setting up a proper control room for the station. Up until this point, it's looked quite shabby, and I think after some improvements you'll agree with me that it looks quite a bit better. We now have all the appropriate consoles in here, as well as some auxiliary stations. With that completed, it was also time for us to build a proper dining facility. Up until this point, we've just been eating in our rooms and really anywhere else that we could find enough space to do so, and our kitchen was once again quite shabby, so we've tried to fix that issue as well. Back over at our Megalodon-class cruiser, the unnamed AI had finally recruited the 2 prisoners that we had over there that used to be part of the crew. Lucky for them, they once again get to sell the stars in this big behemoth, but under some new colors, our colors. First up here, we have a new pirate whose name I can't pronounce, so I'm just going to call him Ko. And as you can see, Ko has quite the shooting, mining, and animal skill. He is also a delicate, nimble slowpoke, which is an interesting combination. We also have Leza here, who has an okay shooting skill, a pretty good melee skill, and a very good social skill, and just so happens to be a fast-walking body purist with a great memory. We would have our 2 new pirates go ahead and equip weapons right away, because not only are they 2 crew members that were part of the old crew, but they're also the only 2 crew members we have aboard other than the AI. Naturally, they'll be expected to protect this vessel with their lives, although the Megalodon ship is also equipped to the teeth with all sorts of weapons, so I think it'll be fine either way. Back aboard the Reaper Station, I noticed we had a baby cougar running around, and then I realized that Beans the cougar is pregnant with yet another, so we're going to have to figure out if we're going to keep them or sell them arm or whatever. I wanted to try to tackle the issue of Zap Zap's dart not being able to go down to the surface, so I actually cut the tip of it off and reattached it using a salvage bait, but this still didn't fix the problem, unfortunately. And by this point I had run out of practical solutions, so I actually used dev mode to completely destroy the inside here where the control room was, the dining room, and basically all the portions that I saw that seemed to be glitching out, and I replaced them, but even this didn't fix it. So for the time being, we're going to continue using the Shadow Piercer instead. I also wanted to mention that I am actually going to be using Henry as the AI for the Shadow Piercer ship, as his afterlife casket is aboard the ship. It only makes sense. And with that being the case, it's only fitting that he be the one to take us down to yet another Covenant base for the attack. Though it must be said that this small settlement is unlike any Covenant base that we had ever seen before. It would seem that this location was not founded or built by the Covenant, but commandeered, if you will, from what seems to be the Waster pirates. Not that we really care, but the only issue with that is that does mean that they've also taken over the defenses of the base as well as added their own, which could be a little bit of a problem. However, that being said, the base is very small and appears to be quite understaffed, with them lacking a good bit of manpower, so unless they have something up their sleeve, I'd say this will go over pretty quickly. Upon landing, we focused our initial attack on their defenses, and this seemed to go pretty well as the remaining few that were there began to run away. I was expecting the battle to be over pretty quickly, but not this quickly, although of course we have seen when it is a proper Covenant base, it's nothing this simple. With that being the case though, the only thing left for us to do was finish off the remaining bits and pieces of their defenses and go in and take all of their loot. Which wasn't all that much, as you might have guessed based on the size of this settlement, but we got some weapons, and most abundantly, and or most importantly, was resources, of course. However, back in orbit, we were experiencing a little bit of a problem. As you can see, there are 3 spirit dropships dropping off a lot of Covenant troops. If I had to guess, these have probably been en route to the station since we originally attacked the first Covenant base. With this overwhelming amount of troops, as well as their ships being so close to the station, we wouldn't be able to use our defenses. Instead, we would have to send our own people out, as well as use our shuttle and the weapons that are aboard it. Not necessarily an issue per se, but more of an inconvenience, as the shuttle immediately had its shields broken by the superior plasma weaponry, so we had to move it. Thankfully, we were able to utilize the shields of the station itself though to keep our people out of danger for the most part, and utilize our rockets as well to ensure that the enemies are always in harm's way. A cheap tactic nonetheless, but we have grown rather fond of it. And I will be the first to say that their armor could take one hell of a punch, but it still would not stand even a fraction of a chance against our barrage of rockets. And with that being the case, eventually we would manage to cripple the enemy lines, causing them to flee, or what was left of them, I should say. Those who did remain would be stripped of their armor and torn apart piece by piece until they were dead, as none of them actually had any useful skills. As for the spirit drop ships, we couldn't take them over and commandeer them, unfortunately, so we would tear them to shreds as well. They dropped a lot of useful resources, one of which was actually a lot of chem fuel, but I accidentally caused a massive explosion with the chem fuel pile, and I would end up doing the exact same thing with the next one, but we got a lot of gold and components, advanced components, yada yada. Back on the surface, we had finally finished looting the Covenant base, and it was time for us to take off back into the stars, which we promptly did, and began orbiting the planet and docking with the station shortly thereafter. And I suppose I'll just go ahead and say it, although I'm sure it's quite obvious, that attacking Covenant bases and looting them, though some other pirate factions are capable and also do it, most of them only dream of having the power that we do. Granted, it is all mostly due to the fact that we have such powerful ships and a station in orbit. Speaking of which, I would like to capture more ships so that we could either cut them up and add them onto the station, or just use them as they are, depending on the condition after we commandeer them, if you will, so I am going to be turning off our cloaking device. It also felt like a fitting time that we should give our other AI upon the Megalodon class ship a proper name. I've decided to name him Devils. And this wonderful name comes from our good friend Van Heerkind 6772. And they state that this name abbreviation stands for Destructive Exalted Versatile Intelligence Level System. A splendid name sticking with the theme of our abbreviated AI my names. Sometime later, we had also finally recruited Rathum into our ranks, one of our Covenant Singheili that we had taken hostage previously. He was apparently a beautiful bloodlusting cannibal who was great with animals as well as intellectual tasks, and he was no stranger to many other skills, it would seem, as well. Welcome aboard, little buddy. We also ended up crafting a beautiful red sash for Admiral Udo. That way he kind of is more distinguished among our ranks, and we can tell him apart from the others whenever we have to have him do something. And I'm sure you've noticed by now, but the sash, as well as the robe that we gave to Captain Mankatry earlier, also sticks with our black and red theme. Now that all the customization is done though, as well as some recruiting, I felt that it was a good time to expand on the station once more. Unfortunately, there were no vessels in orbit around the planet that we could try to take and add on to it, so we just decided to kind of expend some of our resources once more. The new room that I'm adding onto the station here is going to be for coolant tanks, and the reason for that is because I want to make these shields on the station basically invincible. So that way, by the time that the Covenant, the UNSC, bounty hunters, other pirates, whoever have gotten our shields to the point that they're about to overheat, their vessels will have been reduced to smoldering ash. During the construction process though, I noticed that the camera was shaking all over the place. Turns out that the station and our ships have entered an asteroid field. Wasn't too much of a problem though, as we would quickly engage our engines to try and get away from it. Thankfully, due to the durability of our shields, of course, we didn't have any issues with them damaging our hull either. You know what though, I've also been so busy with trying to dominate the planet below, I hadn't even noticed that Jingles here had blossomed into a youthful child instead of a baby, running around in her own EVA suit on her tiny little pudgy toddler legs. But wait, what is this? Finally, a ship has detected us, another ship that we can add onto our fleet and dock with the station after we've captured it, no doubt. Actually, it would seem that our sensors are detecting several ships. This appears to be a hostile fleet. My dear God, what have we done? Battle stations, everyone. This is going to be one hell of a fight. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series in Save Our Ship 2, where we're currently in the midst of an entire fleet battle. As one might imagine, things were quickly becoming a little bit dicey. We were absolutely bombarding the enemy fleet with our plasma weaponry as well as our torpedoes. However, the enemy fleet also had an extraordinary amount of lasers on all three of their ships, meaning that only about a handful or so of our torpedoes would make it through at a time. But while they're distracted with all of our torpedoes, this would make for the perfect opportunity to send a boarding shuttle, essentially keeping them distracted long enough for us to land this bad boy right in the shuttle bay of one of their main ships. Immediately after leaving the shuttle and boarding the destroyer, our pirates were met with a fierce resistance from the crew. So much in fact that as we were being completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of our enemies, we would have to rush back into our shuttle to try and make a swift retreat. Mostly because I wasn't interested in losing any of our pirates, especially not our valuable boarding team. But also, even if we were to take the one destroyer, there's still two more that we'd have to worry about. That being said, however, as our boarding party returned back to the station, I realized I had already sent some reinforcements in the form of Paulus as well as Smoke and Duran. Paulus in another shuttle, Duran and Smoke in the Bloody Baron, and it of course would take them a little bit longer to get here. While we were waiting on them to show up, Paulus would begin destroying the engines of one of the destroyers. He even managed to take out two of the large nuclear engines before the crew got outside to try and attack him. We knew this would be a death sentence though, having him fight alone, so we managed to get him back into the ship and get him back home. And by this point I was wondering, where in the world was the Baron? Well, it turns out in all the chaos with the fleet battle, I forgot to refuel the Baron before having them launch. And so because of that, on their way to try and board the enemy fleet, they ended up crashing because they ran out of fuel, and now they're having to try and build a campfire to survive on the surface until we can get a rescue mission out. In the meantime, once Duran actually wakes up, we'll have her begin repairing the Baron. I think I called her Duran earlier. Sorry. By this point, Paulus had finally returned back home, and now that we know everyone is safe and sound, or at least as much as possible, we could try to flee from this battle. The risk of us getting absolutely stomped by that fleet is a little bit too high for my liking, especially since one of our boarding vehicles is gone. Now, we did only have one functioning engine for whatever reason. I had two others that were pointed in the same direction, but they weren't firing even though they had fuel. Not really sure why. We had already damaged the enemy engines pretty well though, so we should be able to escape. It'll just take a good bit of time. Since the fleet isn't going to be an issue anymore, I thought it might be a good time to send out our little rescue mission to the surface of the planet, and I must say it wasn't a moment too soon as we had a raid from Waster pirates. More than likely, their rudimentary sensors have picked up our falling shuttle car. Either way, we're going to blast them back into the Stone Age. Our rescue shuttle had also arrived right on time to give us a little bit of reinforcements. A couple of them would slip through the cracks and get away from us, but for the most part we had totally finished off the raiders. Now, they did leave behind some weapons and other gear, but we didn't want to take a chance in case there were any more waiting on the horizon, so we just went back home. Now then, with our rescue mission completed, as many of you know, in the past few episodes we've been having a lot of issues out of Zap's destroyer, so we've actually decided to cut it into about 3 sections. After doing so, I would then move 2 sections of the ship that don't seem to be affected by the little issue, and we would begin building a new middle section in between the 2 of them. Now, maybe from a lore perspective, we could just chalk this up to the typical wear and tear from space, as well as the previous owners of Zap's destroyer just not taking great care of it and doing the mandatory repairs, so now it all has to be replaced. Now, the process of this did take us quite a long time for the most part, and also used up a good bit of our resources, but, you know, in the end, we finally had a functioning Zap's dart, and I guess that's really all that matters, of course. With the dart out of the way, though, I wanted to bring our Megalodon-class ship over and try to dock it with the station, and it was at this point that I realized that there is a very small piece of hull plating that is getting in the way, and I went to dev mode and I tried to destroy it using dev mode. I tried everything in the world, and for some reason I can't get it off the map. Oh well, though, that's something that we'll try to worry about at a different time. As for now, we have bigger fish to fry. We're going down to the planet's surface to raid a Waster pirate settlement. I just feel that it's been far too long since we've attacked the Wasters. I'd hate for them to forget who their overlords in the sky truly are. So we've come down from the cosmos with a little bit of a reminder for them, in the form of plasma shells the size of your entire body, as well as some lasers that give you a nice tingly feeling. Not to mention, we would finally have the opportunity to utilize our tank in a ground invasion scenario. As with most of our battles on the surface of the planet anymore, it wouldn't last for very long before the enemies would attempt to flee like the cowards that they were. Now that they're gone, we're free to gallivant all over their pretty little settlement and look for any potential pirates lying on the ground injured. And naturally, we would also be looking for any useful resources in all of the buildings here, which we did end up finding some food, some guns, some steel and plasteel components, you know, all the good stuff. But for right now, the crew of Zap's Dart will be spending their time hauling all of those resources back in, as well as capturing a few potential pirates as mentioned, which, you guessed it, is going to take a little bit of time. So, while waiting, I finally got things sorted out and made enough room for us to bring our Megalodon cruiser over here. Although that small spot where the Dart was still sitting is still there, I've just got it in a very small nook of the ship so it doesn't actually touch it. However, while we were admiring the ship's new placement, we ended up detecting another ship in orbit around the planet, and it was coming right for us. I'm not sure what type of ship this was, as the message indicated that this was a fleet battle, but there was only the one ship. You may also be wondering how this even happened since we have our cloaking devices. Well, you see, the problem is our Megalodon class ship actually doesn't have a single cloaking device, and thus it can still be detected, of course. But I don't really think that that'll be a problem, as we have an overwhelming amount of firepower compared to this little ship. And besides, we were looking for one anyway, that way we could chop it up into pieces and add it onto Star Reaper Station. After overheating the shields of this ship, now the fun can really begin. We would attempt to focus on its engines, that way we could immobilize it. But in an act of desperation, they would send several boarding shuttles our way. We had managed to damage some of the shuttles missiles, but we didn't take any out as our defenses were already focused on torpedoes. Not to worry though, my friends, have no fear, for our pirates are here. We would have absolutely no issue utilizing our pirates on foot to defeat our enemies that had landed not only on the outside of our ships, but also on the inside of the station. It was about time that we put a stop to those damn engines. After doing so, they only had 2 of them left, and they would attempt to use them to flee. But they would have no chance of that, as we had young Jingles here filling up our torpedo bays, utilizing them on the last 2 engines. They grow up so fast. Well, with that, the ship was completely immobilized, just as we had planned. However, it was far enough away now that our other weapons couldn't hit it, and we were all out of torpedoes, so the only thing we would be able to use is possibly a boarding shuttle and maybe a secret weapon. You see, we had an anti-grain warhead, and I thought it might be pretty cool to turn that into a trip mine and maybe drop it off on their ship. Kind of a giving the Covenant back their bomb situation. And with that being the case, who better to drop off this bomb than an ex-member of the Covenant himself, Rathum. As an elite ranger, I'm sure he was no stranger to dropping off these explosive payloads. So we would load him up into the shuttle along with the trap, and we would send him off to the enemy ship. It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, this mission could be him signing his own death certificate if we're not careful about this. He was quickly met with enemy hostility, and we actually began shooting at them for a small amount of time here. Realistically, I was hoping that all the commotion would draw the others near the area. Once we knew that they were all coming to the shuttle bay, we would have him quickly grab the trap, throw it down, and then I would actually put him back in the ship as soon as possible and take off to get the hell out of here. Whew, and thank God we managed to get him out of there safe and sound. Now all we have to do is sit around and wait for one of these fools to step on that trap. Yeah, just like that. You know what? I think that might have done the trick. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. Now, it may not look like we did a lot of damage to the ship itself, and we actually kind of didn't except for this huge chunk here, but that was the point. The whole purpose of this bomb was to try to lure the crew in there to blow them up, and that way when we come back with another boarding shuttle, the resistance isn't quite as high. Now that we finished off the vast majority of their forces with a puff of smoke and a teeny tiny explosion in the side of their ship, it was time for us to finish the job, sending out all 3 of our shuttles packed to the gills with our pirates. Though it must be said that only 2 of them ended up arriving for the fight, as the 3rd one was so slow that by the time the action really got going, I had already made them turn around because it just wasn't worth it. Now, the crew of this ship wasn't too surprised to see us, almost as if they already knew that we would be back after detonating our bomb. So they had most likely been preparing together and trying to strategize some type of, well, strategy for fending us off. But unfortunately for them, the only type of strategy that would have worked against us was a self-destruction of the entire ship and every single crew member as well. Which wasn't the case, so it looks like we're going to have to do it for them. Now, we ended up wrestling with the hull foam for a little bit, but it got all tuckered out after we destroyed the same spot about 500 times and we infiltrated the ship. After we got to the inner workings of the ship, we would begin breaching these airlocks instead of just blowing them all to hell, and we were trying to be a little bit more delicate since these portions of the ship were going to be ours pretty soon. Which was such a shame because I really wanted to turn this little green man into dust and ash, but I guess I'll settle for strawberry jam. We ended up breaching the control room shortly thereafter, or at least we were attempting to, when the crew decided to flee because of all the commotion, which was a big mistake for them, as you can see. After entering, I noticed that there were 2 pilot consoles, which was amazing because that meant that we had 2 attempts at a time to try and hack this entire ship. Something not so amazing though was the remaining crew members attempting to stop us, but as you can see, that was going in our favor. We would also take some precautionary measures to ensure that those on the ground wouldn't get back up, if you catch my drift. Just pirates doing pirate things, you know how it be. As we would continue attempting to hack the ship, I thought it might be a good idea if we hunted down the remaining crew members, that way we don't have any more interruptions. It was during this time that our pirates actually took one hell of a beating from the remaining crew members. I was almost impressed if I weren't so angry about it, but then I felt a hell of a lot better when I saw that we had successfully taken over the ship. However, you guessed it, there was still a handful of these filthy sons of bitches all over the place, but we took them out, no worries. And just like that, my friends, everything was safe and sound, and we were the proud owners of a brand new something class of ship. I'm still not sure what kind this is, but personally, I plan on naming it the SS Wreckage, as we're not going to be keeping it intact. We're going to be tearing it apart for its wonderful weapons, as well as basically just everything else that is a part of it. First up here, we're taking its very large railgun and adding it back onto the Shadow Piercer. As I'm sure many of you remember, the Shadow Piercer previously had one of these weapons in place, but it ended up getting destroyed when we commandeered it. For a long period of time after that, we would just take our time and rip the ship apart piece by piece. That way we could try and attach them to Star Reaper's station. Of course, we would have to be kind of quick because it was falling back through the atmosphere due to its lack of engines and whatnot. Now with the deconstruction portion of the project finally finished, it would be up to our salvage base to bring every single piece of the ship back over to the station. For now, I'm just going to have these lying all around away from the station. That way we can try to get things ready to attach them. Funny enough, the map was beginning to look less like a pirate station and more like a ship graveyard, which I guess the two things can be true at the same time though. In the meantime, I've also decided to create yet another crew as well as a captain for our Megalodon class ship. Yes indeed, Boyd here is now Captain Boyd, and this is his lovely crew. A little bit smaller than the crew of Zap Zap's Dart, but that's just because we didn't have near as many pirates, of course. We have to ensure that we keep some for the station. Originally, I was going to let Boyd be the captain of the stealth destroyer, the Shadow Piercer, but I've decided to give him the Megalodon class ship for a number of reasons. The first and biggest reason is because it's currently glitched out, just like the Dart was earlier on in the episode, and I didn't feel like trying to fight with it to get it functioning like that, and two, because I think I'd like to keep the stealth destroyer attached to the station with its large weapon at the end of its bow, and also because it could be the personal vehicle of the Admiral. As you can see though, the current mission of Boyd and his crew as well as his ship is going to be on the surface of the planet. This will actually give us enough room to move around these new ship parts so we can attach them to the station. I'm not going to lie to you, I was quite excited to attach these new parts to the station because many of them had numerous amounts of weapons that actually made the station much more powerful than even when the Megalodon class ship was docked to it. Now of course, though some of these weapons would have to be attached manually with the salvage bay after we ripped them out of the ship chunks, because we mostly wanted a lot of these for resources. Resources that we would then expend on the new sections that were added onto the station to make them much easier to navigate around, make them much more efficient, but also make them look a lot better of course as well. We then had a raid back at the Dart from some wastier pirates who came in a very small group and thought that they would be able to take back their territory. Poor little guys. That's never going to happen. Come here, you little rascal, you're not going anywhere. Truly, by this point, surface raids have become a very trivial thing for us, something that we might even want to do as a pastime for the hell of it. We are diabolical. We also finally started working on some proper engines for the station, since we're not going to have so many ships docked here, and I also had these engines facing all in one direction, away from any docked ships, which of course makes more sense. I think that might have been the issue earlier on and throughout the last few episodes when we get into combat, why only one engine is working. We had also made room at the bottom of the station so that we could add this railgun from the old ship onto it. This way, not only does the Shadow Piercer have its railgun, but the station has one itself, as well of course as an absolute multitude of other weapons that have been added onto the station. I think we're pretty well protected now. Since defenses aren't really a concern anymore, something we can be concerned with is transportation. So we've decided to begin working on a super heavy shuttle after just finishing up the research for it. The shuttles, especially the super heavy ones, take a very long time to construct, so in the meantime we're going to be focusing on other things like robbing these poor foolish traders. This trader in particular was a combat supplier, albeit a very small one based on the amount of items that we ended up getting from them when we decided to rob them, of course, with simply threats of violence. You know, nothing too bad. Meanwhile, back on the surface, our brave, pioneering pirates were cutting down plenty of trees for their logs. That way we could begin refining it into chem fuel, and what we would do is actually transport this back up to Star Reaper Station, kind of like we used to do with our old mining base on the planet. However, over at the Megalodon cruiser, we had a raid from the Covenant. I knew they were cooking something up. It's been far too long since we've seen them show their ugly asses. And let me tell you, my friends, this battle was sure to be incredibly thrilling based on the amount of Covenant forces that we were going to be dealing with, many of whom appear to hold the Honor Guard status. It would seem that they're protecting that handsome fella in the gray armor. Well, for their sake, I'm sorry to say, but unless they brought an entire fleet of ships with them, we're hardly scared. We unleashed our laser barrage, but unfortunately our slug turrets couldn't get past the front shield of the ship. Just as well, the Covenant were firing upon it and going through it quite easily, so we would end up turning it off. But not before they would begin attacking our main weapons. It was in this moment that I realized why they had all come on foot. They weren't here to try and destroy the ship, no, they were trying to weaken it by taking out our main weapons. Meaning that if we were to launch the Megalodon ship once more, that they would have the advantage in a spacefaring battle. We brought our pirates out as we were waiting for devils to turn off the front shields in a desperate attempt to try to do some damage and or distract them. But their numbers were far too great, and on foot we could do nothing. We would have to retreat back inside the ship. Unfortunately for us, once again, they had already began making their way inside as well. This was quickly becoming a one-sided battle, as all we could really do was to rush back inside the safety of the ship and hope that our uranium slug turrets could do some real damage. But as mentioned, the majority of their forces were already coming inside. We wouldn't give up though, as Captain Boyd would step outside the doors of the ship and try to engage them one-on-one, picking off as many as we could. One of the Honor Guard would take him up on this challenge, but would quickly fall to his blood blade. By a certain point during the battle, though, the Covenant forces would decide to try and flee the area, though I hardly think this is them fleeing or making a retreat, and more like they knew the damage had already been done. With them would go their leader. The captain would try to track him down, but unfortunately he was too far away and we weren't fast enough to catch up with him. The call was made back to Devils to try and aim all of the gun's uranium slug turrets at him at one time. We managed to do a little bit of damage to him, but his armor was very persistent and kept him alive long enough for him to escape the territory. With his mission a success and our barrage a complete failure. And if we're telling the truth, so was our defense of the ship. Yes, we may have survived, and the ship as a whole did also survive, but we lost all 4 of our main guns. Since we didn't completely lose the ship though, I thought it might be a great time for us to give a proper name to it. Now the name is going to be the Hammerhead, and this is a wonderful suggestion from our good friend HPW1987. So thank you very much for that, and thank you to everyone who suggested names. I just want to go ahead and add that now because I forgot to record it when I actually did name it. Now, sure, even though we lost all 4 of our cannons and our ship's defenses are essentially completely crippled in the front of the ship, we did manage to take 3 of the Covenant attackers as hostages, and we are actually going to be recruiting them as pirates. So, you know, a little light at the end of the tunnel. Since the guns are destroyed though, I am going to be sending a little shuttle out with a care package of resources so that we could try to patch those holes. In the meantime, we're also going to be hauling in all of the weapons and bits and pieces of armor and resources and basically everything that's lying all around the ship from the very large battle. Eventually though, our shuttle finally arrived. Now not only was I going to bring some resources down to the planet's surface, but we are also going to be swapping Sam out for Kobe. The reason being, initially I had Sam as part of the crew of the Hammerhead ship as the ship's AI in theory, but I completely forgot we already had Devils aboard, so there was no need for 2 AI. So Kobe will be be staying down here on the planet's surface while Sam goes back up to Star Reaper Station and joins the array of AI. Of course, not before leaving what little bit of resources we brought down here with us. And though it may not look like much in terms of how much plasteel and steel we brought with us, it would be just enough to patch the holes in all 4 of these sections here. We'll remove these eventually when we replace our very large cannons, but for the time being we need to ensure any wild animals or enemies aren't getting in. Speaking of our enemies, once again Zap Zap's dart is going to be dealing with some waster pirates who dropped in nearby. Now I'm gonna level with you here again. We didn't really care. First off, it was a fairly small group, so our cannons took out a good bit of them before they even got near the ship, and then once they did, the tank finished them off. Easy peasy, lemon bleedy. Wait a minute. Now, truth be told though, I could simply just settle this entire area and that would slow down the frequency of raids, because right now we're getting them so often, the waster pirates are basically just trying to take back their territory, right? That makes sense to me. But what else makes sense is not settling here, and we can continue getting these raids, killing them, taking all these guns, and occasionally even taking some of them for pirates. Now, personally, I don't know about you, but me? That sounds like a pretty damn good deal to me. Free guns, the occasional space drugs, and some potential pirates, now that is a damn good deal. Anyhow though, finally back aboard Reaper Station, we had finished up our super heavy shuttle. This bad mamma jamma would be perfect for boarding enemy ships, but not only that, it would also be perfect for transporting goods, resources, weapons, and anything else back and forth from the planet's surface. I had also noticed that some of our cryo sleep pods had people inside of them, people that we actually didn't put there, and I'm kind of surprised that I only just now noticed this. It would seem to me that the pirates that previously owned this section of the station before we killed them all, took it, ripped it apart, and then welded it onto the station, had a few people in cryosleep. Now, they weren't hostile towards us, so I'm assuming these were prisoners of the pirates, but either way, they are now going to become our pirates. And with that, my friends, the episode is winding down to an end, but before we do, I do have a bit of lore to go over with you all. First up, we have some lore from our friend MB-DN1FX, stating that the shipping container from an episode or 2 ago was actually for an automated UNSC cargo barge that regularly was used for transporting Covenant POWs. Sadly, the cryo storage banks were compromised by flood spores, meaning that everyone aboard the ship, civilian contractors, UNSC security detail, and even Covenant prisoners had to team up to take on the Flood. Because truly any fight against the Flood on your ship is futile, they would then reroute the ship to a nearby star. They couldn't get to their escape pod, so they locked themselves in this storage container. And it's because of heroic acts just like these that Admiral Udo actually respects UNSC Marines specifically, even though he hates the UNSC as a whole. He knows what it's like to be the little guy and to see people used as cannon fodder, and that's exactly how he feels the UNSC uses their Marines. I gotta say, I very much love this tidbit of lore. It would explain everything that we found inside the cargo container, of course, but not only that, it adds an extra layer of character for Admiral Udo, so thank you for that. Our second piece of lore today comes from our good friend Quiet Fan of 40k. The lore, of course, is for our pirate Smoke, who was a tribal from a world that was progressively overwhelmed by the Flood as he got older. Smoke actually fled to the first ship that he could find, and this ship just so happened to be crewed by bounty hunters. What convinced him to join the crew was the fact that they hated the UNSC, as they had destroyed his homeworld with nukes to cull the Flood. And yes, though this did eradicate the Flood, it also completely destroyed his homeworld, rendering it inhabitable. A perfect explanation for as to why he would have been part of the bounty hunter crew, although the bounty hunters are all looking for us because of a bounty put out by the UNSC. Perhaps they just like silver more than they hate them. Last but not least, we have some lore from our friend the Ducky Dude 1, who was saying the reason that Lyle was the first to rush and save baby Jingles was because of a previous life-changing event. I believe this is in reference to when Lyle went to try and save baby Jingles when the Star Reaper was still a ship and was being torn apart piece by piece during combat. Anyhow, though, it would seem that Lyle has a soft spot in her heart, especially for children, because when she was young, she had grown very close to a crew of a ship that she was on, and during this time she made friends and essentially family, but during a battle, a hole was blown through the ship. She was locked in an airlock, safe and sound, but her crew, her friends, and her family were basically ripped away from her to suffocate in space. Now, I am going to make a little bit of a correction to this lore, because I believe you said in this comment that she was actually raised on the ship we found her on, but we actually found her at a Waster pirate base. Now, this could have been a ship that was previously under control of the Waster pirates, because on this planet we do know that long ago, these factions were much more powerful and much larger, so that's most likely the case. And then the base we found her is where she was raised after crash landing back on the planet. But my friends, that is all the lore that I have for you today. I want to thank you guys ever so much for watching today's episode. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate it, and thank you ever so much once again. I do want to say though that I think next episode is going to be the last episode of this series, and the reason I say that is we're kind of running out of things to do. Sure, we could continue fighting in space and stuff like that, but we have an all-powerful star station in orbit around the planet. Realistically, the last thing for us to do is to totally conquer the planet, which we're kind of already doing as well, because we can easily take down these faction settlements. So I think that's going to be our end goal for next episode. We'll continue attacking these settlements, and we may also install some type of permanent city or settlement or base or just something like that, which we also kind of already have with 2 of our large ships on the planet's surface. So I don't really know. Let me know if you guys have any ideas for what you'd like to see as our end goal next episode. But once again, thank you guys for watching. I love you ever so much. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the RimWorld Space Pirate series. My friends, I am ever so glad to be back here today. I realize it's been a hot minute, or more than that, realistically. It's been a few weeks, but we are indeed back. As I'm sure many of you know, I have been a bit busy with some other series and little projects for the channel, but today, my friends, we are going to be finishing this series as this is our last episode. So buckle up, Buttercup, because today we dominate the planet. The first thing we're going to be doing today is researching a project that will allow us to be able to create our own orbital bombardment targeters. And this is actually from a new mod that I've added to the mod list that goes by the same name, Craft Orbital Bombardment Targeters. As you probably could have guessed, of course, I've had this one in my back pocket for a while, but I didn't want to actually try to utilize it until we had a highly weaponized station in orbit, just like we do now with the Reaper. I felt that it would only make sense that the bombardment targeters are going to be targeting all the weapons that are on board the station at the settlements and or areas that we're going to use them on. However, the research into these technologies will take some time, so in the meantime, Harmony is going to be taking the new shuttle down to drop off some resources to one of our ships. In particular, the crew of Zap Zap's Dart, who we are going to be dropping off plenty of fuel so that they may make it back to orbit, but also some car parts so that they can actually build themselves a secondary tank. For you see, though the orbital bombardment targeters are going to be a big part of our domination plan, the tanks are going to be what really gets the ball rolling. We would quickly load everyone in our 2 murderous machines into the Dart before taking off. We would put the ship in a suborbital trajectory, that way we could try and aim ourselves so that we landed on another pirate settlement. An exciting battle would be about to take place, but our pirates are so familiar with battles on this planet by this point they hardly cared, sitting around playing poker before it even began. That and the fact they knew that they'd hardly have to lift a finger to defeat the Wasters. But regardless of how easy the task was, somebody had to take out the trash. During this battle, I would actually keep the majority of the ship's crew inside, only utilizing Paulus, as well as our 2 tanks and of course the ship's defense systems. Now realistically, I could have utilized all of our pirates to make the battle go much faster, but I wasn't actually interested in taking any of the resources from the base or anything like that, so we were just going for more of a total destruction. And finally, after a couple of hours of battling later, that is exactly what we had accomplished. Meanwhile, back over at the Hammerhead ship, Captain Boyd was actually building some transport pod as well as transport pod launchers. Just as everything else, these will be quite crucial in our destructive plans in the very near future. Back aboard Reaper Station, we had detected a Kigyar pirate ship just in orbit around the planet. We sent Captain Udo in, of course, to try and contact them so that we may do some pirate-on-pirate trading, but if you believe it or not, these filthy jackals said that they were too good to trade with us. I had never been so offended in my life. We could simply demand that they hand over their cargo, but I felt that they needed to be taught a lesson. We are not just another faction of pirates in this system, we are the faction of pirates. The torturous marauders will be respected. We demand it. We sent 2 of our smaller boarding shuttles over, one of which actually had the captain himself within. We immediately began attempting to destroy half of their engines to ensure that they couldn't escape. We would then move on to the airlocks of their ship. Funny enough, I noticed during this time they never even attempted to come outside and battle with us. Probably a very smart move on their part. It would be the only chance they would have of surviving, at least for a little bit longer. But truly there was no way out of this for them. They had offended the torturous marauders, and no matter how many of them huddled together in their little control rooms and their hallways, Admiral Udo is coming for them, and he expects payment in blood for their sins. Eventually, after tearing down and breaching several of their airlocks, we could finally begin firing on them. Their frail, bird-like bodies would fall before us like loose stones upon a hilltop of sand. They stood absolutely no chance as we cut down every single member of their crew. Tress and Harmony would begin attempting to hack the terminals. There were 2 here, so that means that we had 2 chances each time of actually being able to hack it. But in the meantime, we would also go through their cargo bays and see what they were stowing on here. At first, we found plenty of silver, and then a shit ton of beer, along with about 3 or so skewers of masterwork and excellent quality. We also ended up finding some stalker rifles, plasma pistols, as well as gravity hammers, and much, much more, as well as some drugs, funny enough. All of a sudden, it was beginning to make much more sense. My best opinion, these pirates were probably hired to bring these weapons to some type of freedom fighters or insurrectionist group or something like that, and they were afraid that we would get our hands on their cargo. Unfortunately for them, that ended up being the case regardless, but they also lost their lives. Finally though, after hacking their control room and the bridge, we were able to capture the ship, adding it to our fleet. Though it is hardly anything special, it's not exactly the fastest ship, especially given that we destroyed 2 of the engines, and it's severely lacking in the weapons department, but something interesting that it does have just so happened to be a large slip space engine. Oh, those Kigyar. They might be weak, frail little creatures, but boy, do they know how to be pirates. God only knows where they stole that thing from, but it might come in handy in the future. Funny enough, one of the Kigyar had also not died when we were slashing their friends in half with our energy swords, so we actually had captured them to become one of our pirates. While still on the topic of prisoners, back at the Hammerhead on the planet's surface, Captain Boyd had managed to recruit 2 of the grunts that we had also taken prisoner at the end of last episode when they assaulted the ship. As I'm sure you remember, when the ship was raided as well, they essentially destroyed our main guns in the front of the Hammerhead and they broke through into the ship itself. Well, to try and ensure the safety and security of our crew and to ensure that that doesn't happen again, we would end up building some defenses in the front of the ship to kind of assist us with any more raids that we may encounter, especially since the Covenant tend to be quite persistent. Now, in all fairness, I highly doubt that these military-grade turrets will stand up against the Covenant's plasma weapons for very long, but maybe they'll be able to try and distract them so that we can get inside or at least try to defend ourselves. A bit of time later though, back on the station, and Ryan had finally finished up his extensive research into the orbital targeters. This tech is going to change this entire world as we know it. Since Eve is the Reaper Station's AI and also the one that controls all the weapons aboard the station, I thought it fitting that she be the one to create these targeters as well. Now, actually creating these targeters at a fabrication bench didn't take very long at all, but the game is quite laggy because I basically have 3 or 4 settlements open at all times, so getting the resources from the other side of the station took a little while. Now, we only ended up creating 5 of these targeters to start off. I think that would be plenty, seeing how we have plenty of plasma cannons and uranium cannons. As far as I'm aware, the bombardment targeter will only be utilizing those weapons. And now we'll be launching one of our small shuttles to take the enemies down to the planet's surface to the Hammerhead. Ryan here researched the technology and flew them down to the Hammerhead, but he will also be part of our assault when using them. We'll also be utilizing our grunt pirates here as well instead of our elites because they're so much smaller and we can't have anyone too large in the transport pods. Hence as to why I originally really wanted to recruit them in the first place. But now, my friends, our attack shall begin. First and foremost though, we're going to be bringing the dart back up to the station away from the planet. Since it was at an enemy settlement at the time, I didn't want any friendly fire to occur and we kill everyone on board by accident. We would then truly begin the invasion by launching our transport pods to all the nearby enemy cities. It was a bit hard to tell, but the captain was indeed the first to land at his targeted destination, meaning he was also the first to utilize his targeter. The first attack here didn't exactly go to plan, as we didn't kill many of our enemies, I'm afraid. We had managed to destroy their critical infrastructure though, so I suppose it's a victory. Let's just hope that our grunt companions were having a bit more luck than we were. Now, as we saw with the captain earlier, not all of these attacks were complete successes, although our last was somewhat successful. We at the very least managed to kill many of our enemies, but we didn't destroy their base, unfortunately. So, all in all, 3 out of the 5 attacks went according to plan, but all 5 were successful, and we had actually destroyed those enemy bases, rendering them completely useless. And also proving that we have a large gun pointed at the planet at all times if anyone decides to misbehave. Even though we've ran out of our targeters though, that does not mean the conquering of this planet is complete yet. We're going to be sending the Dart and its crew back down to the surface of the planet to attack yet another Waster pirate base. In the meantime, back aboard Reaper's station, we would have Eve begin building more of those targeters for our men to use. Immediately upon our arrival, we used our lasers from the ship to deconstruct many structures, but also many people. After that, we would also use our tanks to do the exact same thing in a much more explosive manner. The Wasters would quickly have to flee this home as well because, as you know, their pitiful little bullets completely bounced off the hard armor of our tanks, rendering them completely and pathetically helpless. And with that, my friends, we have yet another city under our belts and under our boots. With the threat completely neutralized here, we would go ahead and load our tanks back up into the Dart and prep it to launch back out of the atmosphere. Now, back aboard the station, once more we had finally recruited 2 of the people we had taken hostage last episode, which was perfect because we could always use more crew aboard the station. We are a little bit low since we gave a lot of our crew members to the ships. Their names are Ogapek and I believe. I don't know how you pronounce that, but I'm not going to get all that acquainted with them right off the bat, as they're basically just going to be doing day-to-day operations aboard the station, and that's about it. Keeping our glorious rocket-bombarding Death Star above the planet at all times in orbit. Funny enough, shortly thereafter, we also ended up recruiting Ka, who was the Kigyar pirate from earlier when we attacked their trade ship. Yet another excellent addition to the torturous marauders. Experienced pirates are some of the best that we can actually have join us, even if they are frail Kigyars. Back on the surface at the Dart, we were repairing our tanks before we took back off when we ended up getting a massive raid from the Psych Army. Most definitely the largest raid from them that we have ever seen thus far. No doubt coming to try and reclaim their city, or at least what remains. Well, I would say that I wish them luck, but unfortunately luck just won't cut it. They too, just as their comrades had before them, would fall beneath our feet. Those who were still able to walk, or at least some of them, were able to make it out of the area by fleeing. And as for those who could not, they did not. These poor saps can't even muster up enough force to put a scratch on our ships anymore. A bit more pressure and it'll be over with for them. Captain Manticore here has really proven herself today, with yet another true demonstration of our military capabilities. But our military operations are far from over. We'll have our boarding team, led by Trace and Harmony, go back down to the planet's surface, this time around with more bombardment targeters. Now, we would end up doing this for about 4 settlements, so I'm not going to narrate every single thing that's happening to each of them, but I will kind of explain the game plan and the idea here. The Waster Pirate faction is not the type of faction that you can actually make peace with. And even when we have a giant death station orbiting the planet and we can destroy their entire cities just by pointing a little laser beam at it for a split second, they still won't give up. Call it stubbornness, or maybe even call it nobility. But I call it a giant pain in the ass, unfortunately. However, the pig pirates are not the same. After we crush them a bit, they would be willing to make peace with us. And so this entire time we had been attacking the Wasters and destroying about 10 plus of their cities and significantly weakening them, giving the majority of the power back to the pig pirates, minus us and the Covenant, of course. And so our last target would be a pig pirate settlement, just to kind of put our foot down and let them know that we really still mean business. We would then begin heading back to the station where the Admiral would actually call the leader of the pig pirates. Needless to say, he was extremely upset and even snorted an insult at the Admiral. However, he did say that if we brought some type of gesture of unity, perhaps we could resolve things. Which is exactly what we were hoping for. Udo and Ryan would take the Bloody Baron down to the surface to one of the larger settlements to try and meet up with the leader of the pigs. Having the Admiral go himself is a high honor that hardly anyone would obtain. But then again, when you're giving away 10,000 silver to arm your enemies and have them become your allies, I suppose it's a high enough honor anyhow. I suppose it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyhow, that negotiations went off without a hitch and they are now our allies. More than that though, really, they're our very own mercenary faction that we've hired, and we can now properly welcome them to the Torturous Marauders as something of a sub-faction. And as long as we keep their pockets lined with silver and also our station in orbit above their cities ready to blow them up 24/7 at a moment's notice, I think they'll continue being our friends. But now that we basically own the entire planet, it's time for the grand finale, my friends. We would begin bringing Zap Zap's dart back up into orbit and docking it with the station. We would once again be raiding one of our enemies, but this time around we're actually going to be bringing the Admiral with us. For you see, my friends, we've received some troubling intelligence from our new allies, and we were able to confirm these rumors with our advanced sensors. The Covenant have a ship on the planet, and they've been using it as a headquarters for all of their operations. We didn't think this possible as we had never detected any of their cruisers coming or going. This is most likely the same ship that they've arrived on the planet in. It also seems that it's had some extreme damage done to its hull, which would explain as to why we've never detected it in orbit or leaving the planet or really at all. We had also spotted a familiar face among their ranks, the same leader that the crew of the Hammerhead had encountered during that fateful snowy night. We would begin bringing the ship down. This is sure to be one of the most devastating battles that we had ever been a part of in this entire series. The Covenant's technology is strong to be sure, but our resolve is stronger. We touched down and began using our lasers to try and overheat their shields. This way we would be able to call down an overwhelming bombardment from the station. Though I am afraid that given the strength of Covenant materials, it barely done any damage. Now comes phase 2 of our operation, utilizing our tanks to try and kill all enemies that we could, just as well as blowing some additional holes in the side of their ship. But their plasma weapons were much stronger than any other weapons that the tanks had faced before, and they quickly began to fall apart. Not before we would manage to blow a few of them straight to hell and run a few others over. Unfortunately though, Henry and Porkins would end up dying. Not to worry though, because they are AI, we can simply respawn their physical forms. Their efforts and sacrifices ultimately ended up overwhelming the Covenant, making their forces flee. Of course though, as you can imagine, we didn't plan on making that all that easy for them. Quite the skirmish had taken place where we would attempt to kill as many as possible before they could leave the area. I am, however, sad to report, though, that their leader unfortunately made it out alive. Perhaps we'll see him again. We didn't have the manpower right away to try and chase him down, as many of our people were injured and we had to carry them back to the ship. This, of course, happening as the Admiral and a few others had went inside the Covenant cruiser to try and clear it out, just ensuring that there were no grunts or anyone hiding behind a corner waiting to blast us. We had discovered the engine room of the ship, and even more so an antimatter reactor, which seems to be their power source. The reactor powers the entire ship, which also includes 5 antimatter thruster engines as well. This type of technology would send us eons into the future compared to the current thrusters and reactors that we have access to, meaning that the torturous marauders would no longer only be known within this system, but galactically. I believe we're going to set up some type of temporary base here to try and take this ship apart and haul most of it back into orbit, which will end up taking a long time, but it would definitely be worth it. Now, during the battle, some of you may have saw earlier that Lyle had his head turned into a fine red mist by a plasma grenade. Very unfortunate to say the least, although I am not near as worried as I previously would have been, seeing how we have our afterlife caskets. We've decided to stuff him into the ship's freezer until we could bring him back. Meanwhile, now that the battle is finally over with, the true work will begin. We're going to send the Admiral back to the station so he can begin making plans for taking the ship back up into orbit as well. And also, he has an entire planet and a brand new faction underneath him that he has to govern now. He would take a quick smoke break. The poor guy really needed it. As you could imagine, this was a little bit stressful. But my friends, we have done it. We've conquered the planet. We have taken on Goliath-sized enemies and come out victorious. As this series comes to a close, I have but one regret. Only that I wish Zap Zap could have been here along with Udo to see this through, and to see the progress that we've made and what all that we've accomplished. But I do want to thank all of you for all of your lore, your support on this series and the videos, and I just want to say thank you. I very much appreciate it, and I'm just so glad and grateful that we could all enjoy this series together, so thank you guys. Now, before we go though, I do want to send us off with a bang, okay? I have a little bit of a surprise for you guys, something that we've been working on in the shadows this entire episode that I didn't want to spoil. With our pirate clan growing exponentially day by day, I've decided to send out something of a discovery/research vessel, something akin to what the Star Reaper was originally when we boarded it and stole it. We'll be sending out Ryan, Ogapeka, and Leza to try and discover new worlds that need to be conquered, or that can be conquered, I should say. This mission shall be led by Ryan, as he and the Admiral have been close for quite some time, and he has been with us for a very long time as well. Though we hate to see him go, we hope to be reunited with him in the very near future, pillaging and thieving together once more. We would go ahead and have the 3 of the crew enter cryosleep. We would end up destroying the drone core that was within the ship, and we would end up replacing it with a ship computer core from the trade vessel that we stole from the Kigyar pirates. This way the crew would have a trusted, proper AI to guide them on their mission. Though for the moment we're going to leave her unnamed, as she's really not going to be communicating with anyone until the crew is woken up by her. Perhaps she'll name herself, or maybe they'll give her one once they're awake again. But now, my friends, the journey begins. Godspeed, Marauders. Godspeed.